He used to be nothing special, just a quiet young pharmacist spending his everyday life at his grandfather's side. But destiny had something far harsher waiting for him. Then one night he would never forget. An assassin from the demonic sect appeared out of the darkness and took his grandfather's life. From that moment, Buyunseal's whole world shattered. Driven by revenge, he left that peaceful life behind and stepped into the darkness himself, joining the very sect that had destroyed everything he cared about. Now he's been thrown into the ruthless world of martial arts, where power is the only thing that matters, and this once innocent boy has to learn how to fight, deceive, and claw his way up through the ranks of the demonic sect. He endures all of it for one reason: to uncover the truth and face the one who murdered his grandfather. But while chasing revenge, he may end up finding the real reason his life was spared in the first place. This is Buyunseal's story. This place was known as the power that stood against the Martial Alliance, the greatest force of the demonic path. People also called it the demonic hall. The man let out a low, restrained sigh. Ha! Packed together like ants. The man beside him, his pale beard rough and untrimmed, narrowed his eyes. Of course they are. What did you expect? They say if you've got talent, nobody cares where you came from here. Anyone can be taught demonic arts. A chance like this comes once in a lifetime. Who would pass that up? The other man gave a crooked smile. Honestly, if I were a few years younger, I'd probably be down there pushing through that crowd too. Then the bearded man suddenly froze. Ha! Out in the middle of the crowd, he noticed a young boy standing there alone, small and strangely out of place among everyone else. What is this? A murder scene or something? The other man raised an eyebrow. A murder scene? Here? The demon appraisal tournament hasn't even started yet. What are you talking about? Still, uneasiness quietly crept across his face. His gaze stayed fixed on the boy, who stood completely still with his head lowered and his face hidden in shadow. What's with that little undertaker over there? The boy tightened the strap of the wooden box on his back, then slowly lifted his face toward the sky. A dim red light flickered in his eyes, brimming with hatred. In truth, that was where everything began. Grandfather. Back then I was just a tiny child, no bigger than a 5-year-old, helpless and curled up in the deep snow. Buyunseal. That was the precious name you gave me. With a warm smile, the gentle old man stepped forward and reached out his hand. He took in a child abandoned in the cold, and from that day on, he raised him with care. I stayed by your side and learned the work of a mortician from you. Buyunseal sat next to him, watching closely as he treated the wounded. To the boy, the old man looked every bit as impressive as some legendary swordsman. The elder chuckled softly. Oh? And what makes you say that? The boy's eyes opened wide, his face glowing with excitement. Even if the work was hard, even if other people looked down on it, none of that ever bothered me. The old man seemed frail at first glance, but his calves were unusually firm, and the muscles along his shins carried the traces of a fast, deadly sword style. The old man suddenly patted him on the head, catching him off guard. You've got sharp eyes. He laughed with obvious affection, pleased by what he had seen. This child truly had the makings of a mortician. Buyunseal pressed his lips together, his eyes shining. No matter how hard life got, you were always there with me. Until the day fate finally came calling. Moonlight slipped through the torn mat of the old room as the old man quietly threw off his blanket and sat up. Outside, the bamboo grove stood still under the night sky. Then, without warning, a gust of wind swept through, making the bamboo creak and sway in the darkness. He turned his head slightly and looked toward the window. There was a deep, quiet weight in his expression. He closed his eyes, lowered his head a little and murmured, "The ones who should come never do, and the ones who do come bring nothing good. So it really is today." He gently wiped the boy's face and whispered, "Buyunseal, wake up, my child." Giving the child a light pat on the shoulder, he spoke in an easy tone. "Come on. Let's play the pretend dead game again." Buyunseal rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled, "At this hour, Grandpa? You've got to be kidding." The old man answered softly, "If you do well this time, I'll buy you that ceremonial robe and the blue Tao sword you've always wanted." At once, the boy's eyes lit up. "Really, Grandpa?" The old man nodded. "Yes, really." Buyunseal smiled brightly and climbed into the wardrobe. "Okay." Standing outside, the old man narrowed his eyes and reminded him gently, "This time, you need to stay hidden until sunrise." Buyunseal flinched. "Huh? Until sunrise?" The old man said nothing else and firmly shut the wardrobe door. His grip tightened around the sword sheath so hard that the veins in his hand stood out. Then he carefully stepped out of the house. His eyes were sharp with caution and killing intent, and he moved with the stealth of a rat slipping away from a cat. Before long, a figure appeared, hidden beneath a large hood and carrying a sword. Right? The edge of the stranger's robe fluttered in the bright moonlight. So, it really is the seven-fingered demon blade, Bu Jianyang. The old man's face stiffened into a frown. It's been a very long time since anyone called me by that name. Behind the cloth covering his face, the assassin's crimson eyes gleamed coldly. I never thought the man who turned down the vice-master seat of the demonic hall would fall this low just to stay alive. With a crazed scream, he lunged forward and swung his sword. Their blades crashed together in an instant, bursting with blinding light and a murderous force fierce enough to rip apart the silence of the night. I, Mortician Bu Jianyang. The old man glared at him and said, I do not live like this to survive. I live like this to pay for my sins. The man suddenly stopped, his eyes blazing with fury and madness. Bu Jianyang gave a slight frown. If you came for my life, then take this somewhere else. Don't wake the neighbors. They get ugly when someone ruins their sleep. The other man took a step back, lowered his head, and let out a dark little laugh full of mockery. With one hand resting at his waist, he turned aside and said, Fine, but don't start thinking you've escaped. Bu Jianyang narrowed his eyes, his expression sinking into heavy thought. Right then, a faint sound came from inside the house. The tall wardrobe gave a slight shake. Bu Yunseal sucked in a breath and pushed the door open so hard that the whole thing tipped over. Biting down on his lip, he shivered and wrapped his arms around himself as tears gathered in his eyes. Ugh! I can't stay in there anymore. Forget the robe and sword. I'm going to freeze to death first. But then, all at once, he felt that something was off. Ha! Bu Yunseal stumbled out, still half unsteady, and looked around. Where did Grandpa go? He always waits for me. Did someone from the manor call him out again? Letting out an annoyed sigh, Bu Yunseal shut his eyes for a second and pushed open the front door. Honestly, those people never showed morticians any respect to begin with. But the instant he stepped outside, he stopped cold, his pupils shrinking. What? The scene outside felt unnaturally empty, like everything had been ripped apart and left behind. A sharp gust of wind swept past, and for a moment he could only stand there, staring blankly up at the sky. A knot rose in Bu Yunseal's throat. He swallowed hard as dread slowly wrapped around his chest, then forced his body to move. The next second he was running, sprinting toward the bamboo forest as fast as he could. But the deeper he went, the more his steps began to slow. Then he stopped altogether, frozen in place. His eyes widened, and tears burst out before he could stop them. Right there in front of him was his grandfather's frail body, hair disheveled, eyes closed, blood covering him. A scream tore out of Bu Yunseal. The old man was slumped against a tree, both arms completely shattered. Grandpa! The boy dropped to his knees beside him, trembling from head to toe. Grandpa, what happened to you? Bu Jianyang struggled to speak. Seol? Is that you? Sobbing in panic, the boy cried out, Yes, it's me. Grandpa, what happened here? The old man answered in a weak whisper, I'm sorry, my boy. Blood ran from Bu Jianyang's eyes as he calmly let out a breath. Looks like this old man will be going first. He coughed up blood between his words. When I die, don't prepare a burial for me. Bu Yunseal's face turned completely pale. Grandpa. The boy's eyes went wide with fear as he caught his grandfather's sagging body. Please don't talk anymore. Bu Jianyang leaned closer and said, Bu Yunseal, listen to me carefully. With no strength left, he let his weight fall into the boy's arms. No matter what happens, never seek revenge. Tears flooded Bu Yunseal's eyes until everything in front of him blurred. He clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. Then Bu Yunseal roared, his eyes burning with madness and killing intent. They did this to you, Grandpa. I'll never forgive them. He grabbed tightly onto his grandfather's clothes and pressed his forehead against the only family he had. In a trembling, broken voice he muttered, If that's how it is, then maybe I should just go with you. You told me before that the underworld isn't all that different from this one. If I have to live here without you, then I'd rather follow you there. Bu Jianyang closed his eyes, and his face softened. Gritting through the pain, he bitterly thought that this old fool had only wanted to leave without regrets. Bu Jianyang whispered, Seol, this is my last request. Leave this place and go far away. Then he lifted his head and showed him a small, gentle smile. The time I spent with you was truly happy. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened and his pupils tightened as his grandfather's body suddenly gave out. His body slipped from the boy's arms, and Bujanyong dropped helplessly to the ground. Falling out of the boy's embrace, Bujanyong collapsed onto the earth without another word. Bu Yunseal sat there in stunned silence, his face white as snow. "Grandpa." Bujanyong didn't move. He was completely gone, and all that remained in Bu Yunseal's shaking eyes was unbearable pain. Little by little, his tears ran out, and his eyes slowly narrowed. The light faded from his pupils. His lips tightened, and his empty expression slowly turned away. He carried Bujanyang's body back home, whispering the whole way, "Grandpa." Bu Yunseal gently ran a hand across his grandfather's face. His pupils glowed red as he whispered, "But I can't do what you asked in the end." Hatred covered his face, and tears started falling again, no matter how hard he tried to hold them back. Inside his mind, the moment his grandfather was struck played over and over, both arms severed by a single slash. He reconstructed the fight piece by piece in his head. A reverse rising slash. A sword technique so rare it was almost never seen. Bu Yunseal pried open his grandfather's eyelids, and in that instant, the image of Bujanyong being crushed by overwhelming killing intent became horrifyingly clear in his mind. The killer had even twisted his body mid-strike and drove the blade straight through both eyes. Bu Yunseal clenched his teeth until they ached. A sword style that twisted and vicious. It could only be. When he opened his eyes again, his dark pupils had narrowed, and the hatred inside them was so deep it looked ready to consume him whole. Kneeling between his grandfather's legs, his face buried in shadow, he muttered that among demonic sword arts, only the heavenly truck muscle control technique could leave wounds like these, an art that governed flesh and bone itself. He examined the body in silence. Bujanyang's back was covered in slashes and tiny round punctures, 93 in total. Even the full bloom rain technique could only release 66 hidden weapons at its absolute limit. In his mind he reconstructed the scene again. A masked attacker striking from behind with flying needles, and seemingly no allies anywhere in sight. Could it have been the demonic emperor's hidden weapon, the one said to unleash hundreds in a single wave? Bu Yunseal carefully pulled out his grandfather's tongue and checked beneath it. The underside of the tongue, and even the fingernails, were tainted with a strange demonic energy, their color completely corrupted. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened at once. This was the sign of the deadly flesh-rotting blood poison. His thoughts moved quickly from one clue to the next. The demonic emperor's hidden weapon, and on top of that, flesh-rotting blood poison used alongside it. There couldn't be many demonic masters terrifying enough to wield both. He slowly drew in a deep breath, forcing his shaking heart to calm down. In front of him lay Bujanyang's lifeless body, already seeming to fade out of this world. Bu Yunseal quietly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, blood ran from the corners. "I will find you no matter what it takes." A single tear dropped onto the thin sheet of parchment. It slowly soaked into the paper, spreading beside a neatly written name in black ink. With his head lowered, he wrote his name at the gate of the Blazing Sung Martial Alliance. The gatekeeper leaned on his spear and looked over lazily. "TCH, the Blazing Sung sect? Just another bunch of nobodies trying to cling to the demonic hall. Bet they'll lose their nerve the second they see a death contract." The guard frowned, annoyed, and barked, "Hey kid, if you're too scared to leave your mark, stop acting tough and go back home." The boy slowly raised his finger, and the guard's eyes followed the movement without blinking. Bu Yunseal's pupils turned blood red as he bit down and tore open the tip of his own finger. Both gatekeepers froze, stunned by what they were seeing. Bu Yunseal pressed his finger down hard. "From the moment you died, my life was already broken beyond repair." When he pulled his hand back, a dark red fingerprint was left on the paper. The only path still open to him now was revenge. The two guards stared at the registry, then silently watched him pass through without saying another word. So now, at the tournament, the man who had mocked him earlier could do nothing but stare in shock, his jaw hanging open. Bu Yunseal tightened the strap on his shoulder, hatred burning in his eyes as he stepped through the Martial Alliance gate, his very first step toward revenge. Like two powers born to stand against each other, a proud golden dragon and a savage black tiger faced off. Righteousness and evil. The clash between these two great forces had shaped the martial world for generations, with heroes praised in history standing opposite the heretics condemned in writing. On the side of righteousness stood the Martial Alliance, built on the banner of justice. On the side of the demonic stood the demonic hall, where only absolute strength was revered. For ages, those two powers held each other in a fragile balance, but the moment either side reached for more, peace was always bound to break. Under a bright blue sky above a chaotic world, the righteous factions longed to shatter that balance. And so, 18 masters gathered under one banner, celebrated as the great heroes of justice. At the same time, darkness raised its own champions. Sensing the growing pressure from the martial alliance, the demonic hall moved to strengthen itself and launched the 10 Demon Successor Project. Not long after that, a formal notice was sent out. No matter where they came from, the demonic hall declared it would teach its secret martial arts to the 10 most gifted prodigies. It was a shocking offer, one that ignored sect boundaries and openly broke the old rules surrounding demonic teachings. The fire in Bu Yunseal's eyes only grew stronger. Then the gates opened, revealing more than 100 people already gathered inside. The announcement had brought young martial artists pouring in from all over to the demonic hall. All kinds of people were packed into that place, and not a single one looked at him with any warmth. Every eye in the room turned toward the newcomer. Bu Yunseal tightened his strap and quietly scanned the room, immediately sensing that something about the crowd felt off. Then, without warning, his eyes locked onto someone in the crowd. His stare sharpened, cutting across face after face. Could one of them have ties to the man who killed my grandfather? In his memory, behind that layer of cloth, the shadow of the masked assassin still lingered. Bu Yunseal pressed his lips together and fell into thought, certain that the killer was a master far beyond anything ordinary. Without even realizing it, he reached a hand forward as if that man were standing right in front of him. If I want revenge, I have to rise to that same level. I have no sect, and no martial art of my own to rely on. His eyes burned with hatred as he clenched his fist. Becoming one of the 10 demon successors is the only way I can gain power fast enough. Suddenly, shocked gasps rose from the people around him. A tall man wrapped in a magnificent white fur coat appeared before them. The man let out a fierce shout. I am the chief instructor, Hwa Wimyung, the crimson-eyed tiger. The crowd instantly broke into stunned murmurs. The chief instructor? That's really Hwa Wimyung, the crimson-eyed tiger. Hwa Wimyung swept a sharp glare across them. This place was created for one purpose only, to find the greatest prodigy of the demonic path. His words sent a ripple through the entire crowd. Only those who survive every trial prepared by the demonic hall will earn the right to stand as official candidates for the 10 demon successors. Off to the side, Bu Yunseal watched him in silence, not saying a word. For the first trial, Hwa Wimyung said, flicking a hand forward, the men of the Medicine King Hall will examine your tendons and bones. The crowd immediately erupted in complaints. Wait, that counts as a trial? No way. A real match would have made more sense than this. Several men in black cloaks and straw hats rushed in at once, wrenching joints and pressing on bones hard enough to make the candidates scream. One examiner spoke in a flat, emotionless voice. You pass. The poor candidate, whose arm had nearly been twisted apart, just blinked in confusion. Ah, right. Maybe an actual fight really would have been worse. Bu Yunseal watched quietly. So the ones who passed this move on to the next round? Tendons and bones? Is that it? Bu Yunseal stood still, not moving an inch. Then the examiner reached a hand toward him. He firmly grabbed Bu Yunseal by the shoulder. The man's jaw slowly fell open, and his eyes widened. Impossible. He grabbed Bu Yunseal's elbow tighter, his voice unsteady. His tendons. They're completely ruined. The examiner lowered his head, baffled. Strange. How did someone like this even make it into the tournament? But Bu Yunseal said nothing. His blood-red eyes burned with unmistakable killing intent. Startled, the examiner reflexively stepped back. That killing aura. Almost no one here could match it. He gave an awkward cough and turned slightly, like he meant to move on. But it was obvious he couldn't just ignore what he had found. Bu Yunseal pressed his lips together and squeezed his shoulder the way his grandfather had once taught him. All I ever learned was how to prepare the dead. There's no way I can pass a test like this the way I am now. Bu Yunseal lowered his hand, but even then, he knew he couldn't stop here. Under the blazing sun in the courtyard, a loud voice rang out. The first trial is over. A young man ground his teeth, veins standing out across his forehead. He shouted in anger. What kind of rule is that? Facing Hwa Wimyung head-on, he yelled, if the 10 demon successors are picked just by bones and tendons, then why even hold a tournament at all? He raised his voice even more. This is unfair. Another voice in the crowd immediately echoed him. That's right. This is completely unfair. Hwa Wimyung answered calmly. The essence of the human body lies in its foundation. For anyone who wishes to practice martial arts, the most important thing is the quality of their tendons and bones. That is exactly why the demonic hall holds this great selection. Then he lowered his gaze coldly. If you can't meet even the most basic requirement, how dare you speak to me about fairness? The man froze where he stood, crushed in spirit, but still managed to mutter. Then at least give us one more chance. Wimyung shot him a fierce look, and the pressure of that glare alone made the challenger stumble backward. There is no need to worry. The force pouring off Wimyung flared outward, weighing down on the man like a crushing wall. For the second trial, he declared, I will personally choose those whose bodies may fall short, but whose talent for martial mastery is exceptional. With that, he turned and strode away. The second trial begins now. Then Wimyung glanced back over his shoulder and gave them one final warning. From this moment on, you will slaughter one another. His words sent confusion racing through the crowd. To claim the right to survive. Panic spread instantly. Slaughter each other? He can't be serious. We're from the demonic path. Sure. But what kind of insane test is this? Is he really serious? The man from before tightened his grip on his spear and let out a sneer. So that's how it is. His eyes glinted with malice. Fine. Sooner or later, we were going to kill each other anyway. His gaze settled on Buyunseal, who was standing not far away. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped his weapon even harder. Wimyung tightened his hold on his spear and shot toward Suk Jong like a bolt of lightning. Without even a moment of hesitation, he drove the spear straight at him. Then Wimyung gave a faint smile, almost like a man finally satisfied. At last, he said, I've killed you today. Across the field, Suk Jong bled heavily as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Wimyung! But a moment later, his legs gave out, and he hit the ground with a heavy thud. The people watching gasped in horror as they saw Suk Jong's lifeless eyes staring up into the air. He's really dead. There's so much blood. Buyunseal lowered his gaze and calmly studied the corpse. Impressive. The spear had slipped between the ribs and pierced the heart with perfect accuracy. It wasn't a flawless strike, but it had been fast and precise. Wimyung yanked his spear free and shouted proudly, Come challenge me. Anyone who wants to end up like him, step forward. Wimyung will take you all on. From the platform above, Wimyung watched everything with cold amusement. His moves aren't bad, but it's obvious his head isn't keeping up. The subordinate at his side immediately nodded. Exactly right, sir. Buyunseal quietly sized up the situation. In a place like this, the second you stand out, you make yourself a target. Better to let the idiots cut each other down first. Down below, fear started spreading through the crowd, and panic quickly followed. What are we supposed to do if this keeps going? Then one man suddenly lost control and slashed at another, shouting, Die! But the very next second, fear washed over his face, and he stumbled back, stammering, I didn't mean to. No one had time to react before another man rammed a blade straight into his stomach. From above, Wimyung looked down with icy eyes as screams and cries of pain echoed from every direction. With calm indifference, he thought to himself, children who still haven't grown used to death. Below him, the ground was filled with terrified faces and desperate clashes where every strike decided life or death. In only a few moments, the whole place had descended into complete chaos. And Wimyung watched all of it in silence, thinking, the moment death stands right in front of you, reason is the first thing to break. Then, all of a sudden, something caught his attention, and a low, interested hum left his mouth. His subordinates followed his gaze, and a knowing smile quickly spread across their faces. So they noticed Buyunseal, and the other one too. One subordinate muttered under his breath. Looks like not every last one of them is a fool. In the middle of all that blood and screaming, only Buyunseal and one tall man stayed calm, standing quietly by the wall. As he watched the slaughter happening right in front of him, Buyunseal's eyes flashed with contempt. Fools. They let their fear of death cloud their thinking. Wimyung said to survive until only one person was left. That means the point here isn't killing. It's surviving. With that in mind, he sat down beside a corpse and reached toward it, murmuring to himself, if I stay calm and think this through, I can survive this. Yes, I have to survive. And as that thought settled in, a memory flashed through his mind, him and Bujanyong examining bodies together. Back in the present, he picked up the severed arm of a corpse and began inspecting it carefully. Across the arena, a man in a blue robe swinging an iron flail and chain had clearly taken control of the fight. Before long, bodies were already starting to pile up around him, and then his eyes landed on Buyunseal in the distance. Huh? What's with that guy? He looks useless. probably just hiding. Bu Yunsil kept calmly studying the corpse in front of him, noting to himself, thin, tightly packed sword wounds, killed by a fast blade used together with a flexible sword. At that moment, the man in blue fixed his sights on him and swung the chain as he muttered, "Let me send you to the afterlife." The iron ball shot toward Bu Yunsil like a flash of lightning, but instead of hitting him, it slammed into the wooden box strapped to his back. The box shattered on impact, and neatly folded clothes spilled across the ground. The man in blue pointed at the mess and burst out laughing. "Ha! What's this? A mortician's box? What are you, some corpse cleaner?" Bu Yunsil's expression darkened as he slowly rose to his feet. Then a memory flickered through his mind. His younger self staring with wide eyes. Back then, he had gently reached out and touched those folded clothes resting on the table beside a small letter. When he opened it, there were only 4 simple words inside, "Happy Birthday." As the memory came back to him, Bu Yunsil whispered softly, "Grandpa." A second later, his eyes turned red with pure killing intent. Across the blood-soaked ground, Bu Yunsil and the man in blue locked eyes. The man sneered and swung his chain again. "What now? With a tiny dagger like that, what do you think you can even do?" But he never noticed the shadow slipping up behind him. The other man moved in one clean motion and slashed his sword across the blue-robed man's back. The next instant, the man crumpled and dropped flat to the ground. The stranger spoke in a cold voice. "No need to thank me. A useless guy like you just draws attention. That makes things easier for me." But Bu Yunsil ignored him completely and went right on examining the blue-robed man's corpse. The man gave a faint smirk. "Not bad, kid. You've got sharp eyes. But I'm guessing you've never actually trained in martial arts." Even while he was speaking, someone tried to ambush him from behind. Without so much as turning around, he swung his sword backward and cut the attacker down, then smiled. "A weakling like you? I could kill you whenever I want." Bu Yunsil gave no answer at all. He only shot a cold glance behind him. His gaze shifted up to the high platform, where Hwa Wimyung was now watching the other man with clear interest. "That brat. He's carrying the star crystal blade. How does someone like him have the relic of Mukian, the so-called wandering blade master?" The subordinate beside him answered right away. "His name is Nung Ungang. Rumor says he found Mukian's secret manual and soared deep inside a mountain cave. But since he learned from that manual all by himself, his swordsmanship still hasn't been fully refined." Keeping his gaze locked on Nung Ungang, Hwa Wimyung said, "Even so, the fact that he inherited Mukian's true teachings basically makes him one of Mukian's disciples. His physique may not be impressive, but he's still more than strong enough to contend for the 10 demons. Out of everyone here, he's the one with the greatest potential." It was the highest praise he had given anyone there. "He's still too young to deserve the name Crystal Blade, but even so, I don't see anyone here who surpasses him." The man beside him quietly nodded, clearly in agreement. Then he spoke with certainty. "Unless something unexpected happens, he'll be the last one standing." Below them, Bu Yunsil kept silently examining the bodies spread across the ground. Under the dark, scorched-looking sky, cries of agony echoed non-stop, making the brutal scene feel even more oppressive. A moment later, Nung Ungang calmly wiped the blood from his sword and finally opened his mouth. His sharp eyes locked onto his target. "So, you actually made it to the end." Out of the mountain of corpses, only 2 people were still on their feet, Bu Yunsil and Nung Ungang. Flexing his fingers like he had been waiting for this, he said, "If I crush you here, I officially become a candidate for the 10 demon successors. Come on." But Bu Yunsil did not move an inch. He just stood there, giving away nothing. His cold, emotionless eyes stayed on Nung Ungang as he thought, "He's the strongest one in this arena, but I've already found the weakness in his sword." Bu Yunsil tightened his grip and stepped forward, slow and deliberate. Nung Ungang raised his chin with a sneer. "Then let me see what you're really capable of." The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward without the slightest hesitation. He fired off a flurry of slashes at the boy. Bu Yunsil avoided the fatal lines, but some of the strikes still managed to cut into him. Nung Ungang looked amused, but the contempt on his face was obvious. "That's it? All you can do is stumble around and dodge? It's a wonder you even lasted this long." But as he kept watching, something started to feel strange. At first, it looked like the boy was being overwhelmed, but the more closely he looked, the more he realized Bu Yunsil was moving with intention, adjusting his position little by little after every attack. His robe was torn open in long ragged strips as he deliberately avoided only the killing blows, letting the lighter wounds go through. The sword kept cutting across his body, and blood splashed up, staining his face bright red. Then Nung Ungang's eyes narrowed sharply. In that instant he understood. The boy had figured out his attack patterns by studying the corpses he had left behind. Even he had to admit it to himself. That kind of observation was extraordinary. After slipping past the last slash, Hwa Wimyung stopped and said in a cold, flat voice, "Your swordsmanship is pathetic." There was clear mockery in his tone. "You make such a big show of swinging that sword around, and all you've done is leave a few shallow cuts." The insult hit instantly, and Nung Ungang's anger flared. "This brat dares mock me?" He clenched his fist to steady himself and thought, dodging well is one thing, but landing a real strike is something else entirely. His eyes filled with disdain. "With a frail body like that, there's no way he can hit me properly." Nung Ungang gave a dark chuckle. "I was going to let you hang on a little longer, but if you're begging to die, then fine." He charged like a beast that had finally been unleashed. "I'll give you what you want." He closed in at terrifying speed, but even with the distance vanishing in an instant, Hwa Wimyung showed no fear at all. "There's only one opening," Hwa Wimyung thought, pulling together every detail he had pieced together so far. From everything he had learned while studying the bodies Nung Ungang cut down, he had reached one clear conclusion. Every true killing strike this man used targeted a vital weak point. Each corpse showed only two fatal patterns, the heart or the head. So the instant Nung Ungang released his killing blow and the sword came up toward a high target, Hwa Wimyung dropped low and slipped right underneath it. That one moment completely threw Nung Ungang off, and he could not react in time. By then, Hwa Wimyung's sword was already driving straight toward him. This time, he aimed for the neck, and at that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ah, Hwa Wimyung." Hwa Janyang's image rose before him as the memory continued. The heavenly node point is one place even masters of external art struggle to temper. If a child puts all his strength into striking that spot, even a full-grown man will lose consciousness instantly. Never forget that. Those words rushed back to him, giving him absolute certainty as Hwa Wimyung gathered every bit of strength he still had. Then he thrust his sword straight into Nung Ungang's neck, and blood exploded out in a violent spray. Nung Ungang collapsed to the ground, defeated by Hwa Wimyung. Even after the battle was over, Hwa Wimyung did not move right away. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze toward Hwa Wimyung. "Is it over now?" he asked, his voice calm and steady. The people watching could only murmur in disbelief. "I didn't see that coming at all." Hwa Wimyung looked plainly disappointed as he said, "I had such high expectations for Mukhian's sword art." Then a drumbeat rang out across the area, and his voice followed it. "Hwa Wimyung of the Blazing Sun sect, you have passed the second round." Hwa Wimyung remained where he was, completely still, his face unreadable to the very end. Out of nowhere, a voice he knew better than anyone called out to him. "Siola." It was Hwa Janyang's voice, sounding like he was desperately searching for him. "Siola, where are you?" The instant Hwa Wimyung saw him, joy burst out of him, and he shouted without even thinking, "Grandfather, I'm here, grandfather." But the old man gave no sign that he had heard him. "Siola," Hwa Janyang called again as he slowly drew closer. A flash of fear passed through the boy's eyes, and his pupils tightened in an instant. At last, his grandfather turned toward him, but his eyes were gone. In a soft, quiet voice he said, "I can't see your face, my boy." Sweat and tears poured down Hwa Wimyung's face together, running helplessly over his cheeks. Then, in the very next moment, he jolted awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized everyone in the room was staring right at him. The whole place was silent, except for the dull sound of waves crashing outside. That was when it hit him. He was on a ship. Hwa Wimyung blankly reached up and touched his head. "This place, I'm on a ship, so I passed out." Then the memory came back. "Right, I lost too much blood." "Oh?" Looking down at the bandages wrapped around his wounds, he could tell the injuries had been deep, yet now they barely ached. It seemed the demonic hall had brought in a truly skilled physician. His eyes widened just a little, but the people around him only kept staring in silence. Not one of them spoke first. Most of the people gathered there were strongly built, and among them, Hwa Wimyung recognized a few familiar faces, likely survivors from the first trial. A moment later, someone suddenly broke into laughter, and everyone's attention shifted that way. Hwa Wimyung let out a faint sigh, his eyes cooling with contempt. Honestly, this was exactly the kind of reaction he expected. Then a voice came down from above. "Get off the ship." The man's voice was deep and low, carrying clearly across the deck. The next trial will begin on this hell island. Beneath the fading evening light, the ship continued cutting through the endless sea. Before long, the vessel came to a stop beside a dock on the coast. A man leaped down from the massive ship onto the pier. The place waiting ahead really did look like hell. Glancing back up toward the ship, the man spoke briefly. "Everyone follow me." At his order, the people aboard began stepping off one after another, forming a long line as they headed toward the mountain ahead. By then, the sky had already sunk fully into twilight. A young woman stepped forward to guide them. "This is where you'll be staying. Hand over the clothes and weapons you brought. Put on the garments prepared for you, take the sword assigned to you, and come back outside." Standing above them, she continued in a clear voice. "The choice is yours. Pick whichever cave you want and go inside." One after another, everyone began making their choice. Only Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, quietly watching with a calm but darkened gaze. After observing for a while, he finally started walking, his eyes moving across the others as he passed. Nearby, two people whispered, "This spot looks pretty decent. I thought it'd be damp, but it's actually fine." "Yeah, but it feels kind of cramped," the other one said. The girl in pink sharply turned toward the man across from her. "I saw this place first." The man immediately shot back. "What are you talking about? I got here first. Just seeing it doesn't make it yours." Bu Yunseal only watched them briefly before another young man stepped in. "Come on, stop arguing. There are still plenty of good places left." But Bu Yunseal barely cared. In his mind, he thought, these fools have no idea what happened in the second trial. Not even a hint of caution. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, carrying a trace of killing intent, when he noticed how many of those who had passed the first trial were dressed in rich, expensive clothing. After the argument, the youth in blue quickly bowed his head. "I spoke carelessly." The girl calmed down too. "No, I was at fault as well." Watching them, Bu Yunseal thought, so most of them really are children from noble families. As he walked slowly, his thoughts drifted back to the torn photograph, and he came to realize that the second trial had been meant to eliminate those whose deaths would cause no trouble afterward. Just then, a quiet voice reached him. "Still haven't chosen?" He turned at once, a little tense. "You've been moving far too slowly. This isn't the time to just stand around." The man's expression was stern, and the cold edge in his voice made Bu Yunseal quickly turn back. The man looked at him in silence and thought, judging by that expression, I was right. He really did survive the second trial. Let's see what he chooses this time. Then he said aloud, "There's not much time, so hurry up and pick." Seeing how serious he was, Bu Yunseal pointed toward one of the caves. "Then I'll take that one." The cave he chose had such a tiny, narrow entrance that it looked almost unusable. The moment the others saw what he picked, mocking laughter and whispers spread through the crowd. "What? He picked that dump. Well, it suits how shabby he looks. That place is filthy." But Bu Yunseal did not react at all. His face stayed completely unreadable. Seeing that, the man let out a small, awkward smile. "Bu Yunseal," he said, the grin on his face growing wider. "That's a pretty interesting choice." And as he looked toward the cave, a faint trace of admiration crossed his eyes. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a cramped, filthy hole. But that was only the entrance. Further inside, the cave opened up wide enough for martial training, and that narrow opening made it perfect for guarding against a surprise attack. The man turned away, thinking most people only judge a cave by its entrance, but he checked the entire place carefully. Then he gave a quiet chuckle. "All right, get yourselves ready." From behind, Bu Yunseal silently watched him. After some time passed, everyone came back out wearing new clothes. Bu Yunseal had changed as well, lowering his eyes briefly to the black training uniform now on his body. At the front of the group, the man raised his voice and began speaking. "I'll explain what all of you will be doing from here on." Bu Yunseal only glanced over, showing little real interest. Then he started explaining the rules of the next stage. Here on Hell Island, 10 martial halls have been established. Each one teaches the martial arts of one of the 10 demon sections. He tapped the wooden board beside him. "You can study all of them, or devote yourself to just one. That decision is yours." Standing in the crowd, Bu Yunseal listened while chatter spread all around him. "You can rest, waste time, or train. It's all up to you," people said with laughter in their voices. Bu Yunseal's face hardened. Something felt wrong. These were the very same people who had turned the second trial into a slaughterhouse. Even so, the crowd kept chatting excitedly like none of that had happened. "So where should we go? What about Sabato?" One of them called out confidently, obviously Hwa Wimyung. They say it's the strongest sect on this island. That was enough to get the others moving. Come on, let's go. Bu Yunsil swept his eyes over them and saw that most of the group was heading the same way. Hwa Wimyung. He remembered hearing that it was the strongest among the 10 demon sects. As he passed by them, he thought, learning the strongest martial art would definitely have its value. But for someone like me, who still knows almost nothing, brute strength isn't the most important thing right now. Then suddenly, Bu Yunsil's eyes widened when something in another direction caught his attention. Without saying a word, he turned away from the crowd and started walking the opposite way. What I need right now. After a while, he came to a stop in front of an old house hidden deep in the woods, a place that looked completely abandoned. He stared at it in silence, his gaze growing heavier as he thought. Is this really supposed to be a martial hall? Thinking back on what he knew, Bu Yunsil remembered that Nangia Pavilion was a declining sect, barely managing to hold onto its place among the 10 demon sects. Even so, because it had once produced countless supreme masters, its name still endured. Remembering the stories his grandfather had told him about the martial world, Bu Yunsil made his decision. Then this is the place. As he stood there thinking, he noticed something odd on the ground and lowered his gaze with a cautious frown. He immediately scanned the area, body tensing with suspicion. Then, without warning, someone rose straight up from the soil itself. What is this? A head pushed out from the earth, its eyes full of menace. You came here because you want to become one of the 10 demon successors? The man was Sa Wu, the hidden master of Nangia Pavilion. Bu Yunsil stood over him, staring down at the head sticking out of the dirt. The discomfort on his face was impossible to hide as he looked at the strange man below him. The moment he realized who it was, he quickly bowed with respect. Yes, I came here to learn Nangia Pavilion's martial arts. Looking down at him, Bu Yunsil's expression grew even tighter. Sa Wu's gaze was sharp enough to cut. Narrowing his eyes, he let out a low, Then Sa Wu rose fully out of the ground and said in a cold, stern voice, Don't waste your life here. Go back. I have no intention of teaching martial arts, especially not to some frail boy like you. Bu Yunsil answered right away. I heard that once someone masters Nangia Pavilion's techniques, they gain the greatest endurance in the world. Sa Wu stepped closer with a faint smirk. Not bad. You know quite a bit about this dying art. Bu Yunsil felt like countless blades were aimed at him, but Sa Wu kept going. Even geniuses have a hard time mastering Nangia's style. It starts by rebuilding the body itself. With a frame as weak as yours, you'd be dead before a single day passed. After saying that, Sa Wu slowly sank back into the ground, never taking his eyes off Bu Yunsil. If you understand, then disappear. Instead, Bu Yunsil dropped to his knees and bowed respectfully towards Sa Wu. Seeing that, Sa Wu frowned. What exactly are you doing? Still bowing, Bu Yunsil replied. Since you've already taught me something, shouldn't a disciple bow to his master? Sa Wu stared at him for a moment, then muttered under his breath, Idiot! After that, he closed his eyes and sank into thought. At last, Sa Wu spoke again. Fine, I'll teach you. As he rose back up from the ground, he added, But don't get the wrong idea. I'm only teaching you because it's an order from the demonic hall. Bu Yunsil froze, clearly caught off guard by that. Standing firmly in front of him, Sa Wu said, I am the hidden master of Nangia Pavilion. From now on, you will call me Old Sa. Bu Yunsil placed a hand over his chest and started to speak. I am Bu Yunsil, but Sa Wu cut him off with a wave. No. Bu Yunsil looked at him uncertainly as Sa Wu said, To me, you are only trainee number 1. Sa Wu raised 2 fingers toward him. That's enough talking. We start now. Without any warning, 2 streaks of light shot straight into Bu Yunsil's eyes. His eyes flew wide in shock, and his gaze instantly turned blank. His pupils darkened more and more until both eyes became pitch black. Darkness swallowed everything around him, and he stood there in confusion, unable to see anything at all. Panic started to rise, but then a voice echoed out. Don't be afraid. Calm your mind. It was Sa Wu, guiding him in a steady tone. Sa Wu explained, I've temporarily sealed your sight with the secret art of Nungak. It's a necessary step for learning the foundational technique of Nungak, the wild beast path. Hearing that, Bu Yunsil asked in confusion, The wild beast path? Sensing how lost he was, Sa Wu explained further. It sharpens all of your senses and gives you the instincts of a beast. Sa Wu continued, The highest form of Nungak's martial arts is different from the others. Its shape changes endlessly depending on how its successor perceives it. The more Bu Yunseal listened, the more uneasy he became. Just learning the basics already sounded as difficult as mastering a whole other martial art. As he stood there listening, the confusion on his face only deepened while Sa Wu kept speaking. That's why almost no one even dares to attempt this training anymore. A strange radiance began rising from Sa Wu's body, so intense that Bu Yunseal had to turn his face away. Even then, Sa Wu continued speaking. If you succeed, a shining white tiger will appear before you. Light blazed around Sa Wu as he shouted. And you'll gain the senses of a true beast. He let out a quiet chuckle. Of course, most people die long before they ever make it that far. Sa Wu stepped closer to where Bu Yunseal was standing. Standing there in the backlight like a towering figure, he said, in about half an hour, your body should start adjusting to the darkness. Bu Yunseal could only stand there, too stunned to answer. As Bu Yunseal's fear reached its peak, Sa Wu leaned in and added, I'll be back by then. The moment he left, a fierce gust of wind tore through the shabby hut. Little by little, Bu Yunseal started getting used to the blindness. The unease was still there, but he could feel himself becoming a little steadier. People say that when one sense disappears, the others get sharper, but apparently it doesn't work that easily. Then Sa Wu's earlier words came back to him. Normally, half an hour should be enough to adapt. His eyes moved restlessly as he thought, this is too slow. I need to adapt faster than this. With that in mind, he dropped to the floor and crawled, feeling his surroundings by touch. Then he stood and explored again with his hands before lowering himself once more and crawling all over again. If someone attacked him right now and drove a blade through his chest, he would die on the spot. In a place full of martial artists all fighting to become the 10 demon successors, a surprise attack could come at any time. Thinking that way, Bu Yunseal pictured an enemy behind him, raising a weapon for a killing blow. Trusting that image, Bu Yunseal spun around immediately. In the next instant, his whole body was thrown up into the air. He slammed hard into the dirt with a painful crash. Once your sight is gone, balance becomes everything. By then, night had fully fallen, and the sky overhead was packed with tightly clustered stars glowing faintly above. Old Sa Wu woke from a long nap, yawned, and stepped outside. By now, he's probably still stumbling around without a clue. But to his surprise, Bu Yunseal was already moving around with a decent amount of control, drawing a low hum of approval from Sa Wu. As he watched, Sa Wu's eyes turned thoughtful. Interesting. Most people would just sit there and wait for their senses to come back. Watching Bu Yunseal's movements, he muttered. But this one keeps imagining enemies and never stops moving. Bu Yunseal stomped hard against the ground. Maybe because of that, his movements were already getting smoother. Now it took only 2 steps for him to cover a surprising distance. One hand caught a rock while his foot snapped out in a sharp kick. As he landed lightly, a faint aura seemed to cling to Bu Yunseal's body. He was adapting far faster than anyone would have expected. Seeing that, Sa Wu smiled with satisfaction. Good. Looks like you're finally starting to get used to it. Sa Wu, the dustless blade, drew the sword from his back and shouted, Now try dodging my sword. There was absolutely no mercy in the attack that followed. The forest fell dead silent, and only the sharp whistle of his blade cut through the air. What felt like an instant later, 3 full days had passed. By then, Bu Yunseal had been beaten to the point of collapse, finally falling face first into a puddle of mud. The rain came down even harder as Sa Wu calmly rested his sword on one shoulder, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the battered boy in front of him. With every piece of clothing torn apart, Bu Yunseal looked like he had already reached his limit. And yet, no. Sa Wu burst forward again in an instant, moving with terrifying speed. Bu Yunseal could not defend himself in time and took the hit straight to the stomach. Sa Wu wiped the rain from his face and looked down at him. It's been 3 days already. By now, most people would be questioning this training, but he just takes every beating in silence. Under the pounding rain, Bu Yunseal breathed heavily, but he still forced himself back to his feet, gripping his sword without a single complaint. Seeing that, Sa Wu could no longer hide his curiosity. Why don't you ask me anything? Like how to dodge? Or what kind of technique you should be using? Bu Yunseal's eyes widened slightly. Then he steadied himself and answered in a cold voice. You said the essence of Nangia Pavilion lies in enlightenment, so I assumed every move you make must have meaning. That answer clearly caught Sa Wu by surprise, and he frowned as he stared down at the boy. Then he closed his eyes and let out a quiet chuckle. You're right. Sa Wu tightened his grip on the sword and rushed straight at Bu Yunseal once again. Then let's keep going. Bu Yunseal stood there calmly, without even the slightest sign of panic. He closed his eyes and focused on everything around him, and for the first time, He could clearly sense Sa Wu's movements. I can feel it now, he thought in surprise. In just 3 days, Bu Yunseal had reached the point where he could perceive almost every movement and attack Sa Wu made. He still could not see the actual path of the blade, but he could sense where it was going, even if completely dodging it was still beyond him. Bu Yunseal raised his own sword. Then, in the very next moment, steel crashed into steel as he successfully blocked Sa Wu's strike. The two blades collided head-on, and sparks burst between them. Bu Yunseal had stopped the attack. Biting down hard on his lip, he poured every last bit of strength into holding his position. Even Sa Wu, a man who had survived countless battles, could not hide his shock at how quickly Bu Yunseal was improving. He let out a silent breath and thought, did he really just block the silent sword strike? After the rain passed, sunlight broke through the clouds. Sa Wu muttered under his breath, only 3 days? At that same moment, Bu Yunseal was blown backward, his sword scraping across the ground and throwing off a fiery trail. Completely drained, he sat on the ground and stared blankly up at the sky. Even blocking a single strike now felt impossible. Then a bamboo flask dropped onto his stomach. Here, drink. Bu Yunseal grabbed the flask with tired hands and fumbled for it. Thank you, master. He raised the flask and emptied it in one shot, not leaving behind a single drop, while Sa Wu watched in silence. The moment he swallowed it, Bu Yunseal realized it was not water at all. Strength surged through his body instantly, like all the blood he had lost had come rushing back at once. Sa Wu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the flask in Bu Yunseal's hand. That was the celestial spring elixir, the treasure I protected my entire life, and still, I do not regret giving it to him. A deeply satisfied grin spread across Sa Wu's face, because I have spent my whole life waiting for the greatest prodigy under heaven. The rain was still coming down hard, pounding steadily against the roof overhead. Blow after blow kept crashing into Bu Yunseal, and all he could do was barely keep his defense from falling apart. Even then, Sa Wu never let up, continuing to press him harder with every passing strike. Bu Yunseal did not step back and he did not try to run. Instead, he chose to face Sa Wu head-on. Seeing that, Sa Wu showed a faint smile of approval. His sword swept across Bu Yunseal's face as he shouted, again, block this one too. Bu Yunseal tensed up as Sa Wu brought down another crushing attack. Bu Yunseal slipped to the side and barely escaped the strike. But in the very next instant, Sa Wu was already behind him. Not yet. Fear tightened across Bu Yunseal's face. The second he heard that voice, Bu Yunseal realized Sa Wu was behind him, and he threw a startled glance over his shoulder. Moving on pure instinct, he slashed backward, and the unexpected counter actually caught Sa Wu off guard. When no second strike came, Bu Yunseal frowned. Why isn't he attacking? Sa Wu suddenly burst out laughing. To think the weapon I had been searching for this whole time was right in front of me. A faint glimmer slipped back into Bu Yunseal's eyes, leaving him frozen in place. He blinked in disbelief and realized his sight had returned. Looking down at his own hands, he let out a sharp breath. Sa Wu called out, Bu Yunseal. Then he walked over with a bright smile and patted him on the shoulder. Forget becoming a 10-demon successor. Become an official disciple of Nangia instead. Bu Yunseal looked up at him in shock. Seeing that expression, Sa Wu proudly said, give me 10 years, and I'll forge you into one of the strongest masters in the Demon Palace. Lowering his head, Bu Yunseal thought, one of the strongest masters in the Demon Palace. After everything I've seen, those can't be empty words. But when he thought about his past and the man who killed his grandfather, he knew that person's skill had been beyond anything he could imagine. If that was true, then mastering only Nangia Pavilion's martial arts would never be enough. Bu Yunseal clenched his jaw and sank into thought. Then he lifted his head and looked straight at Sa Wu with unwavering resolve. I will become one of the 10 demons. Sa Wu stared at him, clearly stunned by that answer. His face went blank as he let out a long breath. If you're talking about mastering all the martial arts of the 10 demon sects, then give up on that idea. Not even the heavenly demon emperor himself could do it. Then Sa Wu told him about disciples from the past, explaining that every martial art required a different body and a different flow of internal energy. Even a genius could only master 2 or 3 at most. The fastest way to become the strongest expert in the Demon Palace was to devote yourself completely to one path. Bu Yunseal brought his hands together and bowed respectfully. Please test me, master. Sa Wu lowered his eyes, his expression unreadable. He really has no intention of changing his mind? After a short pause, he opened his mouth as if he were about to speak, then stopped midway. Then he turned away and said, fine. From now on, go learn another martial art. Those words left Bu Yunseal standing there in stunned confusion. Uneasy, Bu Yunseal stammered. But I only just learned the basics of Nangia Pavilion. Sa Wu did not even bother to look back as he lazily replied. Nungak's techniques are not something passed down through words or explanations. Then Sa Wu spun around, his eyes flashing, and attacked without warning. Almost on reflex, Bu Yunseal brought up his sword and blocked it, shocking even himself. Sa Wu turned with a broad grin spread across his face. You've already mastered Nungak's wild beast path. He said it as he slid his sword back into the sheath. Bu Yunseal recalled every strike Sa Wu had thrown at him, and suddenly it all clicked. So those attacks, all of them were the techniques of the wild beast path, he realized in amazement. Bowing deeply, Bu Yunseal said, Thank you, old Sa. Sa Wu clasped his hands behind his back and answered calmly. There's no need to thank me. Like I told you, I only followed the demonic hall's orders. Remembering the medicine Sa Wu had given him, Bu Yunseal added, But you also gave me the medicine that saved my life. I will never forget that kindness. Sa Wu answered bluntly, Forget it. Bu Yunseal froze and stared at him in disbelief, unsure if he had heard him correctly. Sa Wu said in a serious voice, That's the martial world for you. Gratitude and hatred alike. If you can forget them, then forget them. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal's face darkened. He said nothing more and simply stared quietly at the ground. Then he turned his gaze toward the distant mountain and slowly dropped to one knee. Bowing deeply, he said, I bid you farewell. The sky was clear and calm. After offering that bow to Sa Wu, Bu Yunseal turned and started to leave. Sa Wu remained in the forest, silently watching his figure grow smaller in the distance. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured, Unbelievable. Where did a talent like that even come from? As he moved through the forest, Bu Yunseal stayed alert and thought, Sooner or later, a bloody storm is bound to break out on this hell island. He lifted his eyes and took in the surroundings. Maybe it's because I learned the wild beast path, but I'm sensing far too much now. Even when I'm doing nothing, it drains me, he thought, picking up every tiny detail around him. I can't even rest properly like this. I need to learn how to control it. He clenched his fists and began sharpening and adjusting his senses. Normally, I keep that power sealed down as far as it can go, pushed to the absolute minimum. Then, in the next moment, a glint of light flashed across a raindrop hanging from the tip of a leaf. That droplet finally gave way and fell into the puddle beneath it, and for a split second the stream around it seemed to stop moving altogether. Bu Yunseal's eyes immediately brightened, like something had just clicked in his mind. He stayed perfectly still and lifted his gaze toward the sky. This should do it. For now, he said under his breath. He took out a map and looked over it carefully. Next, he murmured, pressing a hand to his mouth as he thought. There's no way the demonic hall intends to leave us stuck training on this cursed island forever. That meant time was running out. After a brief pause, Bu Yunseal folded the map back up and put it away. There wasn't any other road left for him to take. His thoughts wandered to the past, to the Supreme Grandmaster who had once stood beside the heavenly demon emperor 7 centuries earlier. The flame emperor of Hwa Wimyung had once raised his burning blade to the heavens and faced the entire world alone. Then I guess I'll have to head to the strongest of the 10 demon sects he founded. Morning came to Hwa Wimyung as sunlight broke through the clouds and poured down across the earth. When Bu Yunseal reached the massive gate of Hwa Wimyung, he stopped for a moment and took it in. Compared to the simple training grounds of Nangia Pavilion, this place looked more like an imperial palace than a sect. Without pausing any longer, he stepped up and knocked on the gate twice. From inside, an annoyed voice reacted right away. A large man with a broad frame stepped out. A guest at a time like this? Who are you supposed to be? But the instant he got a clear look at him, the man suddenly froze. Surprise spread plainly across his face. You're... Before the man could say anything more, Bu Yunseal bowed with his hands clasped. I came here to learn Hwa Wimyung's martial arts. At the same time, he thought to himself that this man must be one of Hwa Wimyung's masters. The man slowly looked him over from head to toe, then motioned forward. Come with me. Bu Yunseal quietly lifted his head. As the two of them walked, the man began speaking. The sword art of our sect stands above all demonic martial disciplines. It's a blade art that can even consume time itself. He went on to explain a little more before asking, the ones who came before you already finished the beginner course and moved on to intermediate training. So why are you only showing up after half a month? Walking one step behind him, Bu Yunseal answered, I spent the past 15 days training at Nangia Pavilion. The man glanced back over his shoulder. Nangia Pavilion? Don't tell me you went there to learn the Wandering Beast Pavilion path. Bu Yunsil gave a small nod. I did. The man thought to himself that even if the boy was talented, there was no way anyone could truly master the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in just 15 days. With his eyes briefly shut in annoyance, he grumbled inwardly that Sa Wu must have sent this little nuisance over just to give him a headache. And in his head, it was almost like Sa Wu immediately fired back, asking what he had done wrong. Then the young man pointed to himself. I'm Jingak, the instructor for the beginner class. You can call me teacher. That was how Jingak of Hwa Wimyung introduced himself. Jingak then asked Bu Yunsil, are you really set on learning Hwa Wimyung's martial arts? You still have time to turn around and enter a different sect. Bu Yunsil answered him with a completely serious expression. Thank you for your concern. Then, looking him straight in the eye, Bu Yunsil added, but I'm going to learn Hwa Wimyung swordsmanship. The young man lifted one foot slightly. Fine then. And the next second he stomped down hard, sending a heavy wave of force through the ground. A scroll dropped down behind him. Take it. It contains the foundational theory and core principles of the Fire Dance 13 forms. Read it carefully. Bu Yunsil quietly stared at the writing on the scroll. Then his expression went blank, and he just stood there without moving. Pointing at the scroll, he finally asked, that thing in front of me. What exactly am I supposed to do with it? Jingak frowned, and his voice turned sharp. What did you just say? Don't tell me you can't even read a sword manual. Bu Yunsil replied immediately, I can't. For a moment Jingak was so caught off guard that he couldn't say a single word. Bu Yunsil then added, a little awkwardly, before I came here, I'd never learned swordsmanship in the first place. The young man was left completely stunned, like he genuinely couldn't process what he had just heard. Jingak stared at him in disbelief. So you mean you've never learned martial arts at all? Bu Yunsil scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That's right. Only then did Jingak remember. Right, the file had said he was a spiritual reciter. During the second trial, he hadn't used any sword techniques whatsoever. But if he couldn't even read a basic manual, then that meant something else entirely. His reflexes and perception during that fight had been absurdly sharp. When it came to choosing the right path for his movements, his judgment had been exceptional, as if he could see straight through everything in front of him with frightening precision. Even while knowing almost nothing, he had already reached that point. If someone taught him properly from here, there was no telling how high he could go. After a moment of thought, Jingak turned back to Bu Yunsil. You may not be able to read a sword manual, but you can read normal writing, can't you? Then start by reading this. Bu Yunsil followed exactly as he was told, loosening his entire body until it settled into a natural water-like flow. Jingak explained it carefully. First, relax your whole body. When you perform sword techniques, your movements need to stay smooth, never stiff. More than anything, you have to release the tension in your waist and abdomen. The moment he heard that, Bu Yunsil let every bit of tension go and slumped down like an old man. Like this, sir? Jingak nearly lost his jaw. Good grief. Is this really the level of the 10 demon successor trials now? He muttered in disbelief. But Jingak quickly stepped in and adjusted him. Straighten up first. Keep your mind steady, but let your body stay loose. Once your body tightens, force gathers in your stomach, and the moment your stomach locks up, the rest of you stiffens too. To move like water meant moving fast and without obstruction, and almost instantly, Bu Yunsil slipped into the correct stance and executed the form cleanly and precisely. Jingak's mouth dropped open again. He got it right in one attempt. Just from hearing the explanation once, he couldn't help but praise him out loud. Exactly. That's it. Now, I'll teach you the Fire Dance 13 forms. From there, time passed with Jingak teaching him in painstaking detail, step by step. And Bu Yunsil trained seriously, following every instruction exactly as it was given. Even with sweat pouring down his body, he never stopped, and not once did he give in. All throughout the training, Jingak kept him going, giving him steady encouragement so he wouldn't lose his pace. Bit by bit, Bu Yunsil's sword swings became sharper, cleaner, and more complete, until there was barely anything left to correct. The smooth flow of his blade, together with the focused look in his eyes, left Jingak genuinely stunned. Just like I thought, this kid really is gifted, Jingak said to himself. After many grueling days of non-stop practice, Jingak finally spoke. Now imagine there's an enemy right in front of you, and show me the Fire Dance 13 forms. Bu Yunsil hesitated with a puzzled look, and Jingak quickly explained before he could ask. That's right. This is your test to enter the intermediate dojo. You need to strike like you're facing a real opponent. Only then can I properly see your sword intent. At those words, Bu Yunseal went quiet. So this is the test. Sooner than I expected. I need to use this chance well, he told himself. Without wasting even a second, he straightened himself and immediately settled into a fighting stance. Then he began imagining the person standing in front of him, the one he knew he had to surpass. From deep inside his subconscious, a dark figure slowly began to take shape before him. In an instant, Bu Yunseal's gaze changed, turning cold and razor-sharp. Then, in the very next moment, he drew his sword. He leveled it at the enemy in his mind and unleashed his strike. Fire danced 13 forms. First form, whirling wind unbounded. Even outside Bu Yunseal's imagined world, Jinggak was startled by the force behind that move. But Bu Yunseal didn't stop after that and immediately followed up with another attack. Fire danced 13 forms. Third form, flowing clouds, fading mist. Jinggak was completely at a loss for words. Wait. That was the fire dance 13 forms? Flowing clouds, fading mist was supposed to be a gentle, graceful technique, like clouds drifting by and mist spreading softly through the air. But in Bu Yunseal's hands, the move was filled with fierce and violent killing intent. Jinggak could only wonder in silence. Did he just alter the technique on purpose? To freely change a sword form handed down through generations was something people only ever said legendary grandmasters could do. And beyond that, the murderous aura in his strike felt like the rage of someone standing before the killer of his own master or parents. This was supposed to be a sword art praised as upright even among demonic sections. So why did it suddenly feel this brutal? What kind of hidden truth was buried inside it? Even Bu Yunseal himself looked unsettled after that strike, confused by the strange feeling that his hand had moved on its own. Could this be because of the wandering beast pavilion path? He wondered, is that what changed the fire dance 13 forms? The sensation from the wandering beast pavilion path became even more vivid to him. Could the instincts from that path really merge with Hwa Wimyung's sword path? But if he had truly mixed those instincts into Hwa Wimyung's sword flow, then he would fail this test immediately. Altering a sword form passed down for generations was absolutely forbidden. At that moment, murderous intent blazed in Bu Yunseal's eyes. He stared fiercely at the shadowy figure standing before him in his imagination. Hatred rose up from deep inside him because in his mind, that figure was the one who killed his grandfather. His eyes turned empty, as though he had been completely swallowed by the illusion he created himself. With his teeth clenched tight, he leapt high into the air and charged straight at that enemy without a hint of hesitation. Fire danced 13 forms, 7th form, waves across the 4 seas. But the moment he moved, he realized something was wrong. That figure was too fast, far faster than anyone he had faced before. The enemy's sword came at him almost instantly, swinging with the same terrifying speed. He barely managed to escape the killing blow by the slimmest margin. I can't let him get away again, he thought, his desperation sharpening his focus. Bu Yunseal gripped the hilt so tightly that his hand started to ache. Then he poured every last bit of strength he had left into a full-power swing. But his opponent was even faster and struck first, landing the deciding blow. He wasn't able to react at all. All he could see was his own arms being cut off and falling away, followed by a scream of unbearable pain. Thankfully, it was only inside the illusion. Bu Yunseal snapped back to reality at once. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and his hands were shaking so badly, he could barely hold onto the sword. For a second, it almost slipped right out of his hands. The moment Jinggak saw that, he understood what had happened. Bu Yunseal had lost. And yet, a satisfied smile still formed on Jinggak's face. He looked at Bu Yunseal and told him he had passed. Bu Yunseal could only stare back in confusion. Jinggak continued, the beginner test is only meant to see whether you understand the basics of swordsmanship, and whether you can actually use the fire dance 13 forms in a real fight. You did both of those perfectly. Jinggak placed the sword back into Bu Yunseal's hands. And this time he didn't hold back his praise at all. Your fire dance 13 forms were excellent. You've earned your place in the intermediate dojo. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal felt genuine gratitude well up inside him. Teaching someone as inexperienced as me must have been exhausting, he thought. But even so, he guided me patiently the whole way. With that feeling in his heart, Bu Yunseal bowed deeply to Jinggak. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Jinggak gave him one last piece of advice. From here on, keep training hard and become even stronger. Then his tone suddenly dropped, turning much more serious. There's too much killing intent in your sword. Be careful. If you're not careful, that intent may swallow you whole, Jinggak warned. Bu Yunseal seemed to already understand that himself. He bowed to Jingak one more time and turned to leave. Only after watching him go did Jingak fully realize it. So that was it. He really mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month. Maybe his ability to grasp things was simply too fast for normal standards, and that was why he had reached the intermediate dojo far sooner than anyone expected. At first, I thought he might not be strong enough to keep up. But now I know for sure. Even the intermediate instructor, while Jingak was still lost in thought, Yunseal had already made his way to the intermediate dojo. The door opened, and the instant it did, a sharp, commanding voice rang out from inside. "Who are you? This place is already full. Leave." The man speaking was Cheon Ungwang, Hwa Wimyung's intermediate dojo instructor. Jingak quietly let out a sigh to himself. So in the end, there was no avoiding this. Yunseal really did end up crossing paths with him. Inside the intermediate class, Yunseal remained calm, ready to show what he could do without the slightest trace of panic. That calm, fearless attitude caught Cheon Ungwang's attention right away. Cheon Ungwang clicked his tongue and looked at him with disdain. "You look like someone who barely made it out of the beginner class. If it took you over 20 days just to learn the fire dance 13 forms, then you're wasting your time being here." Yunseal didn't react to the insult at all. He simply gave a small bow and said, "I came late because I spent half a month training at Nangia Pavilion." That made Cheon Ungwang pause for a moment. So his beginner training wasn't actually delayed. Nangia Pavilion. Then this must be that kid who learned the Wandering Beast Pavilion path and came here afterward. Cheon Ungwang decided not to ask anything else. "Fine. Since you passed the beginner level, sit down. We'll see how long you can hold out here." Without wasting any more time, he started the lesson. The Fire Dance Thundersword is built around lightning-fast strikes. If you can't control it properly, the one it injures will be you. Just like the Fire Dance 13 forms, it's also a technique that's hard to use effectively in real combat. Even so, it remains an important discipline. It may be dangerous, but in the end, it's still only a basic sword art. This time, we won't be judging victory or defeat. We'll be judging how well you control the sword itself. After explaining that, he gave the order. "Bayak Hanseong, step forward and choose your opponent." Bayak Hanseong smirked, clearly pleased. "Anyone I want?" The instructor answered without hesitation. "Anyone." Bayak Hanseong stood up right away and pointed. "Then I choose him." And the person he picked was Yunseal. Cheon Ungwang hesitated. "That one." Bayak Hanseong immediately shot back. "You said we could pick anyone, didn't you?" A vein twitched at Cheon Ungwang's temple. "You, of all people, want to challenge someone who just left the beginner level? What kind of match is that? Pick someone else." To everyone's surprise, Yunseal spoke up calmly. "I'll accept." Cheon Ungwang blinked, clearly thrown off. "What did you say?" Yunseal rose to his feet and answered firmly. "I said I'll fight." Then, with complete sincerity, he added, "The beginner instructor taught me himself. If I get chances to spar with other people, I think I'll improve much faster." Cheon Ungwang thought to himself, with nothing but beginner-level skill, is this kid just trying to protect his pride? The instructor let out a sigh. "If both of you are set on this, then I've got no reason to stop it." "Fine. A true warrior tests his martial path with his own body. Let's see whether you really have what it takes to reach the advanced class." At that moment, Bayak Hanseong looked at Yunseal with open killing intent. Lucky me, he thought. With this many talented people around, it's hard to stand out. But if I crush this guy here, my standing will jump in one move. The two of them soon stepped into position and prepared to duel. Then a voice echoed in from somewhere farther away. "You've got guts." But Bayak Hanseong, fired up as ever, swung his wooden sword in the very next instant. With nothing but spirit and recklessness, you won't last long in the martial world. The moment the match began, he shot toward Yunseal like a flash of lightning. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Yunseal barely dodged the opening strike. That only made Bayak Hanseong more excited. Not bad. Caught up in the momentum, he followed with another vicious slash without any hesitation. Under that heavy pressure, Yunseal's hands began to shake. Seeing that, Bayak Hanseong's grin spread even wider. That shaky grip. Yeah, he's definitely a rookie. "You awkward idiot. I'll show you what the Fire Dance Thundersword is really supposed to look like." Convinced he had total control of the fight, he pressed in even harder. In the next second, Bayak Hanseong unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp strikes, each one flashing out with lightning speed. Then all at once, he froze in the middle of his attack. The grin disappeared from his face as soon as he realized Yunseal had dodged every single strike. What the hell? He avoided all of them? His expression twisted with disbelief. Watching from the side, Cheon Ungwang wasn't impressed at all. Byok Hanseong's swordsmanship is pathetic. Cheon Ungwang's eyes then shifted over to Bu Yunseal. But that one, he's not dodging just because he's fast. It feels more like he's reading the attacks before they even happen. For a moment, the thought crossed Cheon Ungwang's mind. Could he really have mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? But he immediately dismissed it. No, that was impossible. At Nangia Pavilion, the Wandering Beast Pavilion path might sound simple by name, but in reality, it was a supreme technique that only fighters tempered through countless battles could truly complete. Even a genius shouldn't have been able to master something like that in just half a month. There was no way. Suddenly, Cheon Ungwang stomped the ground with a heavy thud. Dodging by itself doesn't count. I said this duel is meant to test swordsmanship, not raw reflexes or brute strength. The moment those words reached him, Bu Yunseal stopped moving. Without any hesitation, he settled into a proper combat stance. His eyes turned faintly distant, almost blurred. And then, in the very next instant, he burst forward and cut through the air with a blazing red slash. The disciples watching were stunned. That's the Fire Dance 13 forms. They recognized the technique immediately. Byok Hanseong curled his lips into a vicious grin. So that's it. He's attacking with the Fire Dance 13 forms. But another disciple watching narrowed his eyes. No, something about it feels off. Byok Hanseong sneered. At that level, I could block it with my eyes shut. But before he could even react, the blade flashed right past him. Byok Hanseong's face twisted in shock. What the hell was that? You call that the Fire Dance 13 forms? Bu Yunseal's sword kept coming without a break. One strike after another, like fireworks exploding in rapid succession. Byok Hanseong's thoughts started to spiral. Is this bastard hiding his real power? Or did he actually change the Fire Dance 13 forms just to make a fool out of me? So that's your game. You're trying to catch the instructor's eye and leap straight into the advanced class, aren't you? Damn it. With that thought locking into place, Byok Hanseong decided he was going all out against Bu Yunseal. He clenched his teeth, eyes burning. The one who's moving up to the upper class is going to be me. Asura sword technique, blood-breaking form. The moment their blades collided, it felt like the entire hall flared up from the violence of the impact. Cheon Ungwang watched carefully. That's a killing move from the Asura heavenly sword. Huh? Still, there's no rule saying he has to use only Hwa Wimyung techniques. Then, all at once, his eyes widened. That brat. Even in this kind of chaos, he's still holding his ground without losing his balance? His suspicion only deepened. Could Bu Yunseal really have mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? Byok Hanseong kept driving forward, attacking without giving an inch. Damn it, every time he dodges, this bastard moves like a ghost. But this time, it ends here, he thought as he threw himself forward recklessly. Even Cheon Ungwang was taken aback by how reckless that charge was, almost like a suicide attack. In the blink of an eye, Byok Hanseong disappeared from sight. Like a moth diving into a flame, he unleashed blood wind embracing the moon. Bu Yunseal's sword arm moved so fast it was almost impossible to track. The two met head-on, and the pressure between them was so sharp it felt like it could slice through the air. All the disciples around them held their breath, waiting in complete silence to see how it would end. Cheon Ungwang stood there frozen for a full 5 seconds, like his soul had left his body. And then the result became clear. Bu Yunseal's sword had already pierced his opponent's vital point. Fire Dance 13 forms, 13th form, Infinite Infinity. Byok Hanseong coughed up blood from the blow and was utterly defeated. A moment later he dropped flat to the floor. Bu Yunseal turned his head and calmly looked down at Byok Hanseong. At that sight, the disciples around them went stiff like statues. Their voices trembled as they stammered, Is he dead? After bringing Byok Hanseong down, Bu Yunseal calmly slid his sword back into its sheath while the other man remained motionless on the floor. Cheon Ungwang rushed over at once, realizing something was very wrong. He's dead. The strike landed right on the vital acupoint, Danyong. He immediately demanded, You're from Nangia Pavilion, aren't you? Bu Yunseal shook his head. No. Cheon Ungwang pressed him harder. Then did you really master the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month? Bu Yunseal answered honestly, I only learned the basics. Hearing that, Cheon Ungwang burst into laughter. The basics? Since when did Nangia Pavilion start teaching people to lie? Before anyone else could say anything, Cheon Ungwang coldly gave the order. That's enough. Clean this up now. The other disciples were horrified. He really killed someone in a normal sparring match? That's insane. Shouldn't he be punished for this? Cheon Ungwang's aura turned murderous as he spoke. Don't kid yourselves. This may be called a dojo, but in truth it's hell. The moment you strike with killing intent, you must be ready to die the same way. Now then, the match continues. Not long after that, the disciples were crossing swords again. A few of them were so drained from the fighting that they dropped where they stood just to catch their breath. The rest still held their blood-stained blades tight, showing no sign of stopping. They locked eyes with one another, every stare filled with open killing intent, while Cheon Ungwang calmly stepped forward without saying a word. Then he pointed behind him and gave the order. You're disqualified. Leave now and find another dojo. Some of them protested immediately. But that was only one round. Please, give us one more chance. He shut them down without hesitation. No. A decent foundation may be enough to pass the beginner class, he said coldly. But mastering Hwa Wimyung takes talent beyond common sense and discipline harsh enough to grind down your bones. The reason you failed is simple. You didn't have that. His words hit them hard, and for a full 5 seconds no one said a thing. Without even looking at them again, he turned his back. Get out. Then, out of nowhere, Bu Yunsil slowly started walking toward him. That movement caught Cheon Ungwang off guard. Facing him head-on, the instructor asked, "Why are you still standing here?" Bu Yunsil answered in a calm voice. "Do I have to leave too?" The man gave him a short answer. "No. You passed both the duel and the exam, so you'll be moving up to the advanced class." Without the slightest pause, Bu Yunsil replied, "If it's only a promotion, then I'd rather stay here." Cheon Ungwang frowned. "Stay? For what?" Bu Yunsil explained. "So far, the only thing I've learned is the fire dance 13 forms. At the intermediate level, I still haven't learned anything new." By then, everyone else had already cleared out, and only the two of them remained inside the dojo. Cheon Ungwang couldn't make sense of it. He mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path and even counter techniques from the Asura sword school. Yet now he's saying he hasn't learned anything? To his surprise, Bu Yunsil answered without a hint of hesitation. "Yes." Seeing how firm he was, Cheon Ungwang let out a sigh. "Fine, I'll teach you. This is the Fire Dance Thundersword, the technique that follows the Fire Dance 13 forms." But even as he said that, Cheon Ungwang's expression darkened. "I hate people who play tricks just to get attention. If I find out you've learned any sword style besides the Fire Dance 13 forms, I'll cut your head off myself." He left that warning hanging in the air in a chilling tone. Then 4 days later, Bu Yunsil shocked Cheon Ungwang once again. From a short distance away, Cheon Ungwang watched him in silence. After 4 straight days of teaching him personally and testing him over and over, he realized Bu Yunsil really had no proper swordsmanship foundation at all. So he really only started learning the sword recently? And still, there was something so smooth and natural in the boy's movements that it kept Cheon Ungwang suspicious. The instructor kept watching, struck by his stubbornness and raw determination. It was like Bu Yunsil would die if he ever stopped training, pouring everything he had into every single move. Cheon Ungwang let out a faint smirk. So that's how he managed to learn the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month. Looking at him now, it actually makes sense. In that moment, Bu Yunsil unleashed a strike that cracked out like thunder. Fire Dance Thunder Sword. Extreme lightning emotion. Even though Bu Yunsil still looked like he had plenty left in him, Cheon Ungwang suddenly cut him off. "That's enough. Stop there. It seems you've already grasped the essence of the Fire Dance Thunder Sword." Bu Yunsil hesitated. "What?" But before he could finish, the instructor stepped forward. The Fire Dance Thunder Sword relies on alternating rapid strikes with continuous attacks, and it has to keep rotating. Since every movement spins the sword around the body, it ends up being almost useless in real combat. Cheon Ungwang paused for a brief moment. "And yet, you performed every one of those forms like you were truly trying to kill someone." Bu Yunsil frowned slightly. "But isn't that what swordsmanship is for?" Cheon Ungwang explained with unusual patience. "In demonic martial arts, killing intent does matter. But Hwa Wimyung gave up that path in order to reach something higher." Then he pressed a finger against Bu Yunsil's forehead and warned him, "That murderous intent in your mind, if you don't get rid of it, one day your own techniques will ruin you." Bu Yunsil touched his forehead and quietly thought to himself, "He sounds just like the chief instructor." Back then, even this instructor had once wielded a killing sword, cutting down everything in front of him without hesitation. Because of that, his reputation, his status, and even his martial arts had all fallen to a lower level. Cheon Ungwang brought that up for one reason alone, to warn him. The killing sword may seem like a shortcut to greater power, but in truth, it only becomes a wall blocking the endless road ahead. From now on, let go of that thirst for blood. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through Bu Yunseal's mind. Ah, right. The lives of those who walk the sword are always filled with sorrow and tragedy. That man had said those words to him clearly back then. That was why martial artists rarely spoke about their past. And those words stayed carved deep in Bu Yunseal's heart. Still a little confused, Bu Yunseal asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" Cheon Ungwang answered, "Didn't I already tell you? I once wielded a killing sword too." Then his tone suddenly turned serious as he asked, "What's your name?" Without hiding anything, Bu Yunseal answered, "I'm Bu Yunseal." Cheon Ungwang recognized the name immediately. "I heard someone survived Jing Gok's second trial. So it was you. So you're that one," he said with a frown. "You've got a serious problem." Bu Yunseal tilted his head slightly. "What problem?" Cheon Ungwang answered him bluntly. "You don't have even the most basic foundation in swordsmanship. The people you'll be facing from here on out are geniuses who've trained since they were little. Once you enter the advanced class and start learning Hwa Wu, the gap between you and them is only going to get bigger. If you want any chance of catching up, then you have to learn stronger martial arts fast and build a foundation solid enough to handle Hwa Wu." After giving that warning, he stopped for a moment before continuing. "To help you shorten that gap, I'll pass down Lightning Unrivaled, the sword art I created myself." But right after that, he revealed the cost behind those words. "The problem is, I never managed to finish Lightning Unrivaled. Because of that technique, every nerve in my fingers was cut apart. That's how brutal and dangerous this sword style really is. It won't just destroy your chances of reaching the upper class. Could leave your hands crippled for good. And if it goes badly enough, you could lose both arms entirely." Even after hearing that, "Do you still want to learn it?" After hearing all of it, Bu Yunseal went quiet for a second. "My hands. So that's the price." Then the resolve inside him flared up even stronger than before. "If this can give me the strength to take my revenge, then I'd give up more than my hands. I'd even give up my soul. Thank you." A month passed after he mastered Lightning Unrivaled and moved beyond the intermediate class. The instructor called it fast, but for me that month felt painfully long. He had started with the basics of the sword in the beginner class, then moved on to more advanced forms in the intermediate class, and now the next gate had finally opened in front of him. It was time for him to step forward again. The instant Bu Yunseal arrived, everyone in the room turned to look at him. He didn't react at all. He simply faced forward, calm and expressionless. A moment later, one thought passed through his mind. So this is the advanced class. The feeling in this place was completely different from anything he had experienced before. Eyes pressed in on him from every side. The weight in this room is on a whole different level from the intermediate class. And more than that, every gaze was wide and sharp, carrying a dangerous edge. Bu Yunseal frowned slightly. "They're not looking at me with contempt anymore. It's probably because I killed Byok Hanseong." He remembered how things used to be, when merely handling a corpse was enough to make people criticize him. But after taking a life with his own hands, he was met with recognition, admiration, and even praise. Then an instructor broke the silence. "So you're Bu Yunseal? I've been hearing a lot about you. I was just about to start, so go ahead and sit down. Thanks for watching." He continued, "Since we've got a new disciple joining us, I'll go over the hidden principles of Hwa Wu and the 7 teachings one more time. The body must stay firm. The posture must remain upright. The chest must open fully, and every strike must sink deep into the target." As Bu Yunseal read through the text, he realized something. Without first mastering the sword forms from the intermediate class, there was no way to truly understand any of these teachings. Once the explanation was over, the instructor stopped and said, "That's all for today. Bu Yunseal, come with me." Bu Yunseal didn't say a word. In the end, he silently followed the instructor to a quiet, secluded spot. The man brushed his hand lightly over the leaves and began to speak. "The realm of swordless victory is the state where you can defeat an enemy with a weapon even when you yourself hold no sword. Simply put, it means reaching a point where you're no longer bound by whether there's a blade in your hand or not." At the same time, the leaves under his hand caught the sunlight and shimmered softly. Then, without any warning at all, the instructor suddenly attacked Bu Yunseal. In that instant, the man's entire aura changed. "Answer me this, if someone attacks you right now and you don't have a sword in your hand, how are you supposed to use sword techniques?" Bu Yunseal stood frozen, caught completely off guard. The instructor went on. "While you were still in the intermediate class, the disciples here had already mastered the first form of Hwa Wu, the techniques of Profound Branch and Hyun, and by now they've already entered the stage of sword debate. Then his tone turned cold. If you can't understand what I'm asking, or if you can't keep up with this class, I'll throw you out without hesitation. So think very carefully before you answer. Bu Yunsil squeezed his eyes shut. If I don't have a sword in my hand, then suddenly his eyes opened wide. Then I'll take my opponent's sword and use it against them. He pulled in spiritual energy and gathered his strength for an attack. Around his arms, the leaves began spinning and curling through the air. But the instructor slipped past it with effortless ease, and Bu Yunsil was left shaken. That conclusion was far too reckless, the man said in a calm, flat voice. Bu Yunsil turned toward him, disbelief written all over his face. No, that's impossible. He pulled back for a brief second, then charged again, only for the instructor to evade him once more. His eyes tightened. I can't read which way he's going to dodge. I probably can't hit him cleanly, he thought. Even so, the instructor stayed right there, as if he were waiting to see what Bu Yunsil would try next. Eventually, after losing track of those movements completely, Bu Yunsil stopped. Then he concentrated with everything he had. If he failed here, he'd lose his place in the advanced class. So he pushed the wild beast path to its very limit and started reading every motion his opponent made. In the very next moment, he thrust his hand forward and rushed straight at the instructor. For a brief instant, his hand reached up toward the cover of leaves, close enough to almost graze them. But then the old man used a technique and blasted him far away. Bu Yunsil hit the ground hard in a single brutal slam. Grimacing, he forced himself back up with a low groan. The man placed a hand on his shoulder and gave a soft, amused chuckle. Still laughing under his breath, he finally said, "You passed." Bu Yunsil was completely thrown by that. Passed? He was sure he had not landed a single hit. Then why was he being told he passed? The man stood up like it was no big deal and said, "Starting tomorrow, come to the training ground before the official hour and practice mystic chi art early." Bu Yunsil answered right away, without even a second of doubt. "Yes, sir." After that, he turned around and slowly made his way off. The man dropped his gaze to the branch still in his hand. It had been stripped nearly bare, and the few leaves still clinging to it were already dry and withered. His thoughts went back to the stance the boy had taken just moments earlier. Even if it's only a wolf cub, a wolf is still a wolf. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ah! This is going to be fun to watch. As the sun dipped lower, the last of its light stretched across the spot where Bu Yunsil stood. The day's lesson was already over. Bu Yunsil looked up at the sky. He could have gone to rest or headed back to train more, but instead he thought it might be worth walking around this hell of an island a little longer. His mind drifted back to the first gate, and he found himself wondering when the next fight on this island would start. Then all of a sudden, he caught the faint sound of bushes rustling behind him. He quietly shut his eyes and listened as unfamiliar footsteps crept closer. 1, 2. Without even turning around, Bu Yunsil counted them by sound alone. 3, maybe 4. But the moment he finally faced them, there was already a full group standing in front of him. 5. And the first thing they did was throw out a warning. "Bu Yunsil, you've been getting way too reckless ever since you joined the intermediate class. You'd better fix that attitude. And don't try blaming anyone else for what happened earlier. That death was on you." Then his voice sank lower. "Before we came here, the 5 of us were known as the 5 Peak Swords. So it was only a matter of time before we were ready for this." Bu Yunsil met their eyes with a sharp, cutting stare, giving up nothing. He shifted into a stance to answer them, and right then he realized there was still one more person hiding nearby. The men snapped at him. "You bastard! Don't even try it." But before they could even finish speaking, one of them suddenly locked up. A lethal blow came from nowhere and dropped him where he stood. The others jolted in panic and whipped around, and the instant they made out that figure in the darkness, they realized Seo Jinha had arrived too. In a steady voice he called out, "Bu Yunsil." Then he said exactly what he came for. "Talk to me." The moment they saw Seo Jinha, everyone went stiff with shock. "Seo Jinha? Why the hell are you here all of a sudden?" Seo Jinha looked at them like they were beneath him. "Get out of here. I didn't come for trash like you." That one line alone was enough to make fear spread through them. Then they broke and ran like startled rabbits. "Damn it! Just you wait." Watching them flee, Bu Yunsil could only think one thing. That guy is ridiculously strong. Seo Jinha slid his sword back into the sheath and muttered, "Cowards. Every last one." Then he turned his eyes straight to Bu Yunsil and wasted no time getting to the point. Without a hint of hesitation, he said, "Come at me head on." He pointed the tip of his sword at him and asked, "Whose side are you on?" That sudden question left Bu Yunsil completely stunned. Then the instructor's voice rang out slowly. Up to this point, all of you have learned the first form of Hwa Wimyung, the mystic chi dance. But a technique only becomes real mastery once it truly becomes yours. Now show me the blazing dance each of you has created. A moment later, he called on Bu Yunsil by name and gave the order directly. Show us your mystic chi dance. Bu Yunsil tightened his hold on the sword and stepped onto the stage. He drew in one long, steady breath, and the moment his entire aura shifted, he began to perform the technique. After finishing the form, he set his foot down. Then Bu Yunsil swung once more, carving through the air and sending out a sharp wave. The instructor said nothing as he watched and made his judgment. The mystic chi dance was supposed to look elegant and refined, but in Bu Yunsil's hands, it had turned into something drenched in killing intent. Then the instructor spoke in a low, even voice. You may return to your seat. Next, Seo Jinha. Seo Jinha rose from his place. The two passed by each other, but Bu Yunsil was the only one who turned to glance back. In that instant, his eyes suddenly tightened. He remembered the wild look Seo Jinha had that day, along with that overwhelming killing intent, and his gaze sharpened even more. At that moment, Seo Jinha's true nature came into focus for him more clearly than ever. Back then, Seo Jinha had been completely out of control, unleashing his full strength. That had not been the mystic chi dance at all. It had been a move aimed right at Bu Yunsil like a direct warning. Still unable to let it go, Bu Yunsil had asked, "Which side? What are you talking about?" At that, Seo Jinha shot back, "Don't pretend you don't know." Bu Yunsil had tilted his head slightly before answering. "I know very well not everyone gathered here came to become successors to the 10 demonic arts." He turned the idea over in his head. This was supposed to be a rare chance to learn the martial arts of the 10 great demonic paths, and yet the way they had selected people was ridiculously careless. It felt like a fox sticking its head out with drool hanging from its mouth. And if that was the case, then maybe this huge opportunity was really bait meant to draw something into the open. Then he pictured that same fox getting struck down and dropping to the ground with a cry. That was when it hit Bu Yunsil. Could there really be a spy hidden among them? Meanwhile, Seo Jinha looked at him with obvious disgust, but from his face and tone, it was clear he was telling the truth. With a quiet sigh, Seo Jinha sheathed his sword. "So you're not one of them. Damn. I thought this was finally about to get interesting." Then he turned away and said, "From now on, keep yourself under control in the dojo." He glanced back one last time, his voice turning icy. "If you keep making yourself a nuisance, I'll cut you down myself." After saying that, Seo Jinha walked off, leaving Bu Yunsil standing there with even more questions than before. A spy, huh? So there's still a lot about this place I haven't figured out yet. Thinking back on how he had blocked that attack, it started to make sense. I've been so focused on learning the martial arts of Nangia Pavilion and Hwa Wimyung. He raised his eyes to the sky and thought, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Whether they're spies or heirs of the demonic path, they're all enemies I'll have to face sooner or later. Looks like it's about to begin very soon. Late that night, deep in the darkness, a sewer rat was busy gnawing at something. Then a massive clawed foot suddenly came down and pinned it in place. It was an eagle flying over the upper-class hall as it passed by. The instructor rested a hand on the desk, signaling that the training period had fully come to an end. He tapped the desk again, making it absolutely clear that the entire course of training was now over. Then he continued in a calm, steady tone. "I'm sure many of you found the study of martial doctrine boring." The disciples listened without a word. Even masters who have survived countless battles still study the principles behind advanced martial arts, because using martial arts and truly understanding them are not the same thing. The explanations I've given you up to this point will, I believe, become a great advantage as you continue down your martial path. He ended with one final remark. "Then I wish all of you good fortune on your martial journey." Right then, a bell suddenly rang out, and confusion rippled through the crowd. What's going on? Without giving them any explanation at all, the instructor made his announcement. "The time has come. So head immediately to Rocky Mountain in the center of the island." At Rocky Mountain, everyone had already gathered below in a heavy, uneasy silence. Jingak turned and spoke. "Everyone's here. Good." Bu Yunsil frowned, clearly irritated. Hyacryan Young stepped forward and spoke. "So, from this moment on," his voice lowered as he formally declared the start of the third trial. At once, murmurs spread among the disciples. The third trial? Wasn't this supposed to be the second? Bu Yunsil quietly thought to himself, so that life and death fight I just survived must have counted as the second. I wonder what the others think is going on. Then Jingak, standing on the stage, spoke again. Soon, this entire cave will be sealed. Once 10 candidates have been chosen, none of you will be allowed to return to your rooms, so prepare everything you need in advance. Someone in the crowd called out, "Why do we have to go that far? And how are we even supposed to be chosen?" Jingak answered without the slightest softness. "That is the Temple Lord's command, you fools. From this point forward, you will kill one another until only 10 candidates remain." Understood. No one answered. The disciples' faces had gone pale and rigid, like every bit of blood had drained out of them. Somewhere in the crowd, someone even let out a thin, uneasy laugh. The old man kept going. "If you want, you can hide in the shadows or keep running instead of fighting. But don't be stupid enough to think that can save you forever. As time passes, the space you're allowed to remain in will keep getting smaller. And anyone who enters the forbidden zone again will be hunted down by the demon hunters. My disciples will butcher every one of them." A dark red killing aura rolled across the area, and Buyunseal felt it sweep straight through his body. The air itself seemed to reek of bloodlust, mixed with a fierce, crushing yang energy. One of the disciples raised his hand and asked, "So we're not supposed to fight back against the demon hunters?" The old man broke into loud laughter. "What, are demonic candidates like you really that helpless? Of course you can kill them. If you've got the strength, then go ahead." The Temple Lord smiled in a warped, unsettling way. Anyone who kills even a single demon hunter will be granted a spot among the 10 candidates immediately. A few people swallowed nervously, and one of them muttered under his breath, "Killing a demon hunter sounds even harder than killing everyone here." The old man shouted again, "Remember this well. You can move in groups or on your own. Ambush them, face them head-on, I don't care. As long as you kill, any method is permitted. That is the only way into the top 10. The instant his words ended, the disciples scattered like startled birds, and Buyunseal kicked off the rocky ground and shot away without a backward glance. He told himself immediately, "First, I need to get away from here as fast as possible. I've already made myself stand out too much. If I slow down now, I'll get surrounded again just like last time." The thought flashed through his mind as the mountain wind roared past his ears and he raced through the forest at night. Before anything else, he decided he needed to secure a safe place. And right now, the safest place he could think of was the thatched hut where he had first started learning martial arts. When he arrived at the dirt courtyard, he stopped and quietly studied the area with cautious eyes. Does the ground look a little off? He crouched and pressed a hand to the soil, and the moment he did, a sharp instinct fired through him. Someone's coming. Within the edge of his senses, 3 people were approaching from the forest. Then a disheveled man suddenly came crashing through the bushes. "Ah, please save me. They're trying to kill me." Panting hard, he stumbled toward Buyunseal. "If you help me, I'll repay you somehow." Buyunseal narrowed his eyes and flicked a glance toward the figures chasing after him, thinking, is this some kind of setup? The man's injuries were real, and there really were 3 pursuers closing in behind him. They were clearly moving as one team. I don't want to get involved in this, but if he keeps running over here, then my hiding place gets exposed too. Without saying a word, Buyunseal looked at the injured man, then stamped the ground and opened the hidden entrance to the cave. Then he dragged the man inside and hid with him. A moment later, the 3 men arrived and scanned the area with sharp, searching eyes. Where did he go? There's no way he vanished that fast. The man with the white cloth tied around his head growled, "That bastard. I'm going to kill him no matter what." Then the leader pointed ahead and said, "He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and search." At once, the 3 split apart and rushed off in different directions to hunt him down. After they left, the ground slowly rose back into place. Buyunseal and the wounded man crawled out from the hidden pit. The man let out a long breath and said, "You saved me. Thank you." Buyunseal answered evenly, "It's nothing. By now, they've probably gone far enough." He glanced down at the pit and thought, this place wasn't built just to hide people. Just like I thought, the old man had this prepared from the start. And while he had been down there, his beast sense had sharpened even more. The pounding of footsteps through the earth and even the clashing of swords had reached him through the vibrations, clear enough to feel almost like sight. Listening through the way of beasts, this must have been what Master Sa Wu had been trying to teach him. The man still stood there looking a little unsure. "Ah, right. I'm Jiam Qiliang of the Blood Gate. Can I ask your name?" Buyunseal kept walking without a word, but after hesitating for a moment, the man hurried after him. "All right, then let's stick together for now. As they moved, he kept talking. When the third trial started, I ran straight into the forest. But people kept coming after me and attacking me. It scared me half to death. Then he added, if you don't mind, let me stay with you. You helped me back there, so I figured you're someone I can trust. Bu Yunseal didn't answer at all. He only gave the man a brief look and kept moving ahead. The man let out a crafty little laugh. Quiet type, huh? Fine, I'll take that as a yes. The two continued down the forest path together, dry leaves crackling softly under their steps. Bu Yunseal lowered his hand to the ground and listened to the vibrations traveling through the earth. Then he said, we're going another way. There's a fight ahead. Jiam Qiliang looked at him, startled. You can hear vibrations? That's amazing. I wish I could do that. Bu Yunseal said nothing and kept moving, and the two of them quietly slipped into the bushes. Then a voice rang through Bu Yunseal's mind. Even if I have to sell my soul, I'll avenge my brothers. Those savage words hit him deep in the chest and dragged up memories steeped in hatred. He suddenly changed course and said, forget the plan. I'm joining that fight. Jiam Qiliang panicked and rushed after him as Bu Yunseal exploded through the bushes. Hidden in the thick leaves, Bu Yunseal moved with slow, precise control. Above him, a masked man was waiting in ambush. The instant Bu Yunseal seemed to let his guard down, the man dropped from above to attack. Bu Yunseal's sword shot up and caught the strike. The ambusher froze, teeth clenched. You blocked my invisible death slash? Are you an assassin too? Bu Yunseal tightened his jaw. If I kill every assassin here, maybe the hatred inside me will quiet down. Even if it's only a little. In the clearing ahead, bodies were already scattered across the ground, and 3 masked men had one victim completely surrounded. One of them growled, it's over. Finish him. He lowered his sword and said, out of respect, I'll make this quick. Then Bu Yunseal appeared out of nowhere and lifted his blade to block. Clang. The man blurted out in shock. Huh? Who the hell is this? Did he bring backup? Panic spread through them, and their formation broke apart. Bu Yunseal said coldly, I just need to kill you. He twisted his waist and slashed straight at the man's neck. The man staggered as blood burst out. Another one cursed, you little bastard. Then the 2 remaining men charged him at the same time. Bu Yunseal clenched his teeth and drove forward with his sword. One enemy went down and then another dropped right after him. The last man brought his blade down, but Bu Yunseal knocked the strike away. The man shouted, die! Blood splattered across Bu Yunseal's face. Then from behind the assassin, a dark figure suddenly appeared and struck down. Blood exploded everywhere. The man burst into laughter. Ha! My revenge is finally finished. Then he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. Bu Yunseal swept his gaze across the battlefield covered in corpses. From the bushes, Jiam Qiliang called out, it's really over now, right? He stumbled over and said, Bu Yunseal, you're seriously strong, but don't let your guard down. With a crooked grin on his face, he suddenly pulled out his weapon and struck from behind. Just as the dagger came down, clang. Bu Yunseal stopped it with his sword. The tension between them pulled tight, like a bowstring stretched to its breaking point. The man gasped in disbelief. How did you know? Bu Yunseal turned and countered, his red blade carving a curved line through the air. He answered calmly, from the way you were standing and the shape at your waist. I already knew you were carrying way too many hidden weapons. It really wasn't that hard to catch. Then he went on. I let you stay with me not because I trusted you, but because I wanted to see how someone born to deceive would act. He added, that kind of thing could be useful in fights later on. Jiam Qiliang gritted his teeth. Impossible. He yanked out a handful of hidden weapons and hurled them forward, shouting, I had you fooled this whole time. His thoughts shook. Something changed. I can see it in his face. Did he really read every single move I was about to make? Bu Yunseal's eyes flashed crimson as his sword came down in a diagonal sweep. The hidden weapons fell and rattled across the ground. Then the next slash tore across the man's shoulder. Crack. Bu Yunseal caught one of the hidden blades in his hand and taunted him. No matter how flashy your tricks are, once someone sees through them, they're not so sharp anymore, are they? The man let out a furious scream and lunged at him like a cornered beast. Bu Yunseal didn't budge. Blood covered his face, but his expression stayed steady, and his breathing settled back into rhythm. As he slipped past the man, Bu Yunseal ended Jiam Qiliang's life. Even then, the man's eyes still clung stubbornly to the last traces of life. Bu Yunseal sheathed his sword and crouched down to collect the hidden weapons. He thought to himself that was nowhere near an easy fight. If I hadn't realized he still had a follow-up hidden in those concealed weapons, I might have died there. The wind still drifted through, carrying the thick smell of blood. From inside the bushes, a masked figure watched the whole thing in silence. A cold judgment crossed his mind. That boy only used the most basic Hwa Wimyung techniques, the kind that should barely matter in a real fight, and yet he still wiped out an entire group of assassins. He's talented, no question, exceptionally so, but this place is crawling with monsters who have talent too. Without breaking through to a higher realm, no one could survive this hell. By the next day, Buyunseal was sprinting through the forest, breathing hard while his hair and clothes whipped behind him. Shouts exploded from behind as the wind tore through the trees. Don't let him get away. Iron whips and steel chains came whipping through the air after him. A sharp steel edge skimmed past his ear, and he twisted just in time to avoid it. Another strike came slashing down toward the middle of his back. He dropped low to evade it, and blood sprayed out around him. They just kept coming. If this keeps up, I'm gonna die for nothing. I need to change how I fight them. Above them, on a cliff wrapped in mist, two figures stood silently watching. The temple lord asked flatly, "Status?" Jingak answered at once. "Out of 86 candidates, only 41 are still alive." He narrowed his eyes. Only 41 after 3 days. That means the ones still alive are the truly capable ones. Now it's time to see what they're really made of. Bring me the map. Jingak respectfully handed it over and replied, "Yes." Back in the forest, one of the men caught Buyunseal's sword with an iron claw. The man smirked. "Ah, got you now." Caught off guard, Buyunseal released the sword and immediately dashed forward again, while the men behind him shouted, "He's running again." Buyunseal clenched his teeth as his thoughts raced. With weapons like theirs, fighting them head-on in open ground puts me at too much of a disadvantage. So first I need to. At that same moment, the temple lord looked down at the map and spoke in a firm voice, "Seal off this area and release Hwa Wimyung's shadow assassination unit." The setting sun burned red above the tiled rooftops. Buyunseal charged up the steps of Hwa Wimyung Pavilion. A streak of blood trailed across the stone floor behind him. The men chasing him followed that blood trail straight into the corridor. "He's hiding in here? Poor little rat, he's cornered now. No matter how far you run, you're not getting away from our white horse squad." Just as they finished closing in around him, a dark shadow flashed out behind their backs. A crimson slash tore down the corridor in a single violent flash. The last man shook for a second, then snapped, "You idiot! You seriously thought a cheap stunt like that would fool us?" He whipped around and slashed his steel blade across in one clean sweep. Buyunseal instantly lowered his body and slipped beneath the strike. The moment he cleared it, he brought his sword up and met the next attack head-on. Then he burst forward without warning, darting straight to the man's side. Can this guy really read the White Horse Squad's movements? At the same instant, his sword tip spun and painted a burning red arc through the air, slicing right through the men in front. One dropped where he stood, while the others recoiled in panic and staggered back. "Damn it!" one of them shouted, swinging his weapon in retaliation. But the hallway was too tight, and the hook slammed into a pillar with a sharp metallic crash. Grinding out the words, he cursed, "Damn it! There's no space to fight in here." He hadn't even finished speaking before another slash came down on him. A piercing scream rang through the corridor. The last man still standing went rigid. "He pulled us in here on purpose." On the blood-streaked stone floor, Buyunseal stood completely still, his face shadowed and cold, one hand locked around the hilt of his sword. Murderous intent poured off him like fire. In this narrow corridor, the White Horse Squad's own formation was falling apart. Their power was being cut down. Their whip patterns were easy to follow, and there was no room left for surprise. Separated and picked off one at a time, they were nothing special. If I break them up and kill them quickly, I can still take this. He charged again. The enemies left behind lashed out with swords and whips in a frenzy, smashing pieces off the walls as they attacked. Buyunseal kicked off and sprang upward, using the wall to build momentum. But a weapon suddenly came flying straight at him. He barely avoided it, but it threw off his balance, and he crashed hard onto the ground. Clenching his teeth, he cursed to himself. "Damn it! They knocked me off the wall." The pursuer's eyes lit up immediately. "This is it. Pull back." They turned and started to run, but one of them suddenly cried out and stopped dead. "Ah! Ha!" At the far end of the corridor, a crimson figure was already waiting, sealing off the only exit. His hollow eyes gave off a cold gleam, and his deep voice cut through the hall. What exactly do you think you're doing? You're trying to run from here? One. That voice echoed through the passage and froze the assassins where they stood. One of them hurriedly said, Leader, we're not running. It's just, this place is too cramped for us to fight properly. Before he could finish, the leader spun his weapon and traced a fiery circle through the air. A wave of killing intent exploded outward, and blood splashed across the corridor in long red streaks. He walked through the blood without the slightest change in expression, his voice colder than frost. I was an idiot for bringing useless garbage like you with me. You can't even pass the advanced class. Crouched low behind a wooden door, Hwa Wimyung watched every move the enemy made without blinking. Then he stepped out and faced the man head-on. You're the leader, aren't you? The man pressed his lips together, then gave a small nod. Not bad. That sword technique you used earlier, blazing dance, wasn't it? Hwa Wimyung didn't answer. He cut straight to the point. Who are you? But before the question could settle, the man let out a laugh. Haha, I was kidding. Why would I tell my name to someone who's about to die? That would be a waste. With a flick of his wrist, his weapon spun faster and faster, blazing rings forming as compressed force filled the narrow corridor. Hwa Wimyung raised his sword to block, but the man caught it in an instant. The blade broke apart into several jagged pieces. The man smirked. From what I've heard, the advanced Hwa Wimyung class teaches only one sword skill, and it's a defensive one. Am I wrong? Hwa Wimyung felt his heart sink. How does he know that? How did he even learn something like that? The thought flashed across his mind in an instant. Does he have spies planted everywhere? Right then, the man twisted his wrist again and shouted as the weapon spun in tight circles. You're daydreaming in the middle of a fight? Then he unleashed the attack, sending compressed force screaming forward. The iron ring ripped through the hallway like it was trying to crush everything in its way. Hwa Wimyung dodged and quickly judged the situation. This bastard destroys everything he touches. He's wrecking the entire place from floor to ceiling. In a narrow space like this, I have no advantage against him. He turned at once and sprinted toward the shattered wall. But a heavy strike slammed into him and sent him tumbling hard across the floor. Hwa Wimyung forced himself upright again, dragging in a rough breath as he raised his sword in front of his chest. His eyes never wavered. They were calm, focused, and cold as ice. From a short distance away, the man sneered at him. Pathetic. With swordsmanship that low-grade and sloppy. You really think you can stand against me, the leader of the White Horse Squad? He hurled his weapon out, and the steel ring wrapped around Hwa Wimyung like a metal trap closing in. The man threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. The White Horse Wheel is about to finish you. Caught inside that storm of steel and crushing force, Hwa Wimyung pushed his thoughts into overdrive. Even if I use earthly defense or heavenly barrier, I'll only be able to hold out for a moment. And neither one will break his weapon. So if I want to get out of this, right then, something flashed through his mind. It was his instructor's advice, the exact lesson meant for a situation like this. His eyes opened wide, his pupils tightening as a sudden light seemed to ignite inside them. The moment the man saw that change, he stiffened slightly, then curled his lip. Still resisting? Doesn't matter. Even Mystic Chi Dance might block 1 or 2 hits, but it's not enough to break the White Horse Wheel. But in that same instant, a spark of lightning burst out, and a deep thunderous roar exploded from inside the steel cage like a storm breaking open. The man flinched as golden light flashed across his face, fierce and blinding, like thunder from the heavens crashing down. Hwa Wimyung poured every bit of strength he had left into the sword wave. It erupted in a blinding glow as thunder rolled through the corridor, and crackling arcs of electricity wrapped around his arm before gathering into dense rings of lightning. It was Hwa Wimyung's ultimate sword art, the thunderstorm sword, ripping through the air. The wooden floor split apart beneath him as Hwa Wimyung burst forward and closed the gap in a single breath. The man's face went pale, and his shoulders sank in pure shock. What is this? He gasped, and then he collapsed to the floor. Hwa Wimyung slowly raised his eyes, calm and still, like a lake without a ripple. The man was sprawled on the ground in a widening pool of blood, his eyes locked open. Hwa Wimyung took a deep breath and straightened himself. In the dim light, the Hwa Wimyung thunderstorm sword flickered once, then disappeared. Just like his instructor had warned, it was a sword technique overflowing with terrifying killing intent and monstrous destructive power. But it was also a symbiotic art that tore into the user's own body just as viciously. At my level, I still can't control it freely. Still, this is over. I've already lost too much time, and the restricted zone is about to shift. I need to get out now. Then his vision suddenly wavered, and for a brief moment, the ground felt like it tilted beneath him. No way. He froze as a chill ran down his spine. Reflected in his eyes was a tall figure standing perfectly still, like it had emerged straight from the darkness. Right in front of him, a man in a black cloak stood in the main hall, blocking the way. His presence was so cold and sharp it felt like a bare blade. Buyunsil came to a complete stop. Why is a demon hunter here? Did this place shift into the restricted zone while I was fighting? But I didn't come here to break any rules, and I'm not hiding from them either. He loosened his grip on the sword just a little, steadied his breathing, and carefully moved one step to the side. The demon hunter's gray eyes didn't shift at all. Buyunsil lifted his head, and his heartbeat slowly began to settle. Good. No reaction. He only moves when he senses killing intent, or when the movement is too obvious. Holding his breath, Buyunsil moved as lightly as a ripple across still water. All he had to do was get past the zone's boundary before it reacted. But the instant his foot crossed the doorway, it felt like a massive serpent lunged straight at him. Acting on instinct alone, he jerked his head back. If he had been even half a beat slower, his head would have been cut clean off. You've got to be kidding. In that same instant, he dropped low and barely slipped past the strike. I didn't even feel the moment he attacked. If it weren't for the survival instincts I built up while wolves were hunting me, I would have died to that first hit. Even then, Buyunsil's eyes remained steady, clear as still water. Then a memory surfaced in his mind, along with the words from his instructor's very first lesson. When a predator goes after its prey, even if it's faster, it still often fails to catch it. Do you know why? Back then, his answer had been simple, because prey usually don't run in a straight line. Sawu gave a small nod. That's right. A normal hunter could never keep up with that. But a real master hunter can still land the blow. Do you know why? Because they read the rhythm of the prey's changes in direction, and they strike at the exact instant it switches course. Back then, Buyunsil had asked, then what is the disciple supposed to do? Sawu looked straight at him and pressed further. If they're following your rhythm, then what do you have to do? Buyunsil had paused for only a moment before the answer suddenly clicked in his mind. Now, in the present, he suddenly shouted, his voice tearing through the rain and echoing off the eaves. His body launched forward like an arrow released from the string. I need to make every move impossible for him to read. His footwork kept shifting without warning. One moment his movement flowed in a smooth curve, and the next it snapped in a sharp angle, with his shoulders and hips twisting in no fixed rhythm at all. For the briefest instant, the cloaked man hesitated, red eyes flashing beneath the hood. He drew his weapon and cut at him immediately, but Buyunsil rolled away and avoided the strike. Sometimes he moved with the speed of a cracking whip, and other times with the slowness of drifting water, never letting his breathing or footsteps fall into a pattern. If I move out of habit, he'll hit the place I'm about to step into. So the answer is simple. I just can't let him predict me. Then, all of a sudden, the man's sword swept right past his neck. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Damn it, I was too late. The blade had already reached him. Yet in that very instant, the demon hunter suddenly stopped. He lowered his sword and stared at Buyunsil with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Why did he stop? Did I just move outside the restricted zone? The demon hunter stayed where he was, perfectly still inside the boundary, like some invisible restraint was holding him there. Buyunsil let out a slow breath and finally understood it. Against this man, the only thing he could do was run. He hadn't been able to create even the smallest opening. He lowered his head and turned to flee. That was true mastery. Compared to that, I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Night had fully settled over the forest, and the cold wind whistled through the trees. As he ran, Buyunsil kept one hand pressed against his wounds, while the same thoughts circled through his mind again and again. That demon hunter's martial skill was beyond anything I understand. The world of true masters exists on a completely different level, and the monster who killed grandfather must have possessed that same kind of terrifying power. If I want revenge, then whatever it takes, I have to reach that level myself. Then, along the trail, a deep and hoarse voice called out, "You're Buyunsil, right?" A brown-haired man was leaning against a rock with a sword resting beside him, his eyes glinting sharply in the dark. "I've been searching for you. I heard you used the beast path." Buyunsil stared at him in silence, thinking that way of speaking. It feels strangely familiar. Another one who knows about me just like that white horse captain earlier? The man tightened his grip on the hilt for a moment, then relaxed it. "Ah, I was just about to introduce myself," he said, before stopping himself. Actually, never mind. Someone who's about to die has no reason to know my name. With a roar, he brought his sword down in a crushing strike like thunder. Bu Yunseal let out a slow, quiet breath. Then he shifted only half a step and slipped cleanly past the blow. The man smirked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Not bad. You read my sword path with an animal's instinct. Just like I thought, you really are one of the 10 demonic candidates. As the young man twisted his wrist, his aura swelled even higher. Then his swordsmanship changed completely. The heavy, brutal force vanished, turning into something cold, precise, and intricate. The streaks of his blade came down like a web of lightning. Bu Yunseal kept blocking over and over, but as the opponent's style transformed so drastically, his arm gradually started to go numb. In the middle of that clash, a familiar thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. I remember now. Not everyone who came here did it to become one of the 10 demonic candidates. He might be tied to Seo Jinha. Could he be the man they talked about back then? If that's true, then every move he makes is bait. The sword slammed down again, and Bu Yunseal dropped his stance, barely managing to withstand the impact. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Let's see you deal with this. For a single heartbeat, the air seemed to freeze. He took in a deep breath and emptied his mind. His blade trembled, and a strange sensation began rising through it. The air around him started to twist, forming a circular vortex, almost like a magic formation taking shape in front of him. Then a memory from that cold stone house rose back up in his mind. His grandfather had stood beside a corpse and said, "This one was struck by Hebei Peng's 5-tiger gate severing blade. There isn't a single wound on the outside, but every bone inside the body has been shattered. The true danger of it is that inward force, collapsing straight into the enemy every time the weapons meet. Very few people live after offending that master." Cold sweat ran down Bu Yunseal's back as he shouted, "That's the 5-tiger gate severing blade. You're from Hebei Peng." The man flinched, clearly startled. "What did you just say?" His grandfather's voice echoed through his mind once again. Another trait of the 5-tiger gate severing blade is its powerful suction force. It's one of the core internal arts, like a whirlpool dragging everything into it. It dragged in everything around it, pulling nearby objects closer and knocking the opponent's weapon off course every time their blades met. The enemy's sword would get yanked off its line and collapse from the inside out. Then, the moment panic set in, they'd be swallowed whole. It really was a brutal style, exactly what you'd expect from Hebei Peng. Bu Yunseal had once asked with innocent curiosity, "Then does that make Hebei Peng the strongest sect?" His grandfather had shaken his head and answered, "No, that pulling technique is powerful, but it comes with a risk. It can drag the user too close to the enemy too. It's a double-edged blade that can wound its owner just as easily." Then that means, he realized, if I ride that same pulling force and guide my blade along with it, I can drive my strike straight into him. I am Peng AK of Hebei Peng. In the name of the Peng clan, I'll face you properly and erase every last one of your demonic kind. Bu Yunseal rushed straight into the heart of the swirling vortex, then suddenly stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground. The man flinched. What the hell is he doing? Why is he stabbing the floor? Using the planted sword like an axis, Bu Yunseal twisted his body around it and let the pull of the other man's blade redirect his path in the middle of the motion. The man brought his sword down, but Bu Yunseal slipped past it and drove a hard kick right into his ribs. The man folded over, clutching his stomach as a groan burst out of him. Bu Yunseal paused for half a step, sweat running down his cheek, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It worked. The man glared at him, eyes narrowing with cold anger. "A cheap little trick like that? You think you can make a fool out of me?" Bu Yunseal stayed silent and measured the result. The method worked, but the damage wasn't deep enough. His body's been tempered for years. His endurance is absurd. Still, now I know how to bring him down. His instructor's words echoed in his mind. Strike later, but arrive first at the exact instant of impact. To become faster in that one moment. That is real speed. If I can turn that suction force back against itself, my sword can go beyond the path it should have taken. Bu Yunseal drew his blade back along his spine and thought, there's no need to fight the pull. I'll let my body and sword get dragged into the vortex, then take the opening at the exact instant. Peng AK roared as he charged in, inner energy twisting around him like a spinning vacuum. Bu Yunseal relaxed his whole body and let that force pull him in. White-blue streaks of light curled around the two of them like long ribbons twisting in the air. Just as the man thrust his blade forward, Bu Yunseal's sword suddenly appeared right in front of his face. and sliced past his ear, sending strands of hair scattering into the air. Pang Ake jolted and roared. Impossible! What was that? Did he just use my own technique against me? Unbelievable. The self-suction of the 5-tiger gate severing blade could pull in even a boulder from a distance, and even seasoned masters had trouble controlling it precisely. And yet this brat pulled it off. He lowered himself as inner force surged through him. Then let's see you stop this. Hwa Wimyung steadied his breathing and dove right back into the vortex. It's pointless, he thought calmly. The stronger the pull gets, the faster my sword will move. The tip of his blade stayed near the outer edge of the vortex, while his body flowed around it like moving water. Then, at the decisive instant, he abruptly changed direction, and his blade cut diagonally like a flash of lightning. The man let out a rough, furious growl. How long do you think that little trick is going to work? Pang Ake swung across his body, and in that instant, Hwa Wimyung felt the man's wrist hesitate for half a beat. Then the suction force disappeared. Hwa Wimyung stiffened slightly. He shut off his own suction to erase my advantage. Pang Ake smirked. TCH. Even without relying on the suction, you're still strong. He tightened his grip and lunged forward like a wild beast hurling itself at its prey. Hwa Wimyung looked straight ahead and thought, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Hwa Wimyung's first form, the mysterious ancient sword, burst forth as red energy surged upward. It wrapped around his body while blazing arcs ripped through the air. Then a thunderous blast rang out, and the two figures shot past each other, blood spraying in a long trail from Pang Ake's back. He froze in place, his pupils shrinking. Could it be? Then Hwa Wimyung answered him. That's right. Hwa Wimyung's first form, mysterious ancient sword. He let out a quiet breath, one thought passing through his mind. That was way too close. To turn a defensive technique like mysterious ancient sword into an attack, I had to stay still, point my blade toward myself, and wait for the perfect counter-timing. I never imagined I could reinterpret the technique like that. He lowered his sword and turned to walk away. Pang Ake shouted, You're leaving just like that? Without turning around, Hwa Wimyung replied, You have nothing to do with my revenge. Pang Ake forced himself upright with his sword planted against the ground, blood dripping from his neck. His eyes were wide with awe before he let out a rough laugh. So out of everyone who came here hunting, I still ended up meeting someone like you. Interesting. Let's hope our paths never cross again. The black wind swept across the slope, and before long, all that remained was the fading sound of his footsteps disappearing into the distance. At that moment, another figure quietly emerged from the darkness. Pang Ake narrowed his eyes and spoke through a rough, strained voice. So you came to kill a worthless man like me? At the forest's edge, the demon hunter appeared, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. Pang Ake of Hebei Peng. For a man of the righteous sect, you've fulfilled your role. How unfortunate. Pang Ake let out a dry, bitter laugh. So you knew from the very start. The demon hunter's deep red eyes gave off a faint glint. You underestimated the demonic hall. Farewell. He lifted his sword and brought it down in one clean motion, and blood splashed across the ground. Then the scene shifted elsewhere. Seo Jinha staggered against a tree, gasping for air as he pulled the hidden weapons still stuck in his body out one by one. A black cloak flashed by, and a voice rang out. Bad luck today, Seo Jinha. In front of him, a group of men dressed in black blocked the path and sealed off his escape. Their leader gave a faint smile. You've already been poisoned with the blood prison fortress toxin, and you're still trying to run? Without the antidote, you're dead either way. Seo Jinha clenched his teeth as he realized how precisely they had combined memory arts with poison. So even fighting alone has its limits. The man pointed downward and sneered. Your right hand's already gone numb. What now? You're planning to fight with your left. Someone who draws and sheathes with the right hand can't just switch to the left and keep fighting at full strength. You'd be smarter to give up and die here. With that, they rushed him all at once, hidden weapons flying in from every direction. Seo Jinha guided the sword with his left hand, sweeping out a half-circle to knock away the first volley, but the next wave came too quickly. His poisoned right hand shook, and thin lines of blood began to trickle out. Damn, I got hit by poison needles again. If I don't take the antidote before an incense stick burns out, I'm finished. For a brief instant he thought, maybe this is where it ends. Then several men on the outer edge suddenly dropped, blood bursting through the ambush. From the edge of the forest, a figure shot in like a streak of blue lightning. Hwa Wimyung tore through the black-clad men in a blur, cutting them down one after another, until the ground was soaked red with blood. Leaning against the tree, Seo Jinha stared wide-eyed at the pile of corpses, his face streaked with blood. Bu Yunseal stood there with one hand still resting on his sword hilt, then started walking forward. Seo Jinha trembled and shouted, "Wait! I never meant to hurt anyone." Bu Yunseal crouched beside one of the corpses and pulled out a vial. So this is the antidote, he thought. Dealing with the blood gate just got a lot easier. Seo Jinha called out in a panic. "Wait!" Bu Yunseal stopped and turned his head. "What is it?" Seo Jinha spoke quickly, barely catching his breath. "I've been poisoned. In less than half an incense stick, it'll spread through my entire body." Bu Yunseal looked at him with a cold expression. "I think you've misunderstood. I came here to wipe all of them out, you included. The only reason you're still breathing is because even I don't think you're worth killing." Seo Jinha swallowed hard. "Right? Even if you leave me here, I won't live much longer anyway. In the end, I'm just another target you would have needed to get rid of." Then he quickly added, "So how about this? Give me the antidote, and I'll stand on your side." Bu Yunseal asked in a low voice, "Why should I?" Seo Jinha pleaded desperately. "There are only around 2 survivors left, and everyone else has already formed alliances. No matter how strong you are, you can't take them all down alone. But if you work with me, I know their martial arts and I know how they operate. That gives you a huge edge. And more than that, if you save me here, I swear I won't betray you." Images of Seo Jinha flashed through Bu Yunseal's mind. Proud, fiercely independent, and not the kind of man who would lie easily or stab someone in the back. He asked quietly, "What's the condition?" Seo Jinha answered clearly, one word at a time. "We keep fighting until only 2 people remain, you and me. We stand side by side, crush everyone else, and never point our blades at each other." Bu Yunseal fell silent for a moment as he considered it. But when he saw the tear slipping down Seo Jinha's face, Bu Yunseal pulled out the antidote and tossed it over. Seo Jinha caught it and said only one thing, "Thank you." Then hurried footsteps echoed from nearby, and Bu Yunseal tensed immediately. That sound. Does it mean a new restricted zone just opened? He turned at once and said, "We need to leave right now." Seo Jinha quickly asked, "Why? This doesn't look like a restricted zone." Bu Yunseal replied, "Think. Most areas are already sealed. If a new zone just opened." Before he could finish, a crowd came rushing in. Every one of them was armed, and the look in their eyes made it obvious they were ready to charge the 2 of them at any second. They spread out like they'd done this before, closing in from every side until Bu Yunseal and the woman had no choice but to stand back to back. Bu Yunseal slowly looked around at the crowd and muttered under his breath. So the survivors finally decided to gather here. Took them long enough. Then even more people started appearing from all directions, tightening the ring around them even further. Among them stood one man tied with a red cord, wearing a faint smirk like he already knew how this was going to end. Bu Yunseal's eyes narrowed. The moment he saw him, his instincts kicked in. That man was different from the rest. The man dressed in black raised his voice and sneered. "What's this supposed to be? Are you all really going to stand there waiting for someone else to make the first move? Just kill the 2 of them already." Pointing at them with total confidence, he went on, "Bu Yunseal learned the beast path from one sect, and that woman fights with a balanced sword style. We checked the background of every candidate here, so don't get careless and think they're easy prey." She thought to herself, just like I thought. He's already read both of us. Quietly, her fingers tightened around the small vial hidden inside her sleeve. Bu Yunseal flicked a glance her way. The vial she was holding was the antidote he had handed her earlier. Through clenched teeth, she whispered, "Fine. Then I'm using this powder. It's our only shot." A cloud of purple burst out instantly, billowing into a dense fog that rolled across the field and sent everyone coughing and stumbling backward. "What? Blood Prison City's mind-crushing toxin? Damn it!" One of them froze and yelled out in panic. "Wait, no, this isn't poison. They played us. It was just to make us react." She and Bu Yunseal burst through the smoke, and a slight smile brushed her lips. "This powder only makes thick smoke. It's great for starting fires and throwing people off. Out in an open field like this, we're the ones at a disadvantage. We need to get to the Rocky Mountains where there are caves." She spoke quickly. "You're thinking the same thing, right? We need to find a real cave now." Bu Yunseal gave a short nod, his eyes sharpening. "I know one. The entrance is narrow, but once you get in, it opens into a long tunnel underground. Run." She moved ahead first, then looked back at him with surprise. He even knew the entrance that clearly? The beast path really was incredible. Who was this man, exactly? Behind them, the black-clad fighters came charging after them, crashing forward as the distance between them shrank fast. They tore through the forest at full speed, branches whipping past them until the Rocky Mountain range finally came into sight. By the time they got there, she was breathing hard, and both of them paused for just a moment at the mouth of the cave. There was a massive pile of purple bones stacked there in thick layers, and the sight made her frown immediately. Wait, were there always this many bones here? Buyunseol placed a hand on his sword hilt, his gaze turning icy. Something's off. Then demon hunters rose from inside the heap of bones. Their red eyes locked on the two of them without a single blink. She went stiff. Demon hunters? Is this a restricted area? Buyunseol answered grimly. The moment they saw me run in here, they designated this place a restricted zone. They've been watching us the whole time. She bit back her frustration. Damn it. Then what are we supposed to do now? Buyunseol glanced toward the purple boundary. As long as we stay on this side of that line, the demon hunters won't move. If it comes down to fighting anyway, then this might not be the worst place to make our stand. If we go into the restricted area and fight now, it'll be like getting trapped in a narrow passage. Once we're pushed in, there'll be nowhere left to retreat. The two of them turned at the same time and drew their swords, bracing themselves for what was coming next. Buyunseol thought to himself, so after making it this far, this is where it ends. The black-clad fighters quickly formed up again and started closing in one more time. One of them curled his lip and cursed, "You little bastards really know how to make things annoying. Enough of this. Kill them." He stomped down hard and launched himself forward first. The rest of them rushed in right after him like a single wave. At that very moment, on a nearby peak, the sect leader and Hwa Wimyung stood with the young master and his attendants, silently watching everything unfold below. He frowned a little, then raised his right hand to his chin and stroked it, clearly interested by what he was seeing. So this is the death match that decides the 10 battle demonic warriors. Down below, at the edge of the restricted zone, Buyunseol and Seo Jinha gripped their swords and stared warily at the fighters in front of them. Behind them stood the demon hunters, sealing off their escape and leaving them with nowhere to go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of hidden weapons ripped through the air and shot straight at Buyunseol and Seo Jinha. Buyunseol reacted instantly. He shot forward, angled his body to the right, and slipped past the incoming blades. The weapons crashed into the ground behind him with heavy, muffled thuds. He charged straight for one of the attackers, and the man immediately brought his sword down. But Buyunseol wasn't some amateur. He shifted to the left, let the strike pass by, and met the man with a cold, steady gaze. After cutting down the first one, Buyunseol surged forward again and split open the second in a burst of blood. At the same time, Seo Jinha was already engaged in a brutal fight with the others behind him. She swung her sword and brought one enemy down, but the others kept pouring in without stopping, forcing her to twist her body and leap up into the air. In an instant, she cut down the two enemies behind her, then turned and sent another slash forward without the slightest hesitation. All of a sudden, her eyes tightened. A dark blur, sharp as a blade, came straight for her face. Seo Jinha didn't hesitate for even a second. She brought her sword up with both hands and barely managed to catch the strike. But even after blocking it, the force behind the blow was overwhelming, and it shoved her backward across the ground. As she stumbled back, her spine slammed into someone standing right behind her. She didn't even need to turn around. It was Buyunseol's back. The two of them were pressed together now, both breathing hard, but Seo Jinha looked much worse, with her injuries already wearing her down. Several of their enemies were already down, but the rest had formed a ring around them and were inching closer step by step. Seo Jinha's right arm trembled as she held onto her sword, and it was obvious the strength was leaving her. Then, slowly, she relaxed her posture, lowered the tip of her blade toward the ground, let out a long breath and muttered, "So this is where I die." A small smile appeared on her lips, like she had already accepted it all, and she said, "I did everything I could. I have no regrets." Hearing that from behind him, Buyunseol quietly repeated the words in his mind. No regrets. In that moment, the gentle face of his grandfather, Bu Janyong, rose in his mind. The old man looked just like before, smiling warmly with his hand stretched out toward him. But the image broke apart almost instantly, replaced by the memory of his grandfather dying in blood, with crimson streaming from his eyes. That memory hit him like a bolt from the sky, and Buyunseol snapped back to himself, remembering exactly why he had entered this trial. His lips twitched, and killing intent flared in his eyes as he growled, "I'm not dying in a place like this." The moment he said it, two more attackers jumped in and rushed him at once. Buyunseol tightened his grip on the sword and gave it a slight turn, setting the blade at the angle that felt the most natural in his hand. Then, In the very next instant, before anyone could even track the motion, 2 streaks of sword light exploded out from him. He sliced through both men, charging him in one clean motion. They froze on the spot, stunned, only then feeling the sharp pain at their necks. By the time they understood what had happened, Buyunseal had already cut both their throats. Their bodies dropped, and Buyunseal rushed past them with a dark, murderous look in his eyes. Behind him, Seo Jinha could only stare at his back in shock. He drove his foot into the earth and launched himself forward again. Another slash came immediately after, and in that single burst, Buyunseal cut down 2 more enemies. The one still left standing turned pale, and one of them shouted in panic, "Hey, what kind of crazy swordsmanship is that?" At that point, nobody was paying attention to Seo Jinha anymore. Every eye turned to Buyunseal as they gripped their weapons, rushed him, and yelled, "Kill that monster first, brothers." Right then, Sa Wu's voice echoed inside Buyunseal's mind. "Former master of Nangia, trust what you feel. Let your body move with the instinct guiding it. Haven't you already grasped this old man's sword path?" The instant that voice reached him, Buyunseal's eyes burned a deep red, like a true demonic god had awakened. Then the space around him seemed to dim, and Buyunseal turned into a streak of light, slicing back and forth through the air. A moment later, the enemies who had charged at him were torn apart midair by his strikes, blood spraying across the mountainside. Jingak, Hwa Wimyung, and the people with them all widened their eyes, stunned by what they had just seen. Down below, Buyunseal stood completely still, his right hand still gripping the sword, now soaked in blood. Maybe even he was shocked by what he had just done. He frowned as Sa Wu's swordsmanship ran through his mind. If it really worked like this. But before he could think any further, a fist suddenly shot toward his left cheek at terrifying speed. In that split second, Buyunseal's eyes snapped to the side. The one attacking him was an older bare-handed fighter, smiling with clear satisfaction as he threw the punch. Buyunseal reacted fast and raised his sword, blocking the blow with the flat of the blade. Buyunseal glanced up at him and thought, "Damn it, where did this smug old geezer come from?" The old man's grin only grew wider as he said, "Got you now." He tightened his fist even more, and fierce inner energy burst from it with a sharp hum, pressing down on Buyunseal with crushing force. Crack, crack. Fine lines began spreading across the sword in Buyunseal's hand. Crash. The blade shattered, and with that single punch, the man blasted Buyunseal backward. That old man's strength was no joke. Buyunseal skidded far across the ground before finally slowing down. Off to the side, Seo Jinha turned, saw what happened, and cried out in panic, "Buyunseal!" The man facing her with hidden weapons in hand let out a mocking laugh and said, "Heh, sorry, but that guy's already dead." The next second, Seo Jinha's shock turned into desperation, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, "No! Get up, Buyunseal!" At that moment, Buyunseal staggered back to his feet, one hand pressed against his face as a pained groan slipped out of him. But then, the moment he heard Seo Jinha shout that it was a restricted zone, Buyunseal suddenly stopped cold, his whole body going rigid like it had frozen in place. Behind him, a wave of purple killing aura rolled in and slowly swallowed him whole. Buyunseal tilted his head up, his eyes turning pale, his face blank and silent. Inside that purple haze, a demonic corpse stepped forward, staring at him with crimson eyes. Whoosh! Then a flash of light shot past so fast that no one could tell if it was a sword or something else entirely. In Buyunseal's pupils, the reflection of a hand reaching toward him suddenly appeared. At that same time, high up on the mountain, Hwa Wimyung drew in a sharp breath, clearly about to shout something. A heartbeat later, his eyes flew open wide and he roared, "Stop right there." At once, down below the mountain, Seo Jinha and the rest of the trial contestants froze and looked up in shock. Then everyone's gaze shifted at once to Buyunseal, who was still standing right at the edge of the boundary. At that exact second, the demon specter's hand, which had been reaching for Buyunseal's face, suddenly stopped in midair. Buyunseal himself had gone completely pale, and for a moment it almost looked like he was on the verge of losing control of his own body too. It was Sa Wu, the master of Nangia and Buyunseal's teacher. He had appeared with his sword already drawn, the blade resting against the demon's neck like a silent warning not to lay a hand on his disciple. One side of his face was smeared red from a head wound, while the other looked drained of all color. Buyunseal stood there frozen, staring straight at Sa Wu in front of him. In his mind, Buyunseal looked at Sa Wu's gentle face and weakly murmured, "Master Sa Wu." Then the world spun into darkness. Buyunseal's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed where he stood. The second he hit the ground, Chief Instructor Hwa Wimyung arrived in a blur. He rushed over and shouted, "Hurry! Bring the mad doctor here before this brat dies." One of his startled subordinates tried to protest, "Chief Instructor, if we stop the third trial now." Hwa Wimyung cut him off with a sharp sweep of his arm and snapped, "Shut your mouth. I'll bear all the responsibility myself. There's nothing I'm afraid of." The subordinate froze, clearly shocked by how unusual the chief instructor was acting. Hwa Wimyung's eyes darkened, and after a slow breath, a faint grin pulled at his lips as he thought, "I've finally found him. A killer's instinct. A heart that doesn't waver. A perfect raw gem, with nothing missing and nothing excessive. A true genius worthy of becoming the heir to the 10 demons." The scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber, where a voice asked, "Chief Instructor, what exactly are you trying to do?" 10 people are supposed to enter the 10 demon sects, and 2 more, chosen by the secret shadow masters, are supposed to serve as their agents. That makes 12 in total, and that number was already set. The speaker was Elder Hwa Wimyung of the Demon Palace, and he warned in a sharp tone, "If you end the trial early while 2 spots are still unfilled, you'll definitely be punished for it." Hwa Wimyung looked at him and answered with a grin, "Of course I know that." Seeing how stubborn he was, Hwa Wimyung could only frown in frustration. He let out a sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Ha! The envoys from the 10 demon sects will be here soon. Who knows how they'll react to a sudden change like this?" Hwa Wimyung just smiled and replied, "It won't be a problem, because the talent I found for the 10 demon sects could never be worse than the one you found." At the same time, somewhere else, Yoonsil was lying in a room, quietly recovering from his injuries. His body was almost completely healed, and before long, his eyes slowly opened. The unfamiliar room made Yoonsil sit up in surprise. He looked toward the door and muttered, "What the hell? Where am I?" Sniff, sniff. A faint medicinal scent drifted through the air, and Yoonsil figured it out right away. That smell. This has to be a place where the injured are treated. Then he was caught off guard all over again when he realized he could move his arms and legs freely, without any pain or stiffness. In disbelief he thought, "My injuries. They're completely healed." It wasn't just the wounds on the outside either. Even the internal damage from using advanced martial arts had fully recovered. The healer in the Demon Palace must be far better than I expected. After a moment, Yoonsil slowly walked to the door and rested a hand on the handle. Then he got ready to open it and see what was waiting outside. As he looked out, a young man came up from behind with narrowed eyes and an easy smile. "Sir, you're already awake? Please come this way." Yoonsil didn't waste time asking questions. He simply followed the man downstairs. But as he went down, his eyes widened slightly at the sight in front of him. People were being gently cared for there, and to his surprise they looked relaxed, sitting around tables while eating and chatting with each other. Through a narrow slit in the window, he noticed that the outside was peaceful and solemn, with sturdy buildings gathered in several large clusters. Curious, he asked, "What is this place?" The young man smiled and answered, "This is the central hub of Hell Island." Looking outside, Yoonsil thought in surprise, "The center? The one place I couldn't get into while investigating Hell Island." So there really was a reason for that. The young man led him to a table and asked, "Would you like to order something? We can make whatever you want." Yoonsil paused for a second, silently going through a few possible dishes in his head. In the end, he raised 2 fingers and chose the simplest option. Instant noodles. 2 bowls of spicy shrimp noodles will do. A moment later, 2 steaming bowls were placed in front of him, filled with nothing more than noodles, a little green vegetable, and chopped scallions. As Yoonsil looked down at the bowl, his expression softened with a quiet sense of nostalgia. He remembered the days when he used to eat noodles with his grandfather, Janyeong. They had been poor, but even those cracked bowls had felt warm when the 2 of them shared a meal. The noodles in front of him were still plain, but that warmth was gone now. These days, everyone, just as he was getting lost in those thoughts, Seo Jinha suddenly walked over and sat across from him with a faint smile. "Looks like you really do love noodles, huh? You even ordered 2 bowls." Yoonsil replied flatly, "Seo Jinha, if you came here to say something, then say it. If not, leave." Seo Jinha hesitated. Then she stopped there, unsure how to continue, like she wanted to speak but couldn't quite force the words out. At last, she gathered herself and said, "Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you in that last fight, I'd already be nothing but a wandering ghost." Hearing that, Yoonsil looked honestly surprised and said, "Saving you? I just cut down whoever was in front of me." Seo Jinha blinked, then answered, "Ha, so you really don't know? There were originally 12 survivors in the 3rd trial, but She pointed at him and continued, the chief instructor suddenly stopped the test because he said he was going to save you, so the total became 14. So from my point of view, I'm alive because of you. I just wanted to thank you for that. Honestly, doing something like this really isn't like me. Seeing Bu Yunseal still sitting there blankly, Seo Jinha let out a sigh. Ha. So you really had no idea. Well, I guess that makes sense. You were unconscious the whole time. It's already been 4 days, you know. Bu Yunseal frowned when he heard that. Really? I thought maybe 1 day had passed at most. Seo Jinha let out a rough laugh, flashing her teeth as she grinned. Ha, you got lucky. The mad doctor just happened to be here. At those words, Bu Yunseal muttered in surprise. The mad doctor. Back in the day, people called him the divine hand. But after failing to save the woman he loved, the greatest healer in the world lost his mind. Ever since then, he had lived somewhere between madness and reason. They said he could pull even the dying back from the edge with a single breath. So that crazy doctor was the one who healed me. If only Grandpa had met him before he died. Seeing Bu Yunseal go quiet, Seo Jinha kept eating as she spoke. Let me tell you something else. Think of it as a little goodwill from an old comrade. It's about those demon assassins we fought. The moment he heard that, Bu Yunseal's attention sharpened, and he listened closely. Seo Jinha continued, they were elite fighters sent by the 10 demon sections. From what I heard, those assassins helped decide who's worthy of becoming a sect's true successor. Bu Yunseal let out a quiet breath. So that's why their martial arts were on the same level as the instructors. Now it makes sense. Then do you know why the chief instructor saved me? Seo Jinha stirred the noodles in her bowl before answering. That's actually what I wanted to ask you. He really looked set on making you one of the 10 demon successors. Maybe it has something to do with your sect, or maybe you know the chief instructor personally. Bu Yunseal shook his head. No, I have absolutely nothing to do with him. Seo Jinha blinked, clearly surprised. If that's true, then this is even stranger. The chief instructor was punished over that choice. Word is, he resigned and returned to the demon palace. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal's eyes grew more serious. None of it added up. Why would a man with no connection to me take a punishment just to keep me alive? While the two of them were still talking, a bell suddenly rang out through the air. Bu Yunseal turned toward the sound, caught off guard for a moment. Seo Jinha stood up and said, looks like it's time. Come on. It was a summons calling in all the remaining survivors on Hell Island. In other words, the leaders of the 10 demon sects had arrived. The scene then shifted to a 4-story pavilion built right into the mountainside. All 14 surviving candidates had gathered there, standing in 2 neat lines inside the hall. And Bu Yunseal was standing among them too, staring forward with a blank expression that gave nothing away. The massive doors slowly opened, light spilling into the hall, and the silence was so deep that even the faintest heartbeat felt loud. Several imposing figures stepped inside, led by a young man in red, with a few elderly men following behind him, their faces cold and unreadable. The moment Bu Yunseal saw them, he furrowed his brow in surprise and thought, too quiet. There are this many people moving, but I can't hear a single footstep. An old man with silver hair and a strange spear stepped forward, then slowly examined the gathered youths one by one. He stayed silent for a moment as he looked them over, then gave a faint hum. Suddenly, he lifted a finger and pointed straight toward Bu Yunseal, making the boy stiffen for an instant. Do you wish to become a successor of the evil spirit sect? That old man was Bull Sa, the vice master of the evil spirit sect. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened in surprise. He had no idea why that man had singled him out. But then, unexpectedly, a young man with long flowing hair standing behind Bu Yunseal placed a hand on his chest and asked in confusion, Sir, were you talking to me? Bull Sa answered in a deep voice, Young Manhwa, step forward. Do you wish to become the successor of our sect? Young Manhwa stepped in front of Bull Sa and stammered, I've trained in blade arts my whole life. I've never studied spear techniques. Bull Sa answered firmly, that doesn't matter. You were born with the perfect qualities for the spear. You have the frame and talent meant for spear mastery, yet you chose the blade. That's why you were never going to reach true greatness. After saying that, he turned and started walking away, adding, if you understand now, then follow me. Young Manhwa hurried after him and answered, Yes, sir. Another old man stepped forward, this one with a silver beard and a hat. Narrowing his eyes, he let out a faint grin. I suppose it's my turn. I am Gok Yihan of the Blood City of Hell. I serve as its vice lord, the one known as the 10,000 Poison Sage, Gok Yihan. The moment they heard that name, the young candidates broke out in a cold sweat. 10,000 Poison Sage, Gok Yihan. The man said to be able to poison every living thing within 30 meters with a single wave of his hand. Then he slowly raised his hand, a faint dark miasma curling around him, and called out, Seo Jinha, do you wish to become the successor of the Blood City of Hell? Seo Jinha's eyes widened at once, completely stunned by what she had just heard. In her mind, she thought, ever since I first picked up a sword, everyone has called me a sword prodigy. And now the Blood City of Hell, a place that raises poison masters, is choosing me? Seeing her hesitate, Gok Yihan gave a faint smile and said, the deadliest poison in this world is the poison that lives in the heart. Before the third trial began, you used a girl from the city's martial hall to kill all the students there. Didn't you? And when that plan fell apart, you killed her too because you were afraid she might expose your secret. At those words, Seo Jinha flared up in anger. That plan was hers, not mine. She approached me first, and she attacked me before the third trial even began. Saying I killed her just to silence her is going too far. Before she could finish, Gok Yihan calmly cut in, I'm not blaming you. The ability to kill without hesitation when it serves your goal is something worth admiring. A temperament like that is perfect for learning the poison arts of our city. You do have talent with the sword, but talent alone will never let you rule the martial world. Only those who are truly chosen can shake the world, whether through sword or blade. To wield poison, you need a venomous heart, the will to kill without hesitation, and a brilliant mind. Out of everyone standing here, you are the one most suited to become a poison master of the Blood City of Hell. Hearing Gok Yihan's words, Seo Jinha's gaze shifted slightly to the left. Her eyes finally settled on Bu Yunseal, and three quiet words surfaced in her mind. The chosen one. Then doubt began to creep into her heart. You said you only started learning swordsmanship shortly before the 10 demon successor trials, didn't you? And yet your sword has already reached the level it took me 10 years to build. As that thought sank in deeper, Seo Jinha slowly tightened her hand and kept thinking, if that's really true. Then she stepped forward in front of Gok Yihan and made her choice. I will follow the Blood City of Hell. Gok Yihan smiled, clearly pleased. You made the right choice. With that, he led Seo Jinha away, while Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, silently watching the two of them disappear. Next, the young man in red finally spoke. Now it is my turn. He stepped forward with calm, measured elegance, carrying himself like a noble drifter untouched by chaos. Slowly opening his eyes, he said, I am Yahello of the Hwa Woo Sword Sect. Let me introduce myself properly. I am the sword demon, Yahello, the #1 sword of the demonic path, from the Hwa Woo Sword Sect. The moment he said who he was, Bu Yunseal fixed his eyes on him. It was obvious that this was the man he had truly hoped would choose him. In his mind, he thought the disciple of the former Hwa Woo sect master. The #1 sword of the demonic path came here in person. The others could barely hide how restless they were, each silently wishing for the same thing. Please, choose me. Then, from the other side, the sword demon let out a faint sigh and said, You're Bu Yunseal, aren't you? Not just the path leader, even the Elder Council has spoken highly of you. And you were taught the secret arts of the heavenly path leader too, correct? Bu Yunseal answered right away, that's correct. Hearing that, the sword demon turned as if to leave and said, I look forward to seeing what you achieve in the future. The sword arts of our sect run deeper than you realize, so train hard. But Bu Yunseal didn't look interested at all. His eyes had already shifted somewhere else. His gaze came to rest on Sa Wu, the Nangia path leader, who stood there quietly with his arms folded. Then, at last, Bu Yunseal spoke. I will not join the Hwa Woo sword sect. That answer stopped the sword demon cold. He looked at Bu Yunseal with icy disbelief, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he asked, Boy, what did you just say? Then he burst out in fury, You dare refuse my sect's offer? In the next instant, an invisible force crashed down on Bu Yunseal and drove him slightly to his knees. Gritting his teeth under the pressure, he said, I heard that refusing was allowed. That rejecting an offer was allowed. The sword demon stared at him with cold, slicing eyes. If you reject my sect and choose another, then where exactly are you planning to go? Sweat ran down Bu Yunseal's face as the pressure eased a little when the sword demon finally pulled back part of his aura. Even so, Bu Yunseal answered without wavering. I will follow Nangia. Veins stood out across the sword demon's face as he snarled through clenched teeth. You choose Nangia? Nangia is the weakest of the 10 sects. Are you mocking my sect right in front of me? The pressure surged again and came down even harder. Bu Yunseal shook under it, thinking, just his aura alone feels like it's crushing my entire body. This really was Yahello. the #1 sword of the demonic path. At that exact moment, Sa Wu suddenly stepped forward and placed himself in front of Bu Yunseal. Everyone there froze in shock, afraid a bloody clash might break out at any second. The instant he saw Sa Wu step in, the sword demon Yahello grew even more furious. Grinding his teeth, he roared, "You, a mere hidden path leader, dare stand in my way?" Even Sa Wu could feel the crushing pressure of the sword demon's aura. His jaw tightened, and his hand locked firmly around the hilt of his sword. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. He's actually drawing his sword in front of the sword demon? He's out of his mind. From behind Sa Wu, Bu Yunseal spoke in a low voice. "Thank you, master." Across from them, Yahello snarled again. "Do you think standing next to a path leader means you can forget your place?" Elder Hwa Wimyung of the Demon Palace wiped the sweat from his brow and thought nervously. If the sword demon loses control here, the other candidates could get dragged into it and die. I need to stop this. The sword demon's blade slowly began sliding out of its sheath. But right then, a hand reached out and pressed down on the hilt, gently but firmly forcing the sword back into its scabbard. A young man with a gentle face smiled calmly and said, "Well now, it seems everyone's getting a little too tense. Let's stop here, shall we?" Peeking out from behind Sa Wu, Bu Yunseal saw that the sword demon, Yahello, had already pulled back his killing intent. The man's hand still rested on Yahello's sword hilt, holding it down without moving, because the moment that sword fully left its sheath, someone here was bound to die. Yahello's face was still tight with anger, but he forced himself to stop. His narrowed, icy eyes stayed locked on Bu Yunseal as he muttered a single name under his breath. Danshin. So the man who stepped in and stopped the sword demon was none other than Danshin, the vice chief of Nangia Pavilion. With a calm smile in his narrowed eyes, he slowly raised his right hand and spoke in a gentle voice. "For my sake, would you let this boy go?" The men behind Yahello gave low laughs and nodded like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Sure. Nangia has to take at least one recruit anyway. That's right. To be looked down on like this, a true man can wait 10 years for revenge." Yahello didn't say another word, but the killing intent still burning in his eyes stayed locked on Bu Yunseal. Sa Wu and Bu Yunseal both stayed completely still, holding their breath as they waited for the sword demon's answer. Then Yahello let out one deep, heavy sigh, and the crushing tension in the air finally broke. Clearly irritated, he turned away and waved his hand. "You picked him, so take him and get out before my sword slips on its own." Danshin clapped lightly and answered with a cheerful laugh. "Excellent. The great sword demon truly is merciful. Thank you for your generosity." As the sword demon walked off, Danshin kept that same relaxed smile on his face. He looked mild and easygoing, but Bu Yunseal could already tell this was someone with real power. Otherwise, there was no way the sword demon would have backed off that easily. Only after that did Bu Yunseal finally breathe again, his eyes following the sword demon as he disappeared into the distance. Danshin let out a small sigh and said, "Let's go." Sa Wu turned and placed a hand on Bu Yunseal's back, and Bu Yunseal quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Even after they started moving, Bu Yunseal couldn't stop staring at Yahello's back. Sweat kept sliding down the sides of his face. In his mind, one thought kept repeating. That killing intent earlier. It was aimed at me. If no one had stepped in to stop him, just thinking about what might have happened made him swallow hard. He could only feel grateful that he had barely made it out alive. After that, he forced the last of that fear out of his chest and followed Danshin and Sa Wu with a much lighter heart. On the way back to Nangia Pavilion, Sa Wu smiled at him warmly. "You've grown a lot since the last time I saw you." Bu Yunseal grinned and answered, "That's only because you taught me the beast path techniques." Sa Wu chuckled and patted him on the head. "Haha, I never thought you'd end up choosing Nangia Pavilion. You really do have potential." Bu Yunseal smiled and replied, "I think Nangia Pavilion suits me better than anywhere else." As they kept talking, Danshin turned back with a smile and said, "We're here. This is Nangia Pavilion." The moment Bu Yunseal saw the place, he froze. He had imagined Nangia Pavilion as some quiet, solemn sect. But what spread out before him looked more like a normal village, with people chatting, buying and selling things, and moving around full of energy. Seeing the stunned look on his face, Danshin smiled. "Caught off guard, aren't you?" Unlike other sects that dominate the nearby markets, Nangia Pavilion lives by self-sufficiency. Finding the place far stranger than he expected, Bu Yunseal looked at Danshin and asked, "Then, are there no disciples here around my age? All I see are old men and grandmothers." Danshin gave him a knowing smile. "Ah, about that. A few young people did come after hearing the name Nangia Pavilion, but most of them either died in training or ran away before they could finish. Bu Yunseal blinked in surprise. So that's what happened. Danshin narrowed his eyes and looked off into the distance. Yes. That place should work. Then he pointed toward an old thatched house and continued. From now on, that's where you'll be staying. Bu Yunseal could only stare in disbelief, and Danshin calmly went on. If anything needs to be repaired, go to the blacksmith over there. He'll lend you whatever tools you need. Let me introduce him. That man is the blacksmith, Wang Gul. After helping Bu Yunseal get settled, Danshin turned to Sa Wu and said, Let's go, Master Sa. Sa Wu gave Bu Yunseal a pat on the shoulder and said goodbye. All right then, I'm off. Keep training hard. Bu Yunseal turned to him, surprised. Master, you're leaving already? Danshin let out a soft laugh and explained. Master Sa is the head of the transmission hall. Even if he wanted to protect you, he doesn't have the authority or the strength to throw his life away against the sword demon. Everyone has to bear the consequences of their actions. Bu Yunseal looked at him uneasily. Bear the consequences? Then the reason you're leaving now is... Sa Wu answered with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, it's just a light punishment. It won't take long. Then, out of nowhere, he smacked Bu Yunseal hard on the back and nearly knocked him forward. Bursting into laughter, Sa Wu said, Don't start taking it easy just because I'm gone. I might show up out of nowhere and check how much you've improved. Bu Yunseal still looked troubled, but when he looked back at Sa Wu, that expression gradually softened into quiet gratitude. Then he said, Please take care of yourself. After Sa Wu left, Danshin smiled at Bu Yunseal once again. You're not an official disciple of Nangia Pavilion yet. Bu Yunseal froze on the spot. What? Danshin gave a slight bow as he smiled and said, Even if you inherited the heart demon, that alone doesn't make you a disciple of Nangia Pavilion. The weak have no place in Nangia Pavilion. The moment he heard that, Bu Yunseal immediately understood what those words really meant. In a firm, steady voice, he asked, Then if I become strong enough, does that mean I can be recognized as a disciple even without any formal ceremony? Danshin burst out laughing, clearly pleased. Hehe, exactly. Nangia Pavilion has no interest in empty rituals or flashy ceremonies. Everyone here carries the name of Nangia Pavilion. There's no need for loyalty oaths or anything like that. Just devote yourself fully to training. Become strong enough that no one can deny you're a true disciple of Nangia Pavilion. Anyone here can become your teacher. But whether they decide to teach you or not is entirely up to them. The scene then shifts to a rough mountain called Ironstaff Peak. Huff, huff, huff. Bu Yunseal's face was drenched in sweat as he struggled to breathe, his whole body weighed down by exhaustion. He lifted his head and looked up toward the top, trying to figure out what kind of mountain this even was. It rose so high above him, jagged and steep enough to make him catch his breath. Just a little more. Once I make it past that ridge, I'll finally be there. As he kept climbing, Danshin's words from the day before came back to him. Tomorrow you are to climb Ironstaff Peak. When you get there, a great master will be waiting to pass on a supreme internal art. Still thinking about that, Bu Yunseal finally caught sight of the summit of Ironstaff Peak. He dragged himself up one step at a time, and when his head finally rose above the top, he was panting hard like a worn-out puppy. The instant he tried to move forward, a heavy voice suddenly called out, So you're the one chosen to inherit Nangia Pavilion's heart demon. Standing ahead of him was the broad back of an enormous monk, his thick muscles pressing against his robes, with a small thatched hut nearby. At this height, the whole mountaintop was wrapped in dense mist. Bu Yunseal quickly brought his hands together and bowed. Yes, I came here under Deputy Chief Danshin's orders. The monk turned slightly and asked, You came to learn internal energy, didn't you? You already have internal force formed inside you, and yet you still want to rise to a higher realm. I can feel the energy moving through your body. It's not rough or shallow at all. This is something that's been nurtured carefully since you were young. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal looked startled. I've spent my whole life as a mind practitioner. I've never trained in internal energy. The monk gave a faint smile. Then there are only two possibilities. Either you're a remarkable liar, or you learned internal energy in your sleep. Bu Yunseal answered nervously, I truly am not lying to you. You can check my body yourself. The monk narrowed his eyes. He didn't speak, but his mind was already filling with questions. Without another word, he suddenly grabbed Bu Yunseal's wrist, lifted his arm and said, Then should I tear apart all the internal energy inside you? Bu Yunseal answered right away, Of course. For a moment, the air went completely still. The monk began examining Bu Yunseal carefully, studying his body from top to bottom. Then all at once, his eyes widened, as though he had just discovered something impossible. Inside, he thought, this child's body is packed with pure energy, and yet none of it is moving. The chi is all sitting in the dantian, piled up and stagnant, gathered there without proper circulation or any true cultivation. Normally, that kind of thing shouldn't be possible. With that thought, the monk abruptly pulled Bu Yunseal's arm closer. In a low, tense voice he demanded, "Who are you really? Who taught you to store internal energy like this?" Bu Yunseal looked completely lost, unable to grasp what the monk was talking about. Even so, somewhere deep down, he faintly wondered if his grandfather, Bu Janyang, had secretly taught him how to gather inner energy without ever telling him the reason. Do not reveal even a single character of that method. If you do, not only you but everyone connected to you will die. Even after hearing a warning like that, Bu Yunseal showed no fear and no resentment. Instead, a quiet look of gratitude appeared on his face. He even clasped his hands together and thanked him sincerely, without the slightest hesitation. The monk started walking again, then slightly turned his head to glance back at the young man following him. His eyes narrowed just a bit as he looked at Bu Yunseal, clearly interested in this unusual child. As he continued forward, he said, "My Dharma name is Hwa Wimyung." Hearing that strange Dharma name, Yunseal was caught off guard. Why would a monk carry a name that sounded so bloody and ominous? Hwa Wimyung went on. "Do you know the difference between orthodox inner chi methods and demonic ones?" Bu Yunseal answered honestly, "I don't." Hwa Wimyung explained, "Orthodox methods are like the earth-absorbing chi I mentioned before. They follow the body's natural order and slowly build internal force over time. Demonic methods are different. They use whatever means they can to gather true chi, which is why they can amass huge reserves right from the beginning. Those methods go against the body's nature and against the very logic of martial arts. In the end, as time goes on, orthodox arts surpass them completely in both purity and depth. But the Bon Cuc heart method that I teach is different. It is not bound by the weaknesses that limit ordinary demonic arts. Among all inner chi heart methods in the world, this one is the deepest and most mysterious of them all." As he said that, Hwa Wimyung slowly tightened his hands and added, "But the greater a method is, the greater the price it demands. When I cultivated the Bon Cuc heart method, the pain was so unbearable that I bit off my own fingers with my own teeth." He raised his ruined fingers, glanced at them once, and kept speaking in a calm voice. "Only a genius who can endure that unspeakable pain can gain a body truly suited to bear internal force and fully circulate blood and chi. I was once a master of Tianlong Temple in Yunnan, but I was framed for murder, had all my internal arts destroyed, and was driven out of the sect. Later, while rebuilding my inner chi from nothing, I received a great favor from Nangia Pavilion. To repay that debt, I swore I would pass down this heart method. If you cannot cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, then my vow will mean nothing. So now I will test you. From this moment on, you will use Bon Cuc true chi to open all 365 acupoints in your body at once. To cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, your blood and chi cannot have even the slightest impurity. Normally, acupoints are opened little by little over time. But if all of them are forced open at once, the pain that follows is beyond what ordinary people can endure. If you don't believe you can do it, then give up now." Even after hearing such a brutal test from Hwa Wimyung, Bu Yunseal didn't waver at all. Pressing his lips together, he answered lightly, "What is there to be afraid of?" The moment those words left his mouth, Hwa Wimyung showed his teeth in an amused grin. He raised both hands over his head, and a brilliant golden force gathered between his palms. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, "Good. Just don't piss yourself." With that, he thrust both palms forward and drove the golden force straight into Bu Yunseal's chest. A violent shock hit him instantly. Yunseal's hair whipped wildly in the surge, and his eyes flew open as he looked down at his chest. The power Hwa Wimyung released was so immense that the mist around the peak was blown away, and for a moment, it looked like the entire mountain had been swallowed by light. At the same time, the impurities hidden inside Bu Yunseal's body were slowly being cleansed and forced outward by that golden chi. As Hwa Wimyung continued pouring chi into him, he thought to himself, when true chi forcibly opens the acupoints, it feels like your bones are being scraped apart. No matter how determined he is, how long can this boy possibly hold out? But then he was truly taken aback. Bu Yunseal didn't show even the slightest sign of pain. Under his breath, he muttered, not even a scream, not even a twitch on his face. And more than that, even the sweat pouring off his body had none of the usual foul odor. Could this really be him? With that thought in mind, he slowly drew his hands back, and the golden glow around them faded away little by little. Then Hyeol Jumgang simply stood there, staring at Bu Yunseol in silence without saying a word. A grin slowly spread across his face, the kind that comes when someone stumbles onto something they never expected to find. Looking at the boy with his eyes squeezed shut and fists clenched tight, he thought, so from the very beginning, his acupoints were already perfectly clean, without a single trace of impurity. Then he let out a silly little chuckle to himself, which only made Bu Yunseol look at him in confusion. He asked, "Your name is Bu Yunseol, right?" The young man answered, "Yes." Hyeol Jumgang spoke with clear excitement. "From today on, I'll be the one to pass the Bon Cuc heart method down to you." Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, half a year had gone by. Under Hyeol Jumgang's dedicated instruction in the Bon Cuc heart method, Bu Yunseol had already begun to show obvious results. At that moment, Hyeol Jumgang shuffled over to a large rock, bent down, and reached underneath it. He lifted the stone with one hand, then turned toward Bu Yunseol with excitement written all over his face. And the next second, without any warning, he hurled the rock straight at him. The stone came flying like a bullet, but Bu Yunseol didn't move an inch. Closed the distance in a flash, and still Bu Yunseol remained rooted to the spot. Even when the rock slammed right into him, he made no effort to dodge. To Hyeol Jumgang's satisfaction, the stone exploded against Yunseol's body. Even more shocking, in just half a year, the young man's physique had grown into something far beyond what his age would suggest. Bu Yunseol was still standing exactly where he had been. The shattered chunks of stone fell away, and when the dust settled, his back was revealed without so much as a scratch. Hyeol Jumgang lightly tossed another stone in his hand and smiled. He's definitely reached the first level now. Just from reaching the first stage of the Bon Cuc heart method, look at the dense muscle already carved into Bu Yunseol's body. Watching the boy improve this fast, Hyeol Jumgang smiled in open approval. Even he himself had needed a full 3 years to get that far. And yet this child had already surpassed expectations in only half a year. After all, this inner heart method gathers true qi inside the body, sends it through the meridians, and even stimulates physical growth that had been suppressed for years. Once that process starts, the body becomes frighteningly strong. Thinking that, Hyeol Jumgang said, "Now begin your practice." Bu Yunseol answered confidently, "Yes." After that, Bu Yunseol sat down again to meditate, straightened his posture, and carefully began regulating the inner qi moving through his body. As he cultivated, Bu Yunseol thought to himself that thanks to Senior Hyeol Jumgang, he had reached the first level quickly. But the Bon Cuc heart method still had 8 levels in total. Before he went back down the mountain, he needed to at least reach the second level. While Yunseol focused on his training, Hyeol Jumgang stood nearby and silently watched over him. Then all of a sudden, dark streams of qi began curling upward above Bu Yunseol's head. The moment Hyeol Jumgang saw that change, he was visibly startled, and his face turned serious right away. A flash of panic crossed his mind as he blurted out, "Wait, this reaction is the second level, the bone and flesh purification realm. Reaching the second level means the bones and muscles are reshaped into their most ideal form, pulling out the greatest physical strength the body can produce. But this transformation is happening way too suddenly. And on top of that, it places an enormous burden on the body." The second he realized that, Hyeol Jumgang rushed behind Bu Yunseol, sat down, pressed both palms against his back, and barked, "You stubborn fool, empty your mind and focus." Seeing the protagonist grimacing in pain like a dog straining under a crushing load, Hyeol Jumgang realized the sudden transformation had pushed his body out of balance. If this kept going, the uncontrolled true qi would cause fatal internal injuries. At this point, even if I have to pour every bit of my primordial true qi into him. As that thought crossed his mind, the air around Bu Yunseol and Hyeol Jumgang seemed to flare with blazing heat. Little by little, Bu Yunseol's expression began to ease, and the unstable aura surrounding him settled down far more than before. After some time, as if he had finally crossed a massive barrier, Bu Yunseol suddenly threw his eyes open wide and shouted, "Hey, hey!" He looked down at his hands in shock and saw true qi pouring out through his pores, bursting into flames the instant it touched the air. Startled, Yunseol thought, what is this terrifying aura? When he turned his head, he saw Hyeol Jumgang looking drained and gaunt, breathing in weak, ragged gasps. Bu Yunseol cried out in alarm, "Senior." He quickly rushed over, placed a hand on Hyeol Jumgang's shoulder, and asked anxiously, "Did you pour your true qi into me? Why would you go this far for my sake?" Hyeol Jumgang gritted his teeth, smacked Yunseol's hand away, and snapped irritably, "You ungrateful brat. And don't make such a fuss. If you don't properly master the Bon Cuc heart method, then I won't be able to leave Nangia Pavilion either. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal was caught off guard. Under the harsh tone and that intimidating face, this man was much kinder than he ever showed. With that in mind, he said, I'll never forget what you've done for me. Hwa Wimyung forced his worn-out body upright and immediately objected. No, forget I was ever here. Just act like I don't even exist, he said. At that moment, Bu Yunseal remembered Sa Wu's earlier warning. Forget favors, forget grudges. If you can let both go, that is best. Yunseal quietly murmured to himself, why does everyone keep telling me the same thing? While that thought still lingered in his head, Hwa Wimyung spoke again and said that if Yunseal truly wanted to repay him, then there was only one way. If someday you attain true enlightenment and reach the 8th level, the Great Origin Realm, that will be your repayment to me. My talent falls short. At best, I can only brush the edge of the 5th level. Amitba. Amitba. Yunseal lifted his head and looked at Hwa Wimyung as if he were staring at a living bodhisattva. Then his face hardened with resolve, and he answered in a clear voice, yes, senior. Hwa Wimyung turned his back and went on. Now that you've reached the 2nd level, you no longer need me guiding you step by step. From here on, what you need is not to finish the Bon Cuc heart method itself, but to build a real foundation in martial arts. Go to Chongmyeong by the edge of Nangia Pavilion's library and train your body techniques there. Hwa Wimyung walked away, and Yunseal clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and respectfully said, I wish you safety and peace. Without the slightest change in expression, Hwa Wimyung softly replied, you as well. Time moved quickly, and before long, the story shifted to 3 months later, after night had already fallen. Inside a tavern still glowing with lamplight, a few men sat together drinking and chatting. One man holding a bowl of wine looked at the person beside him and said, Chong Sin's group came back this morning. Weren't they saying they were going to wipe Chongmyeong out completely? His companion laughed in open satisfaction and replied, they laid hands on Bon Gak's disciples, so of course they had it coming. Who else but that same Dan team would deal with a sect bold enough to go against Bon Gak? The other man chuckled and said, just hearing that feels good. Now that you mention it, Lord Peng, one of the Peng scouts, should be back soon too, right? But while he was still talking, several black-clad figures swept across the rooftops outside. The man across from him spoke up right away, almost as if on cue. Impressive. Even the ones who spend their days burning toilet paper have made it up there now. Ah. The other man snorted and said, why not just come through the front gate? Are they worried people won't realize they're part of the covert squad? Meanwhile, the figures on the rooftops kept racing over the houses below without slowing down. Then all of a sudden, one of them made one extra leap, came to a stop and landed on a roof. That figure stood perfectly still, scanning the area as if waiting for someone to show up. Then out of nowhere, someone behind him raised 4 fingers, peered through the gap at the black-clad figure like he was admiring a painting, and said, wow, standing there like that, you look like you're waiting for someone to paint your portrait and hang it on the wall. Huh? If you're back, then head straight to Tanfong Hall. Why are you standing here looking gloomy and doing nothing? The one speaking was Baek Yun. The moment he heard that voice, the man in black immediately turned his head. This young man was Baek Yun, the deputy leader of Nangia Pavilion. Baek Yun raised a hand, pulled down the cloth covering part of his face, and said, Deputy head of Nangia. So the one speaking with Baek Yun was Danshin. Danshin narrowed his eyes in a smile and replied, ah, I told you already. When it's just the two of us, you can just call me by my name. Baek Yun planted both hands on his hips and answered irritably, please stop saying ridiculous things like that. Nangia Pavilion's discipline is loose enough as it is. Don't make it worse. Then, after a short sigh, Baek Yun continued, strangely enough, I was actually planning to come find you. Hearing that, Danshin looked surprised and let out a short snort. Baek Yun went on, I heard the deputy head brought back a 10-demon successor, some top-tier talent dragged straight out of hell itself. You should have opposed the 10-demon successor plan. Why bring in a prodigy who could have ended up with the Hwa Wu sword sect instead of Nangia Pavilion? Danshin lightly stroked his chin, his eyes still smiling, and answered, saying I brought him back isn't quite right. The kid chose us on his own, and he firmly turned down the offer from the Hwa Wu sword sect. Baek Yun blurted out that prodigy chose Nangia Pavilion? Danshin scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Yeah, that's right. Because of that, we almost ended up in a huge fight with that old sword demon. Still, I have to admit, it was admirable. He walked into Nangia Pavilion on his own 2 feet. Heh. Hearing that, Baek Yun's brows pulled together. The whole thing sounded ridiculous, almost too dramatic to believe. Danshin continued, and because of that, the Hwa Wu sword sect failed in the end to secure the 10-demon successor. Even their sect leader openly showed regret. At those words, Baekhyun finally let out a breath and thought, so that's what happened. But then he suddenly flared up and shouted right in Danchin's face. The deputy head knows better than anyone that Nangia Pavilion has long been suppressed by demonic influence and is now seen by the world as a sect in decline. Danchin didn't take offense at all. He just replied with that same easy smile. Have you been drinking too much of the martial world's muddy water? Nangia Pavilion seeks the summit of the martial path, not rule over the Jianghu. Baekhyun, having been checked, swallowed hard and said, yes, that may be true only as an ideal. But even so, there are still urgent matters that have to be dealt with. Where is the one calling himself Nangia Pavilion's successor right now? His place as the 10-demon successor could still be taken from him. A green leaf drifted down and lightly touched the water, sending small ripples spreading across the surface. Then suddenly, a foot flashed past and stepped onto that leaf, kicking tiny droplets into the air. Strangely, the leaf did not sink. In the very next instant, that foot pushed off and vanished again. The leaf only bounced halfway up above the water before dropping back down. The one racing over the water was Bu Yunseal. His speed was incredible, his feet barely skimming the surface as he used it to launch himself forward. As he ran, Bu Yunseal recalled what his master had taught him. The old man was Go Wool, once known as the great path of extreme speed, the shadowless. The body technique I'm teaching you is a movement art that breaks the boundary between body technique and footwork. I named it after my own title, Extreme Speed, Shadowless. Every disciple of Nangia Pavilion who tried this movement art before you failed to keep up with its changes and ended up crippled. Let's see what becomes of you. But not long after saying that, Go Wool's eyes widened when he saw the young man running across the water. He couldn't hide his shock as he thought, only a month, and he's already reached the 3rd stage? Soon after, he packed up his things and prepared to leave, saying in high spirits, at last, someone has inherited my movement art, so everything here can finally be settled. You've learned the basics now. From here on, develop it through real combat. Back in the present, Yunseal kept training obsessively, repeating that water-running body method again and again. High up on the mountainside, Nangia Pavilion's deputy head Danchin and Baekhyun stood watching Yunseal train below. They had been watching him for quite a while already from beside a waterfall. The view there was calm, beautiful, and crystal clear, but neither of them took their eyes off him for even a moment. Deputy head Danchin narrowed his eyes as he looked down and said, that's Master Go Wool's extreme speed shadowless. Baekhyun, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, could hardly believe it and replied, that body technique was never supposed to be mastered this fast. Could it be he came to Nangia Pavilion just for the body technique? Danchin burst into a proud laugh and answered, no chance. He only joined 6 months ago, and just last month, he learned the Bon Cuc heart method from Hyol Jumgang up on Ironstaff Peak. Baekhyun, clearly shocked, quickly said, then the rumor is true, that he mastered the wild beast path inside the hell map in only half a month. Danchin laughed again, amused. Of course it's true. That only happened because Sa Wu gave him all of the celestial extreme spirit water he had. It awakened the boy's extraordinary nervous system far sooner than anyone expected. Baekhyun asked in disbelief, but how does that lead to learning the wild beast path? The tournament was only meant to produce 12 10-combat demon candidates. Yet because of him, it became 14. That makes no sense. And the leader of Nangia Pavilion still refuses to show himself? Danchin replied, yes, which means this whole troublesome mess has landed on me to deal with alone. Baekhyun narrowed his eyes, glanced at Danchin, and then spoke seriously. The 10-combat demon plan was pushed forward from the start by the demonic faction. You know as well as I do that the 10 great demon sects are deeply unhappy about it. Danchin stopped laughing, and his face turned serious. Unlike Nangia Pavilion, they chose their own successors long ago. In a situation like that, asking them to teach martial arts to the 10 combat demons was always going to create resentment and confusion. But wasn't the 10 combat demon plan originally meant to create puppets that could be used to cut down the masters of the demonic faction? Baekhyun continued, Deputy Head, you understand that, but it seems some of the 10 great demon sects still don't. They threw their disciples into the 10 combat tournament like gamecocks shoved into a fighting ring. Danchin nodded and said, honestly, it's not a bad idea. If a successor is truly talented, then no matter where you put them, they'll end up being chosen as one of the 10 combat demons. Baekhyun added, under normal circumstances that would be true. But that child killed Kong Mu Ryan, the only blood son of the White Demon Temple leader. Didn't the 10 great demon sects already approve the 3rd stage? The son's death is unfortunate, but it couldn't be helped. Even so, you're not the only one upset with that child. The White Demon Temple leader is furious too. and the Hwa Wu sword sect has its own grievance over their sword art. Someone outside their disciples learned the sect's supreme sword technique. The sword demon Wei Hyakun is demanding punishment, and Cheon Ungwang has already been removed from his position and is undergoing public penance. Hearing that, Danshin grabbed his head and let out a sigh. So they punished the teacher, and now they want to punish the student too? How small-minded can they be? Then what exactly are the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Wu sword sect asking for? Baek-yun replied, they want the boy summoned to the demonic hall for a test to prove whether he truly qualifies as one of the 10 combat demons, and they want him banned from ever using a sword again. Danshin scoffed and turned away in disgust. Ridiculous. Reject it outright. That boy is already a 10 combat demon and a disciple of Nangia Pavilion. And now they want a disciple of Nangia Pavilion never to use a sword? Absurd. Then all of a sudden, the deputy head's eyes narrowed as he looked down below. Below them, Bu Yunseol was standing on the water, looking up toward where Danshin and Baek-yun were. In the next instant, he kicked off and shot forward from where he stood. Only a few seconds later, he had already rushed up to Danshin and Baek-yun, then asked, Deputy Head, did you see all of it? Danshin smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, looks like you've mastered the body technique. Then Baek-yun asked, are you Bon Gak's 10 combat demon? Danshin quickly introduced him. This is Baek-yun, captain of the Pavilion squad. Just call him Captain Baek. Hearing that, Yunseol hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed to Baek-yun. Bu Yunseol greets the captain. Baek-yun answered in a serious tone. Your timing is perfect. I actually have something to say. But before he could finish, Danshin spread his hands and cut in. No, it's nothing important. Do we really need to say it out loud? Hearing that, Bu Yunseol went quiet for a moment, and a faint sadness passed over his face. After a short pause, Yunseol spoke in a firm voice. This whole matter started because of me. I'll take full responsibility. Baek-yun turned to Danshin and said, it seems he heard everything we said. Danshin said nothing. He only scratched his head and stared at the ground. Then the young man continued, please forgive me, because I used the wild beast path's hard eye without meaning to. Baek-yun exclaimed in surprise. Isn't the non-destruction hard eye a technique that expands perception through the vibrations of a still state? How were you able to use it while moving with a body technique? Bu Yunseol hurried to explain, yes. While using the body technique, I tried to trigger the wild beast path by responding to the ripples on the water. Danshin smiled and whispered to Baek-yun. He's always like this. Amazing, isn't he? Baek-yun was so stunned he could only stammer. Indeed. And before he even realized it, Baek-yun's hand had slowly tightened into a fist. He said in a solemn voice, if he really is a genius on this level, then maybe, just this once, we should place our trust in the child. Danshin flinched in shock. You mean send him to the demonic hall for that ridiculous test? That kind of setup is filthy. They're trying to get the boy killed. The demonic hall only wants to preserve the White Demon Temple leader's pride after losing his son. They most likely have no intention of killing the boy. That's exactly why they chose the demonic hall for the test instead of the White Demon Temple or the Hwa Wu sword sect. Baek-yun explained that if they rejected this demand, the aftermath would become so serious that even Nangia Pavilion's reclusive leader would be forced to appear. Danshin answered with concern that even so, they couldn't just send an inexperienced child into something like that. While the two of them were still arguing, Bu Yunseol, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. I'll go. Danshin stared at him in shock and blurted out Yunseol, but Yunseol cut him off and said, I will go to the demonic hall. Just like Captain Baek said, what they want is face. If they kill an inexperienced boy like me, wouldn't that only make them lose even more face? And besides, as a disciple of Nangia Pavilion, I don't want to avoid a fight that has already come looking for me. Baek-yun nodded in agreement. You're right. This was going to happen sooner or later. We should comply this time so they have no excuse to keep stirring up trouble. Hearing that, Deputy Head Danshin's face darkened, and he said coldly, if you pass the test, make them promise that the White Demon Temple leader and the Hwa Wu sword sect will never pursue this matter again. If that promise is made, then I permit Nangia Pavilion disciple Bu Yunseol to take the test. Yunseol clasped his hands tightly and answered in a clear voice, I understand. The next day, Bu Yunseol, dressed neatly and ready to depart, walked up to the gate of Nangia Pavilion and looked back inside with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. The first time I came to the demonic hall, I was just a chanter who knew nothing at all about martial arts. But now I'm returning to the demonic hall as the successor of Nangia Pavilion. The guide led him to a building and said, this is the 10,000 Records Hall, known as the brain of the demonic hall. Once you step inside, the people here will take it from there. Looking up at the plaque, Yunseol tightened his hands and thought, 10,000 Records Hall. a place comparable to the central command of the Martial World Alliance, the core responsible for the demonic hall's strategy and operations. So this is where I'll find out what kind of test is waiting for me. But the moment the door opened, Buyunseal froze in surprise at what he saw inside. He stood there stunned and murmured, "This is..." The scene shifted to the study of the Wanbaek Hall Master, where a trembling lamp lit up shelves packed with books and racks lined with scrolls. At the table sat a dignified middle-aged man, while a young man stood beside him holding several scrolls respectfully in his arms. The young man gently closed his eyes and announced, "Buyunseal of Nangia Pavilion has arrived." A moment later, Buyunseal stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke respectfully. "This disciple of Nangia Pavilion, Buyunseal, greets the Wanbaek Hall Master." That man was none other than Baek Yonkian, the Wanbaek Hall Master. Placing a hand to his chest, he gave a calm smile and said, "I am Baek Yonkian. Your presence truly exceeds the rumors." Baek Yonkian lightly tapped his fingers against the table, the sound echoing through the quiet room, and said, "You must already know what happened. Yes? With things as they are now, even the demonic hall is in a rather difficult position. We can no longer ignore the demands coming from the 10 sects of the demonic path." Buyunseal looked slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "Are the demonic hall and the 10 sects of the demonic path not separate institutions?" Baek Yonkian curled his lips into a knowing smile, as if that reaction didn't surprise him at all. "Nangia Pavilion didn't even tell you this? As always, your people seem strangely unconcerned with the shifts happening across the martial world. In truth, the demonic hall is a coalition originally established by the 10 sects of the demonic path together. The two are closely tied, but they can never truly become one and the same. Normally, the position of demonic hall master is held by someone from one of those 10 sects, but the current hall master did not come from them. And beyond that, not every faction in the demonic path feels any goodwill toward the demonic hall." Hearing that, Buyunseal gave a small nod and fell into thought. So the demonic hall master and the 10 sects only work together loosely. Then it makes sense that plenty of factions would also hold resentment toward the demonic hall. Baek Yonkian continued, his gaze turning more solemn. "To be honest, the 10-demon successor plan only pretends to be about choosing heirs. Its real purpose was never to find successors for the 10 sections. It was to forge 10 blades, living weapons meant specifically to face the masters of the righteous martial world. In other words, the 10-demon successor contest was a private initiative launched by the demonic hall itself, with the goal of confronting the righteous factions head-on. At first, the 10 sects strongly refused to participate, but after repeated pressure from the demonic hall, they reluctantly agreed to send disciples. However, during the contest, an unfortunate incident occurred. Baek Yonkian's expression suddenly grew heavy, and his eyes sharpened. One of the 10 sects had a promising heir, someone many had placed their hopes on, and that person ultimately died by your hand. Because of that, along with several overlapping reasons, the demonic hall now finds itself forced to appease the 10 sects somehow. And that is why you were summoned here. They call it a trial, but in truth it is a punishment. Even so, you still chose to come here on your own." Buyunseal did not hesitate for even a moment and answered firmly, "Yes." Baek Yonkian raised one brow, clearly intrigued. Resting his hand on the table, he fixed his eyes on Yunseal and said, "It seems your resolve is forged from steel." Buyunseal calmly clasped his hands again. His voice was quiet, but every word carried steady resolve. "Yes. Whatever this trial may be, I am ready to accept it." After a short pause to think, a trace of admiration appeared on Baek Yonkian's face. Very well. I've already said more than enough. Let's move on to the main point. Because of this incident, the Hwa Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple have granted you a special favor." Hearing that, Buyunseal couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "A special favor?" Baek Yonkian smiled and explained in an easy tone, "It is the right to enter the martial arts archive, also called the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion, for 1 day. Then he took out a wooden token and continued, "This is the golden yuan token. It grants you entry into the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion. However, you will only be allowed to move within the first of its 3 floors. Even though the first floor is the lowest tier, it still preserves the essence of more than 25,000 demonic sect scriptures. For you, that is already no small privilege." Baek Yonkian paused for a moment, and his tone became more serious. "In other words, your chances of passing this trial are nearly non-existent. That is exactly why they offered this small favor first, so no one would have anything to say afterward. The content of the trial they have set is that you must endure 5 moves from a master chosen by the White Demon Temple." As he placed the token into Buyunseal's hand, Baek Yonkian gave a faint smile and continued, "During the 10 Demon Successor contest, Even the Grand Instructor agreed to give up his position as Hall Master just to give you a chance to be chosen. Although I pressed him many times for the reason behind that choice, he only told me that you would soon come to understand it yourself. I truly hope that this time, I'll finally understand what he meant by those words. After his conversation with Baek Yonkian ended, Bu Yunsil stepped out of the study. But after only a few steps, his eyes suddenly stopped on a familiar figure ahead. A man was walking toward him, and it was none other than Jingak. Bu Yunsil couldn't hide his surprise and called out, "Instructor Jingak." Jingak looked just as surprised to see him and replied, "Bu Yunsil, I heard what happened. You came here to take the trial, didn't you?" Bu Yunsil nodded calmly and answered, "Yes. But I'm not sure why you are here, Instructor." Jingak turned his face slightly to the side, his gaze drifting into the distance. "I came to Wanbaek Hall for some personal business. Back on Hell Island, I served as the Grand Instructor's assistant and handled matters for the Wanbaek Hall Master whenever he was away." Bu Yunsil gave a slight nod and replied in surprise, "I see. So that was the reason." Seeing the token in Bu Yunsil's hand, Jingak pointed at it and asked, "Are you on your way to the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion to prepare for the trial?" Bu Yunsil immediately looked down at it and nodded. "Ah yes, that's right." Jingak stroked his chin and thought for a moment before speaking with quiet meaning. Let's call it fate. I'll give you one piece of advice. The Jianghu is full of hidden dangers. There is no such thing as a favor that simply falls from the sky. And when something like that does appear, it usually means there's a deeper scheme behind it. Their decision to let you enter the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion is no exception. Gently patting Bu Yunsil on the shoulder as if passing on a deeper message, Jingak continued, "And yet, that place may also hold the chance for you to turn danger into safety. Remember this well. A branch must come from its root. Carve those words into your heart and do your very best." Bu Yunsil clasped his hands and bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Jingak smiled faintly and said, "All right then. I hope you achieve a good result." The scene shifted to the next day. Bu Yunsil stood before a cavern deep within a silent stone mountain. Standing in front of that dark entrance, Bu Yunsil looked up at the words carved into the stone and thought to himself, "So this is the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion. A place shaped by 1,000 years of cultivation." The massive stone gate slowly began to open, grinding forward inch by inch with a deep, heavy rumble. But the second Bu Yunsil stepped inside, he froze. Towering wooden shelves filled the cavern from end to end, stacked so high and packed so tightly that they looked like a maze reaching all the way to the ceiling. And in the middle of those endless rows, a few people were already buried in their own search, silently reading through martial manuals. His eyes widened before he even realized it, and a quiet breath escaped his lips. This wasn't just some ordinary archive. Were all of these really martial arts manuals? Bu Yunsil turned his gaze to the right, and his mind quickly settled. Then there's only one way to know. He walked over to a nearby shelf, reached out and pulled down one of the books. Once he finished that one, he immediately picked up another, his curiosity only growing stronger with each page. Before long, he was carrying a huge pile in his arms, dozens of books stacked one over another. But after sitting down and reading for a while, the excitement on his face slowly gave way to disappointment. Closing the manual, he muttered under his breath, "So this is the trap. Every technique here is powerful, but none of them can be learned in a single day. If I let myself get greedy and keep jumping from one to the next, I'll walk away with nothing and waste the little time I have." They really built this to prey on exactly that. The Hwa Sword School and the White Demon Temple really did come up with a clever way to shake me. Just then, Nung Gak's warning rang clearly through his mind. Don't be shaken. Find the opportunity hidden inside the danger. As Bu Yunsil moved through the maze of shelves, his eyes swept across book after book while the same thought kept circling in his head. A branch comes from the root. Then what is my root? Then suddenly, something struck him like lightning, and his eyes flew wide open. Could it be? In the very next moment, he bolted forward like an arrow, rushing through the narrow aisles between the shelves. His eyes skimmed over every title he passed, one shelf after another, then another after that, but each time he came up empty. As he kept searching, the impatience inside him started to build, sharpened by the pressure already weighing on his mind. Then at last, he stopped dead in front of one shelf and, without hesitating for even a second, reached out and pulled out a single book. His eyes immediately locked onto the title on the cover. And the moment he read it, his face lit up like he had just found buried treasure. In a hushed voice he said, "So it really was here. The true foundation of Nangia really does lie in Bongak's martial arts." He opened the manual at once and dove straight into it, reading with total focus. But around the middle of the book, Bu Yunseal's expression suddenly changed. His whole body stiffened when he noticed something strange tucked between the pages. The scene shifts to early morning. Pale sunlight spills across the wide martial arena of the demonic hall, where the elders have already gathered. The mood today is different, heavy and tense because this is no ordinary test. It's an examination that could decide someone's fate. From the main gate, Bu Yunseal walked in with his back straight, dressed in a fitted black outfit that traced his lean figure. The sword at his waist swayed lightly with each step, catching cold flashes of light. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white, not because he was afraid, but because his resolve was that strong. His face stayed calm, and his dark eyes were steady, without even the slightest hint of doubt. On the judges' platform sat 4 men in separate seats, each one carrying a completely different presence. One had white hair and sharp eyes that looked like they could see straight through a person. Another was broad and heavily built, with high cheekbones that gave him a cold, severe look. The third wore blue robes and had the air of a scholar. The last wore light armor and looked imposing at a glance. All 4 sat there in silence like mountains that would never move. Bu Yunseal stepped forward from the rear, his expression more serious than usual. He stopped in front of the 4 judges, clasped his hands and bowed. It was a simple gesture, but the respect in it was clear. These were men who could decide the course of his future. Then one of the judges finally spoke in a deep, steady voice. "Are you Bu Yunseal of Nangia Pavilion?" Leaning forward slightly, he fixed him with a hawk-like stare. "I am Gok Jiahong of the rear chamber of the Elders' Hall. I will oversee today's examination." He then motioned to the man beside him. "This is Sang Riang of the Hwa Wu Sword School, currently in charge of the secret imagery division in this hall." Then he pointed to the third man and continued, "And this is Nangia of Nangia Pavilion, leader of the High and High Hall, Master Lang. Lastly, the remaining man is Go Gunpyeong, formerly of the White Demon Temple and now serving as the High Squad leader of the White Dragon Squad." The atmosphere turned even heavier as Gok Jiahong explained why everyone had gathered. This matter began because of requests from the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Wu Sword School. The White Demon Temple wishes to see whether you are truly qualified to become one of the 10 battle demons, while the Hwa Wu Sword School claims you were granted an unacceptable favor. Then his gaze shifted toward Sang Riang and Go Gunpyeong. If this child passes the test, the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Wu Sword School will put the old issue to rest. Is that correct? Sang Riang answered with a calm smile. Yes. Go Gunpyeong gave a short nod as well, his voice cold and stiff. We will. With all 3 sides now in agreement, Gok Jiahong lifted a hand and snapped his fingers once, the sharp sound echoing through the arena. Then let the test begin. The moment those words were spoken, Go Gunpyeong slammed both hands onto his chair hard enough to make it shake. Veins bulged across the backs of his hands, and the muscles in his arms tensed as if they could tear the air apart. He slowly made his way down the stone steps of the platform, and with each step, an invisible pressure spread out that made many disciples swallow unconsciously. Across from him, Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on his sword. His eyes sharpened in an instant. His heart was pounding not from fear, but because his focus had reached its peak. When the 2 finally stood face to face, Bu Yunseal drew his sword. The blade flashed with a cold silver gleam, matching the resolve that had settled over him. Go Gunpyeong raised his right hand while his left gripped his wrist, and when he spoke, his deep, icy voice carried a hint of killing intent. 5 moves. Tilting his head slightly, he narrowed his eyes in a dangerous way. If he endures 5 moves, he passes. After saying that, he raised his right arm to face level, and his gaze turned razor-sharp as it locked onto Bu Yunseal. In the next instant, a burst of chi exploded around Go Gunpyeong, swirling like a violent storm and snapping his cloak into motion. The white cloth cord wrapped around his right arm began to tremble, then slowly came loose as if it had a life of its own. For a brief moment, Go Gunpyeong lowered his eyes halfway, and a cold reminder surfaced again in his mind. During this test, take Bu Yunseal's head. The dark command echoed inside him. Even though the Lord of the White Demon Temple ordered me to kill him, he's still just a child, and Nangia Pavilion's reputation has to be considered. In the end, he settled on a quieter conclusion, almost as if speaking to himself. On the 5th move, I'll destroy his hands. That should be enough. A brutal killing intent burned in his eyes, and with a sharp whip-like sound, he sent the cloth cord shooting straight at Bu Yunseal. Bu Yunseal couldn't hide the shock on his face. Go Gunpyeong had barely moved at all, and yet the attack was already right in front of him. The weapon shot out like a giant white serpent. In that split second, Bu Yunseal kicked off the ground and twisted his body sharply in midair to dodge. The instant the cloth struck, the ground under him split open and a burst of dust exploded upward. This was way too brutal to be called a test for a junior disciple. As soon as he landed, he stumbled half a step and looked back at where he had been standing. A single strike had already gouged a small crater into the floor. A thin sheen of cold sweat gathered at his temples, but his eyes stayed locked firmly on his opponent. As he drew the weapon back, Go Gunpyeong spoke under his breath, almost like he was naming a step in an execution. First move, White Demon Heart Seizure. Across from him, the weapon coiled neatly back around Go Gunpyeong's arm like a living snake returning to rest. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, a trace of surprise showed on his face. He clearly hadn't expected Bu Yunseal's fundamentals to be this strong. At first glance, that weapon looked like nothing more than a strip of cloth. But in reality, it was a flexible sword made from countless tiny metal segments linked together with delicate joints. That design let it shoot out, retract, and wrap back around his arm in an instant. It was a strange, finely crafted weapon that gave its target almost no room to breathe. Go Gunpyeong flicked his wrist and sent it out again. A sharp whistle tore through the air, followed by his cold, heavy voice. Next move. With a violent rush, the weapon stretched out even farther this time, unfurling like a huge white serpent shedding its shell. It twisted through the air, fully extended, and then stabbed forward so suddenly that no one had time to react. Bu Yunseal clenched his teeth, his focus sharpening to the limit. It's coming. But right at the peak of that tension, something in his eyes suddenly changed. It was like he had spotted something hidden inside the attack. Staring straight at the incoming blade, he murmured, "Wait. Is that it?" At the exact moment the strike was about to hit, Bu Yunseal spun with explosive speed, jumped back, and slipped away again without breaking rhythm. The spear-like blade slammed down with terrifying force. Each thrust was strong enough to punch into the stone floor, tearing the ground apart again and again as broken chunks flew everywhere and thick dust clouds rolled up. Even as he ran, Bu Yunseal glanced behind him and saw that razor-sharp weapon still chasing him without mercy. Dirt and shattered stones sprayed in every direction, and dust columns rose one after another, making it feel like some invisible beast was right on his heels. From the other side of the arena, Go Gunpyeong let out a faint smile of surprise and muttered in a cold voice with the slightest hint of admiration. Second move, White Demon Descent of Spirits. Then his expression tightened as he realized something. So he saw through the feint. Looks like he really was taught beast methods. The weapon wrapped around his arm let out a low vibration, its metal segments clicking together with a sinister sound. Go Gunpyeong steadied his breathing and thought coldly, from here on out, he'd better be even more careful. His face darkened, and every part of his expression turned hard. Raising his right arm high, he stretched the weapon out to its full length, where it shone with a pale silver light like moonlight cutting through darkness. Then he shouted, his voice ringing across the arena like steel crashing against steel. Third move, White Demon Illusion Torn. Almost instantly, the sky seemed to dim as countless sword auras rained down like death itself. They came so densely there wasn't even a single gap, and no one could tell which strikes were real and which were false. White streaks flashed through the air like ghosts, appearing and vanishing in a blink. Bu Yunseal looked up, his eyes widening. At this rate, there was no way to tell the real attack apart from the illusions. He gritted his teeth and spoke under his breath. Then I'll dodge every single one. He leaned forward and burst into motion at a speed far beyond normal limits. The rain of blades crashed into the ground like thunder. Every impact shattered the floor, and layer after layer of dust surged into the air. Go Gunpyeong stood perfectly straight with his right hand still raised, his gaze as sharp as a blade and completely devoid of emotion. But a few seconds later, the slightest flicker ran through his eyes. Click, click. Fresh drops of blood hit the floor one after another, spreading into tiny red stains. Then Bu Yunseal stepped out from the dust cloud, breathing a little harder than before, with only a few shallow cuts on his arm and shoulder. He raised his sword and pointed it at Go Gunpyeong, his eyes still steady and calm. Deep down, he knew the truth. He had only survived by pouring out all of his internal energy and forcing his body to its absolute top speed. If this were a real fight, or if the exchange had gone on just a little longer, I'd already be dead. Go Gunpyeong reeled the weapon back and let out a cold snort. I thought that would leave fatal injuries. If the wounds are only that shallow, cutting off his hand won't be easy. He slowly opened his right hand, and a spiral of white force began to gather in his palm like a tightly compressed vortex. Its power swelled fast, and within a single breath, that condensed force blasted forward with the violence of a storm breaking loose. Bu Yunseal narrowed his eyes, and his expression shifted the moment he heard the declaration. Fourth move. Go Gunpyeong stepped in, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. White Demon Heart Strike. The instant he heard the technique's name, a sharp sense of danger rose inside Bu Yunseal. He knew right away that if he dealt with this the same way as before, he wouldn't be able to stop it head-on. And in that critical moment, a memory flashed through his mind. He remembered the day before, back in the Hidden Classics archive, when he had picked up that strange manual and started reading it. The title alone had been so ridiculous it had almost made him spit out his tea. Wasn't the whole opening basically just a string of insults aimed at Nangia Pavilion? He still remembered the mocking words clearly. Those idiots in Nangia Pavilion act like they've got 10 lives to spare, teaching a life and death style from the start, especially the beast method they treat like some basic foundation. At the time, he had honestly wondered what kind of nonsense he had gotten himself into. But once he reached the second half of the book, the tone changed completely. Unlike the opening, the latter half carefully broke down the weaknesses of the beast method. It even felt like the author had filled the beginning with insults on purpose, just so only patient disciples of Nangia Pavilion would keep reading long enough to find the real lesson. One passage on that page laid it out clearly. The beast method is not invincible. Movement driven only by sensation is nothing more than the instinct of wild animals. A true master has to think beyond that. And the last line on that page mattered more than anything else. Amplify the sensation when needed. Now, with Go Gunpyeong's fourth move rushing straight at him, Bu Yunseal knew this was exactly that moment. All at once, in the middle of that chaos, it felt like an endless black void opened inside Bu Yunseal's mind. There was no sound there, no shape at all, just a bottomless darkness like an abyss ready to swallow everything. And in his eyes, that same infinite shadow seemed to reflect outward, as if every sense and every thought inside him had been sharpened to the absolute limit. Back in reality, his legs moved before his mind could even catch up. Only one command pulsed through him. Move now. This time, he didn't wait for the attack to take shape before trying to dodge. He kicked off the ground first and turned his whole body into one clean, decisive arrow. Every muscle in him tightened, and the instincts buried deep in his body were pushed to their very edge. In the stands, Sang Riang, who had been calm the whole time, suddenly widened his eyes and leaned forward. Even Nangia, known for his cold, statue-like composure, couldn't completely hide the flicker of surprise that crossed his face. Even Gok Jiahong, a man who had survived countless life and death battles, raised an eyebrow. Bu Yunseal's reaction had already gone far beyond what anyone would expect from an ordinary disciple. But the one most stunned of all was Go Gunpyeong. His eyes narrowed sharply, and disbelief twisted across his face. White Demon Heart Strike. How did he dodge that? It was a hidden finishing move so rare that even inside the White Demon Temple, only a handful of masters had ever managed to evade it. That realization hit Go Gunpyeong like flames tearing through his whole body. A heavy laugh slipped out of him, and a cruel light flickered in his eyes. So that's it. Now I understand why the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Woo Sword School wanted a brat like you gone. His smile stretched wider, thin and cold like a blade. If you're really a disaster in the making, then let's see if you can live through the fifth move. The moment that thought settled in his mind, his hand clenched shut. Instantly, all the sword chi gathered around his arm twisted into a raging white storm. He slammed his hand down into the ground, and the coiled blade smashed into the stone hard enough to split it apart. In the next instant, the weapon launched forward like a spinning arrow, screaming through the air with a bone-chilling wind. And in his mind, only one thought remained. This threat has to be erased before it can grow any further. Across from him, Bu Yunseal's face turned pale. He stared at the incoming blade, feeling the chi behind it moving faster than his body could normally react to. The blade had first aimed straight for the spot where he was standing, but it didn't stop there. Right before impact, it suddenly bent away, changed direction, and came after him from behind like a living thing with a will of its own. For a split second, panic flashed across Bu Yunseal's face. His eyes flew open, and cold sweat ran down past his chin. Throwing himself backward with everything he had, he barely managed to leap clear in time. But that spear-like strike kept hunting him without mercy, like a savage beast that had already marked its prey. In that life-or-death moment, with the wind whistling louder by his ear and the tip already closing in, Bu Yunseal thought in horror, is this technique actually following me? He watched as Go Gunpyeong's weapon refused to bury itself in the ground. Instead, it suddenly twisted, skimmed along the earth, and kept tracking the exact direction he moved in. Bu Yunseal was stunned. It felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his heart and crushed it tight. A scream rang through his mind. No way. This thing really is chasing me. On the other side, Go Gunpyeong's eyes stayed cold as ice. He controlled the weapon the way a hunter would handle a venomous snake. White Demon Spirit Serpent is a move that doesn't stop until it draws blood. Inside, he sneered to himself, certain that it was only a matter of time before the boy's neck was split open. The blade closed in faster and faster, and the image of death reflected clearly in Bu Yunseal's eyes. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tensing as he braced himself. The hand gripping his sword shook violently, but he refused to let go, as if that hilt were the last thread keeping him alive. Then, in that very instant, a streak of yellow lightning suddenly burst out and coiled around the broken blade in his hand, flashing like a young dragon that had just awakened. There was no more room left to keep dodging. Bu Yunseal's brows drew tight, and his eyes turned bloodshot, red veins spreading across them. Grinding his teeth, he let out a rough cry from deep in his throat and swung the blade forward without hesitation. His face darkened as he shouted and unleashed the peerless thunder arc. Kong! A sharp metallic clash ripped through the air, and golden light exploded outward like lightning splitting the sky. But the tiny white demon spirit serpent, no thicker than a finger and still deadly sharp, was only pushed back for a moment. It immediately slid along Bu Yunseal's blade and drove forward again with even greater force. The recoil from that collision was enormous, and Bu Yunseal's sword shook violently in his grip. He twisted his wrist to redirect it, but his whole body still trembled like a massive hammer had smashed straight into his bones. I've already pushed the peerless thunder as far as it can go, and I can barely hold this thing back, he thought. If this continues, there's only one possible ending. Then a sharp crack suddenly rang out. The sword had hit the limit of what it could endure and started to split apart. Crack. Bu Yunseal's sword snapped in the middle, and in the same instant, the tip of the white demon spirit serpent veered off its original path and shot straight toward his right shoulder. Everything happened so fast that Bu Yunseal only had time to open his eyes wide in terror. Thud! The merciless blade punched straight through his right shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out in a long arc through the air. The force of the impact sent Bu Yunseal flying backward. His body was thrown through the air like a kite with its string suddenly cut. Boom! He slammed into the rear wall hard enough to crack it apart and blast out a huge section of stone. Amid the broken rubble, Bu Yunseal dropped to one knee. His mouth fell open, and he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His right shoulder was destroyed, his sword was broken, and his body looked nearly torn apart, but the fire in his eyes still refused to go out. Using the last bit of strength left in his left arm, Bu Yunseal forced himself forward and reached for the half-broken sword lying out on the ground. At last, his hand closed around it. He drove the broken blade into the ground for support, then dragged himself back to his feet. Blood ran down his face, over his body, from his ruined right side, and from the corner of his mouth, but even then he still refused to fall. Dust and fresh blood smeared across his face. Beneath his tangled hair, his bloodshot eyes burned like a demon clawing its way back out of hell. Then, slowly, he raised his head and stared straight at Go Gunpyeong. Go Gunpyeong flinched for a brief moment. Even after taking that much damage, this opponent was still standing. He frowned, and for the first time, his gaze truly wavered. The sword was broken, his right arm was useless, and still his will to fight hadn't gone out. What kind of monster is this bastard? A cold chill ran down his spine. If he failed to kill him here today, then this boy would absolutely become a terrifying threat in the future. He ground his teeth and clenched both fists. He was going to finish him here and now, but just as he was about to land the final blow, another hand suddenly reached over and lightly caught his wrist. Sir Go, a calm voice cut through the air. 5 agreed strikes are enough. Go Gunpyeong froze on the spot. The one who had stepped in was none other than Nangia, an elder of Nangia Pavilion. The atmosphere, stretched tight like a drawn bowstring, suddenly settled, as if an invisible mountain had dropped between the two men. Go Gunpyeong jerked his arm away from Nangia's hand. Frowning deeply, Go Gunpyeong turned and glared at the elder, his eyes darkening. Then he snarled in a cold voice, "What is the meaning of this?" Nangia didn't flinch at all. His face turned cold, and his voice came out hard as steel. If Sir Go refuses to honor his word, then Nangia Pavilion will no longer honor its agreements with the White Demon Temple. The air instantly grew tense again. Just then, another voice suddenly cut in. Wait, the one speaking was none other than Sang Riang. He stepped forward and raised his voice, accusing the boy of using the peerless thunder during the examination. Since that was the very matter this test was supposed to examine, he argued the result should be ruled invalid. Nangia narrowed his eyes and shot Sang Riang a look filled with contempt. Sophistry. What rule in this examination ever said the peerless thunder was forbidden? His tone didn't change in the slightest. And besides, the peerless thunder isn't some technique that can be used carelessly. If Master Cheol were still alive to see this, he would surely be pleased. Sang Riang gritted his teeth and forced the words out in a hiss. Are you mocking our school? Nangia lowered his head slightly, his voice as steady as ever. I would never dare, not in 1,000 lifetimes. Just now, Master Go used the essence of the White Demon Temple's immortal art, White Demon Spirit Serpent. And the boy answered it with Master Cheol's own supreme technique. If that's the case, and a branch technique of the Hwa Woo Sword School can overpower the White Demon Temple's core ultimate art, then wouldn't that make the White Demon Temple the one that deserves ridicule? Those words landed like a slap. Go Gunpyeong was left completely speechless, unable to answer. Even Sang Riang froze for a moment, clearly thrown off and with nothing ready to say back. After a pause, Sang Riang finally forced out a stiff little laugh and covered his mouth as he spoke. My concern is the relationship between the Hwa Woo Sword School and the White Demon Temple. The two sects have shared friendly ties for a long time. Wouldn't something like this put a strain on that relationship? After all, this had been a secret examination. Only a small number of people in the hall even knew it had happened. There was no way something like this could be allowed to spread outside. The moment he heard that, the veins along Go Gunpyeong's neck bulged visibly. He was furious, but he still forced the anger back down. Nangia turned and asked directly, then will the agreement still be honored? Gok Jiahong stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes halfway, and answered in a light voice, of course. Then, in a solemn tone before everyone present, he formally declared, from this day on, Nangia Pavilion disciple Bu Yunseal is once again recognized as a successor to the 10 demons, and the restriction on his use of the sword is hereby lifted. The moment that judgment was announced, a faint smile touched Nangia's face, and relief mixed with quiet satisfaction in his expression. He turned to Bu Yunseal, and when he spoke again, his voice had softened noticeably. Did you hear that? You did well. As a disciple of Nangia Pavilion, you have nothing to be ashamed of. But almost right after that, his expression turned serious again. Bu Yunseal was still standing there with his left hand clamped tightly around the broken sword, not loosening his grip even a little. His eyes were already clouding over, and fresh blood still ran from the corner of his mouth. His breathing came rough and uneven, but the presence around him was still savage, like a cornered beast that refused to die. Nangia bent down to look at him and gave him a small, gentle smile. All right, it's over now. Then he stepped forward and carefully caught Bu Yunseal in his arms, like a father holding an exhausted child. You can rest now. And in that instant, Yunseal's body finally gave out, and darkness swallowed him whole. After some unknown stretch of time, Bu Yunseal suddenly opened his eyes. He shot upright at once, breathing hard, with panic still lingering in his eyes as he quickly looked around the room. This wasn't a battlefield, and it definitely wasn't that blood-stained arena anymore. Instead, he found himself in a spotless, luxurious chamber that looked like it belonged to a great noble household. Bu Yunseal rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, where am I this time? Why is it that every time I black out, I wake up in an even fancier room than before? He pressed a hand to his forehead and forced himself to sort through his memories. So what happened with the exam in the end? I remember enduring it, but after that, the last part's all a blur. He sat there for a while, thinking it over, with no way of knowing how much time had already passed. If I failed, then what am I supposed to do now? Too anxious to just sit there and wait, Bu Yunseal finally crossed his legs, brought his hands together, and started regulating his breath through cultivation. Immediately, a powerful surge of qi rushed through his body like molten lava, so intense and hot it felt as if the entire room had warmed several degrees. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened in shock. The qi inside his body was manifesting with unusual force. His internal energy was moving so powerfully that even he could hardly believe it. Something inside him had clearly changed. As he continued regulating his breath, Nangia's earlier words came back to him. Your dantian holds the amount of internal power an ordinary martial artist would need more than 10 years to cultivate. And it exists in an exceptionally pure state of qi. Once that latent point opens, your internal power will surge all at once. The instant he remembered that, Bu Yunseal froze. Could it be? Did that latent point open during the duel? His hand slowly curled into a fist. The qi inside him burned like live coals, flaring violently as if it might burst free at any moment. A strange cycle of heat and cold rose and fell with each breath, twisting together into an unusually powerful vortex. And then Bu Yunseal realized he had stepped into a realm he had never reached before, the third layer of his ultimate heart method, the ultimate flame light. His heart trembled. This was the state cultivators called waterfire non-invasion. Blazing heat could no longer burn him, and freezing chi could no longer injure him. Could it really be that heat and cold won't affect me anymore? Bu Yunseal frowned slightly as he tried to feel the changes inside his body more clearly. But the sensation was still vague, and he couldn't grasp it completely. While he was still thinking it over, the chamber door quietly opened. A graceful young girl stepped in carrying a tray with steaming tea, its fragrance spreading softly through the room. Her voice was gentle but properly respectful. "You're awake, young master?" Startled, Bu Yunseal hurried off the bed and immediately began firing questions at her. "Where is this? And how did the exam end?" The modest-looking girl set the tray down on the table, then straightened her sleeve before answering. "This is Jipmahwin, the residence of the demonic hall's elder patriarch." Bu Yunseal froze where he stood. Jipmahwin. This wasn't the Medicine King Hall where the injured were treated. It was the elder patriarch's private residence. Most people could live their entire lives without ever stepping into a place like this. And yet someone who was barely even recognized as a disciple, woke up here? A chill ran down his spine, and his heart started pounding harder. When people spoke of the elder patriarchs of the demonic hall, even those who wanted nothing to do with power still knew their names. Blood Demon Jikbung, Peerless Demon Lord, one of the 3 demon sovereigns. They stood like towering peaks at the summit of demonic arts, figures so high above others that ordinary people wouldn't even dare raise their eyes toward them. He swallowed hard. "Why would I wake up in the residence of someone like that?" The girl smiled and bowed lightly. "I am Jean Seol, an attendant serving the elder patriarch. He instructed me to bring the young master into the inner hall. Please follow me." Bu Yunseal's eyes widened at once, and the shock showed plainly on his face. "The inner hall?" Jean Seol gave a gentle nod. Her smile stayed soft, but her eyes were serious. "Yes, that is where the elder patriarch is waiting." Bu Yunseal's whole body stiffened. It felt like some invisible pressure had suddenly wrapped around his chest. To stand before Blood Demon Jikbung. Would that turn out to be a blessing or a disaster? After Jean Seol led the way, Bu Yunseal followed her into the inner garden of the residence. From the very first step, he could feel that this place was different in a way he couldn't quite put into words. The silence here felt unnatural. It wasn't the calm peace of the ordinary world. It was a silence weighed down by pressure. Ancient trees towered above them, their thick branches and leaves covering the sky so densely that only scattered patches of light reached the ground. Without even realizing it at first, Bu Yunseal slowed his pace. The scale of the garden was breathtaking, as if he had stepped into a miniature martial paradise. It was beautiful enough to mesmerize anyone, but to him it also felt like an elegant cage. Part of him was drawn in by the scenery, while the rest of him stayed sharply alert, watching every dark corner, every silent trunk, even the wind moving through a place with no human presence. After they had walked a good distance, Jean Seol suddenly smiled and said, "We're here." Her voice rang softly through the stillness, and Bu Yunseal tensed for a brief moment. Ahead of them stood a pavilion that looked simple from the outside, yet carried a solid, dignified presence. Inside, an old man with silver hair and a long silver beard sat upright before a tea table that had already been set. Thin steam rose from the teapot, showing he had clearly been waiting for some time. When the old man saw them arrive, he merely tilted his head slightly and let his gaze pass over Bu Yunseal without any obvious scrutiny or expression. And yet, the moment their eyes met, Bu Yunseal felt like a huge invisible boulder had dropped onto his chest. The old man didn't need to move at all. Just sitting there, his presence alone was enough to make others tremble. After Bu Yunseal took his seat, the old man slowly lifted the teapot. Every movement was precise and careful, with not a single wasted motion. Tea poured into the cup with a soft ripple before quickly settling still again. With a mild, almost friendly smile, he pushed the cup toward him. "I heard you passed the challenge set by the Hwa Wu Sword School and the White Demon Temple. Congratulations." Bu Yunseal accepted the cup with both hands. "Thank you, sir." On the outside, he stayed respectful, but inwardly he let out a quiet breath of relief. Damn, that was close. That really could have turned into a disaster. He lifted the cup and took a sip. The tea was clear and deep in flavor, though he could only barely appreciate it. Ever since entering the garden, every nerve in his body had been stretched tight like a drawn bowstring. After watching him take a sip, the old man casually asked, "Well, how's the tea?" But Bu Yunseal set the cup back down and answered honestly, "To be truthful, I don't really know much about tea." The old man stroked his silver beard and gave a small nod. "All right, I heard you were originally training to be an undertaker, weren't you?" Then I asked the wrong thing. Then he looked straight at Bu Yunsil and said, I am Jik Bung. The moment that name was spoken, a storm rose inside Bu Yunsil's mind. So this is him. So the old man who looked more like a quiet sage was actually the blood demon, the one who had shaken the martial world and slaughtered countless orthodox masters. If he hadn't heard the name with his own ears, Bu Yunsil never would have guessed who he really was. Bu Yunsil immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Nangia Pavilion disciple Bu Yunsil greets the elder patriarch. A little different from what I'd heard. Jik Bung's eyes calmly swept over Bu Yunsil from head to toe. Although you began martial training late, your bones are loose and supple. Because of that, the foundation of your internal arts is steadier than most. Bu Yunsil answered right away. When I was little, I used to hide inside coffins while playing, and somehow I ended up learning a strange breathing method. I only realized after joining the demonic hall that it was actually a way of circulating chi. Jik Bung gave a faint smile, as if that explanation had just made something click for him. But the smile faded almost immediately, and the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly turned heavy. The demonic hall brought you here to Jipmawin instead of sending you to the Medicine King Hall because there are a few private things I want to say to you. Bu Yunsil quietly held his breath and listened. After you complete your harsh training at Nangia Pavilion, come to the main hall. Hearing that, Bu Yunsil looked up in surprise. Jik Bung's voice turned colder as he continued. Even though Nangia Pavilion is one of the 10 schools of the Demon Path, its structure is still too limited to stand as a truly independent sect. In about 3 years, when you officially enter the main hall, his gaze sharpened as he went on, I will report to the Lord of the Demonic Hall and recommend you for a place among the elite ranks. The elite squad. Bu Yunsil was genuinely stunned. Alongside Kyeonsel and Mukon, it was one of the Demonic Hall's greatest military powers. Jik Bung finished in a calm, even voice. That path would become the strongest stepping stone for your future rise into the leadership of the Demonic Hall. What do you think? It's the kind of opportunity any martial artist of the Demon Path would desperately want. But Bu Yunsil answered without even a hint of hesitation. I must refuse. The air between them seemed to freeze in place. Jik Bung's expression darkened slightly. Why? Bu Yunsil lowered his head and answered carefully. Nangia Pavilion's training is a path walked at the edge of life and death. If my future is already secured, then I'm afraid I'll grow complacent. And if that happens, I may never reach the highest realm of martial arts that Nangia Pavilion demands. At first, Jik Bung only let out a cold snort, but then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ah! His laughter rang out with such force that it felt like the entire garden was shaking. Bu Yunsil had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Blood began to run from the corner of his mouth as a terrifying shockwave spread through the air. The internal power hidden inside that laughter alone was enough to make his organs tremble. When the laughter finally died down, Jik Bung spoke again, this time in a gentler tone. Let's see how much you've grown 3 years from now. The next time we meet will be then. Bu Yunsil immediately understood what those words meant. It was, in effect, a polite dismissal. He cupped his hands and bowed. Understood. With that, Bu Yunsil turned and left the garden. His back straight and his pace steady, neither rushed nor slow. Just then, a young man approached from behind and said to Jik Bung, this is the first time I've seen someone reject your offer so directly, especially someone that talented. Jik Bung took a small sip of tea and replied, let's watch him for now, and see which side he ultimately chooses in the end. As for Bu Yunsil, he could still clearly feel Jik Bung's gaze on his back, cold and sharp like an unseen blade. He never turned around, but he knew that every breath and every step was still being measured by that peerless demon lord. Because of that, he refused to show even the slightest crack or weakness. Only after he had completely stepped beyond the demonic hall's domain did Bu Yunsil finally let his pace loosen a little. His throat had gone dry, and then a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his chest. He coughed lightly and instinctively covered his mouth with his right hand as his body bent forward. That dull pain spread outward from deep inside his organs, as if the aftershock of Jik Bung's laughter was only now erupting. He really had come terrifyingly close to death. Every tense moment from earlier replayed itself in his mind. He had thought the White Demon Temple and Hwa Wu Sword School trials were the peak of danger, and yet today he had stood before a peerless demon lord instead. One wrong word, one brief hesitation, and the consequences could have been beyond imagining. One tiny mistake and your life is over. Just then, a gentle hand rested on his back. Bu Yunsil's whole body froze for an instant. Every nerve pulled tight like a drawn string, and he snapped his head around at once, ready to fight. Behind him stood an older man with a plain, ordinary face. His eyes held nothing but the honest concern of a normal passerby. He asked, "Hey, are you all right? Feeling sick anywhere?" Bu Yunseal blinked, only then realizing that he had already left the demonic hall grounds and was now standing on a familiar street near the outskirts. Passing people, creaking carts, and delivery calls filled the air, a complete contrast to the suffocating, death-heavy atmosphere he had just escaped. He turned to the man and shook his head. "No, I'm fine." The man nodded, offered a few casual words of caution, and then went on his way. Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, silently taking in the scene around him. Ordinary faces, quick steps shaped by daily life, familiar laughter and everyday conversation. Everything stood out with strange clarity. It had been a long time since he had seen such peaceful scenery, and maybe because it was so peaceful it also felt oddly far away. Bu Yunseal frowned slightly. Had he really changed that much, sinking this deeply into a life he never wanted in the first place? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes shifted. Up ahead in the crowd, one figure stood perfectly still, staring straight at him. There was no attempt to hide it, and no effort to look away. That gaze carried a killing intent cold enough to freeze the blood. The moment he sensed it, Bu Yunseal quietly realized someone was following him. Even then, he didn't stop walking or show the slightest sign that he had noticed. Instead, Bu Yunseal calmly turned into a different alley, acting like everything was normal. His posture stayed upright, and his pace never changed, not faster, not slower. But behind that steady front, every nerve in his body was on edge. As he moved, he watched the reflections in nearby shop windows and tracked the shadows stretching across the street. Right now, he only needed one thing first: a weapon. Once he made up his mind, he moved without hesitation and stepped into a blacksmith's shop along the road. Inside, the heat of the forge filled the room, and the ringing sound of metal striking metal echoed around him. The smith looked up and greeted him warmly, but Bu Yunseal got straight to the point. "I need a weapon that can withstand a lot of force." The blacksmith smiled like that told him everything he needed to know. Then he pointed toward a corner where several weapons had been lined up in order. "Pick whichever one you want. They're all 5 tails." Bu Yunseal walked over and looked through the spears and blades on display. Then his eyes landed on a sword in a dark blue scabbard. The second he picked it up, he felt it. The weight was firm and the balance sat just right in his hand. He didn't say another word. He paid immediately and left the shop at once. Now that he was armed, Bu Yunseal chose not to go back the way he came. Instead, he headed down a different route, one that led into a quieter area where the road opened up and fewer people passed by. After creating enough distance, he slowly eased his pace. A gust of wind brushed past him, carrying the raw smell of grass. In front of him stretched a wide reed field, the stalks rising to waist height and swaying hard enough to hide anything beyond them. Bu Yunseal stopped there. One hand rested on the sword at his side, while the other had already tightened into a fist without him noticing. He looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was wound tight like a drawn bow. Then, in a low voice cold enough to freeze the empty field around him, he spoke. "Come out." The instant those words fell, a violent gust tore through the reeds and forced them apart. A masked man stepped out from the brush and let out a rough laugh. "So you noticed." Sharp eyes. Bu Yunseal's eyes shifted left. 2 more masked figures emerged from the reeds, their forms flickering through the wind. Then he looked to the right, and 2 more appeared one after another, closing off the last possible escape route and forming a tight ring around him. In just a moment, Bu Yunseal had been surrounded from every side. One of the masked men raised his sword and pointed the cold tip straight at Bu Yunseal's chest. In a heavy, threatening voice, he said, "Bu Yunseal, successor of the Tin Demon." The air itself seemed to freeze as he continued, each word landing with weight. "Before you become the disaster that throws the martial world into chaos 3 years from now." The sword in his hand trembled slightly as killing intent poured off him. "I'll kill you here and now." And from the sound of it, he meant exactly that. At that point, the assassins had completely boxed Bu Yunseal in. It was the kind of trap people described by saying not even a fly could get out. Bu Yunseal slowly looked over the men surrounding him, then said, "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to kill you. Drop your swords and leave while you still can." The assassins answered with nothing but ridicule. "Listen to him." One of them scoffed. "A dead man still talking big. You really think you're getting out of this? What, you plan to talk your way free?" Bu Yunseal's eyes turned colder. Then he gave a quiet sigh. "Fine. If that's your choice, then I have no other option." With that, he raised the sword he had just bought at the market and slowly pulled it from its scabbard, his face turning completely cold. After drawing the blade, Bu Yunsil casually threw the scabbard onto the ground, like he was making one thing perfectly clear. You've already lost your chance to leave. One of the assassins curled his lip in mockery. Pulling out a fancy sword won't change anything. Your life was in our hands from the start, brothers. Take formation. At once, the assassins moved. They began circling around Bu Yunsil where he stood. Yunsil stayed perfectly still, tracking every change in their footwork with focused eyes. They're circling me. Are they going to attack all at once? That thought had barely crossed his mind when one assassin stomped forward and suddenly drove his sword straight at Bu Yunsil. Bu Yunsil reacted instantly, without the slightest hesitation. His sword flashed out and met the strikes coming from the two assassins in front of him. At the very same time, two more rushed in from behind. When one of them swung, Bu Yunsil twisted aside with sharp, precise movement and barely avoided the blade. Right after that, another assassin appeared slightly behind and above him, drawing his sword back to put more power into the next strike. Whoosh! The blade came straight for Bu Yunsil's neck, but he turned at the last possible second and sharply tilted his head aside, letting the fatal slash graze past him. His body snapped backward immediately, and a rough breath escaped him, but the assassins gave him no room at all to recover. Bu Yunsil frowned as he watched them press in. Their attacks never stop. They keep linking together without leaving even the tiniest opening. Watching how smoothly they moved as one, he thought, have they been training together for years? Their teamwork is dangerous. But through the eyes of the beast path, the gap in skill between those masked men stands out clearly. All I have to do is hit the openings created by those differences. The moment that thought settled, Bu Yunsil drove his right foot hard into the ground. Instead of staying on the defensive, Bu Yunsil suddenly changed his approach and launched straight at the nearest assassin in front of him. One clean slash tore through the man's body, and blood burst out in a violent spray. The remaining assassins went pale. What? He found the weakness in the formation already? The 7-star ancient sword formation of the Wudong sect? Could it be that the devil's disciple already taught these demonic heirs how to break orthodox sect formations? The moment that thought hit them, one assassin immediately shouted for everyone to shift into the third formation. Without wasting a second, the surviving assassins changed their movements and fell into a completely different pattern. Bu Yunsil raised his sword toward them and thought coldly, changing formations won't save you dogs. As long as the difference in skill is still there, the openings will still exist. What a bunch of idiots. With that thought, Bu Yunsil turned toward the area where the assassins were gathered the closest. Then he burst forward and cut through them in one stroke, slicing down two assassins at once as blood erupted from their necks. The one on the right couldn't even finish speaking before he coughed, choked on his own blood, and dropped to the ground. The one on the left wasn't any better. Blood bubbled up from his throat too, and he could do nothing but cough helplessly through it. One of the assassins broke into a cold sweat and muttered under his breath, "That's impossible. Those damn bastards from the demonic sect fed us bad information. They said he hadn't learned any high-level sword technique. But look at him now. He's cutting us down without wasting a single move." On the other side, Bu Yunsil gave his blade a clean flick to shake off the blood, then said, "It's not martial arts, my friend. Think about it again." His eyes were as cold as death itself as he looked over the remaining assassins and continued, "Call it what it really is. This is me fighting with everything I have just to survive. You lose in a fight to the death because you're blinded by arrogance and keep assuming the advantage is yours from the very beginning." Those words hit too close to the truth. And hearing them, one assassin finally understood. Panic started rising in his chest as he thought, we always believed we were the hunters. They had looked at their target like helpless prey, like a tiny mouse already trapped in a snake's mouth. Once cornered, death should have been unavoidable. Damn it, he was never the prey. We were. And now that same prey was standing there with his sword pointed at them, calmly saying, "So, shall we begin again?" One of the assassins spoke up uneasily. This had already gone far beyond what they expected. It would be better to fall back for now, report everything to their master, and return with reinforcements. But the instant he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back, and a sharp pain exploded through his lower stomach. The sword buried in his abdomen hadn't come from Bu Yunsil. It came from the ally standing right beside him. The assassin who had just killed his own comrade turned to the others and coldly warned them, "No one runs back to headquarters. If you turn your back now, you throw away your honor." Hearing that, Bu Yunsil called out from behind them with open disbelief, "You value honor more than your life? Idiot." That instantly darkened the assassin's face. He spun around and shot Bu Yunsil a furious glare. Then he declared that trash born of demonic blood would never understand this, because they did not draw and sheathe their swords for personal glory. He even struck his chest and proudly proclaimed, like a man possessed, "We fight for honor." Buyunseol looked at him like he was sick of hearing a madman talk and muttered, "Quit spouting nonsense, fool." Then the image of his grandfather resting in a coffin flashed across his mind, and in a low voice, he added, "There's no honor inside a coffin." The moment those words left his mouth, thunderous electricity burst from around Buyunseol's body. He kicked off the ground and shot forward, shouting, "Thunder electric unrivaled form." In an instant, fierce lightning wrapped itself around his sword, crackling wildly across the blade. The assassin's face drained of color. He could barely believe what he was seeing. He only just managed to shout, "Stop him!" But before anyone could move, streaks of yellow lightning had already torn across their throats, and Buyunseol had somehow flashed past them and appeared behind their backs. The first assassin froze in place with his eyes wide open. The others behind him either lost their heads on the spot or jerked backward as blood exploded from their necks. As for the assassin standing in front, only a thin line of blood slowly appeared across his throat. That was the cut Buyunseol had left him. The strike had been so fast, and so clean, that the man didn't even realize right away that he'd already been hit. So he stayed standing there for a moment, only to be the last one to throw his head back as blood burst upward into the air. Buyunseol stood in silence, covered in blood from head to toe, his expression still cold. Thud, the assassin dropped to his knees, the light already gone from his eyes. And yet, with the last trace of consciousness he had left, he asked, "Buyunseol, have you become a demon lord? Even if I do become a demon, I'll still curse people like you." Whether the assassin heard those words or not, the expression on Buyunseol's face made one thing obvious. He wasn't afraid of anything. Before long, silence settled over the reed field again, like none of it had ever happened. The assassins had all fallen, leaving Buyunseol standing there alone. With blood still streaked across his face, Buyunseol slowly turned his head and looked down at the bodies scattered around him. A heavy feeling rose in his chest. The scene before him really was one of corpses piled like mountains, with blood flowing between them like a river. Even after escaping that island of hell, he had still ended up standing in the middle of another massacre. The place where I stand has already become another kind of hell. I can feel that clearly now. There's no breaking free from these chains of grudges and debts. But this too is the price of the road I chose for revenge. This karma is mine and mine alone to bear. Clop, clop, clop. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves rolled in from the distance. A sharp voice suddenly rang out, making Buyunseol flinch and turn around at once. A man driving a horse-drawn carriage approached and brought it to a stop. Then another man slowly stepped down from the carriage and set one foot on the ground. And that visitor was none other than Baek-yeon. After getting down, he turned toward the protagonist and called out to Buyunseol. The moment Buyunseol clearly saw Baek-yeon's face, he blurted out in surprise, "Captain!" Still holding his sword, still carrying the metallic smell of blood on his body. Buyunseol hadn't even fully taken his eyes off the carnage around him when that familiar figure appeared. He froze for a brief moment, then quickly stepped forward and asked in shock, "Captain, what are you doing here?" Baek-yeon didn't answer right away. He walked over and lightly placed a hand on Yunseol's shoulder. It looked like a gentle gesture, but there was quiet weight behind it. "Finding you wasn't difficult." His voice was low and steady, like this whole scene was something he had already expected. Then Baek-yeon removed his hand from Yunseol's shoulder and walked toward the assassin's scattered bodies. He crouched beside one of them, his eyes sharpening as he carefully checked everything: the wounds, the way the corpse had fallen, and the traces left behind at the scene. He grabbed one assassin by the collar, and the moment he noticed the strange mark carved into the man's neck, Baek-yeon's expression darkened. Then he picked up the assassin's sword and slowly wiped the blood from the blade with a cloth, moving with the care of someone inspecting important evidence. Baek-yeon narrowed his eyes, his face turning serious as he muttered, "This is troublesome." Buyunseol was caught off guard and tilted his head, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" But Baek-yeon only let out a faint sigh. "Nothing." The air suddenly felt heavy. After a brief silence, Baek-yeon stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said to Buyunseol, "Let's head back to the base." That evening at Nangia Pavilion, the setting sun cast a deep red glow over the entire place. Inside a quiet room, Baek-yeon brought Buyunseol to meet Danchin, the pavilion's deputy master. As always, Danchin wore that calm, composed expression of his. He lifted the teapot, slowly filled the cups, and gently slid them toward Buyunseol and Baek-yeon. all while keeping the same mild smile on his face. You've done well. I already heard what happened. I'm truly proud of you. Hwa Wimyung didn't show much reaction. In a calm voice, he simply replied, "Thank you, sir." Then Danchin spoke again, and this time there was real concern in his tone. "That trial must have been rough. Were you hurt anywhere?" Hwa Wimyung answered honestly, without hiding anything. "Yes, but the old sect master treated me." Before he could say more, Baekhyun suddenly turned in shock and blurted out, "What?" Even Danchin lost his smile at that. "You met the old sect master?" "Yes." With that, Hwa Wimyung explained everything from the beginning of the exam all the way to his encounter with the old sect master, leaving out nothing important. After hearing the full story, Danchin finally let out a breath. So that's what happened. No wonder the Flame Rain Sword Clan and the White Demon Temple accepted the results so easily. I didn't expect that old man to step in personally. Only then did Hwa Wimyung start to grasp just how important that man really was. Unable to hide his surprise, he asked, "Is the old sect master really that influential?" "I knew he mattered, but—" Danchin began explaining at a slow, steady pace. "Inside the Demon Palace, authority is split between 3 major powers: the Demon Lord, the Old Sect Master, and the 10 Demon Dao Schools." Baekhyun added, "The Old Sect Master's faction holds enormous influence, because that's where the senior masters are gathered. And on top of that," he continued, "the Old Sect Master, Jeek Bung, has secretly built up forces of his own." Danchin suddenly laughed, clearly amused and impressed. "Unbelievable. He summoned you in private? Then you must have done exceptionally well." Hwa Wimyung lowered his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "I see. This means far more than I realized at first." Danchin looked at him again and asked, "Is there anything else you need to report?" This time, Baekhyun answered right away. "There was an ambush." Crack! The teacup in Danchin's hand split apart, and he shouted in anger. "What?" A fierce wave of killing intent burst out from him instantly, strong enough to make even Hwa Wimyung break into a cold sweat. Then Danchin asked in an icy voice, "Who dared attack one of our disciples?" Baekhyun answered without hesitation. "The Martial Alliance." Judging by their weapons and equipment, they looked like part of the Grandmaster's forces. Most likely the Wind Thunder Squad or the 5 Ant Squad. Danchin went quiet for a moment, then let out a low sigh. "I see. So if something had happened, they planned to dump the blame on the Grandmaster. But to go after a boy who just entered Nangia Pavilion?" Baekhyun narrowed his eyes. "Maybe rumors are already spreading that he's an extraordinary talent. They want him dead before he has the chance to grow into a dangerous rival later." Danchin closed his eyes and thought it over. The boy hasn't even learned any formal martial arts yet. And yet the 10 Demon Dao Schools, the old sect master, and now even the Martial Alliance are all keeping their eyes on him. Fine. People destined to become heroes are always dragged through trials. As soon as Danchin finished speaking, Hwa Wimyung slowly opened his mouth. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried cleanly through the still room. "By the way, Deputy Master, I have a request." Slightly surprised, Danchin opened his eyes and looked straight at him. "What is it?" Hwa Wimyung took a deep breath, and his eyes turned firmer than ever. "I heard about the Vanguard Squad. They specialize in eliminating people who threaten Nangia Pavilion. I want to join them and learn combat through real fights." The moment he finished, the room went completely silent. Beside him, Baekhyun's eyes widened. "Have you lost your mind, kid?" He turned fully toward Hwa Wimyung, his voice sharp. "Do you even know what kind of place that is? That's where the worst monsters in the pavilion gather. And their captain, Suk Jong, has a rotten temper. She'd kill a Nangia disciple without hesitation if she decided they weren't worth keeping. All under the excuse of testing them." At that point, the air in the room turned crushingly heavy. Hwa Wimyung clenched his hands so tightly his knuckles turned white, but his eyes never wavered. Looking straight ahead, he answered in a firm voice, "That's fine. If I die because I'm not strong enough, then that's on me. I want to grow stronger as fast as possible. And I believe the fastest way is to watch true masters fight in real battles." Baekhyun opened his mouth to object, but before he could speak, Danchin let out a small chuckle and raised a hand to stop him. Leave it. Looks like we disagree this time." Danchin looked at Hwa Wimyung with clear interest. "I want to trust this boy's judgment. He sounds quite confident." Then he continued in an unhurried tone. "The next mission is at Wind Thunder Valley. I'd say this is the perfect chance to place you there as a temporary member of the team." "Deputy Master." Baekhyun still wanted to object, but when he turned and looked at Hwa Wimyung, he suddenly stopped. Bu Yunseal's face was filled with cold, unwavering resolve. Far too steady for a teenager who had only recently entered Nangia Pavilion. It was obvious this wasn't some impulsive outburst. He had thought it through. In the end, Baek-yun could only let out a helpless sigh. He folded his arms over his chest and said with clear irritation, "If you've already made up your mind to this extent, then I'll inform Suk Jong." Danshin smiled with narrowed eyes and gave a casual wave. Go ahead. Ha ha ha. Cut to the guest room. The silence there was instantly shattered by an angry woman's shout. "What? You want to send that brat to Wine Thunder Valley?" A fierce-looking woman slammed her palm down on the table and pointed at the person across from her as she yelled, "Do I look like your babysitter?" That hot-tempered woman was none other than Suk Jong, captain of the vanguard squad. And sitting across from her was Baek-yun. He answered calmly, "This is a direct order from the deputy master." Suk Jong crossed her arms and let out a cold scoff. "Humph. Then I'll go reject it to his face." But before she could even stand, Baek-yun raised an item in front of her. The moment she saw it, Suk Jong went silent. "This is the heavenly mandate token, the symbol of the deputy master's authority. You understand what that means, don't you? This isn't something you can argue against." Suk Jong gritted her teeth so hard her jaw looked ready to crack. Her fist slammed down against the table, and even though she looked furious enough to explode, there was nothing she could do about it. Baek-yun kept his tone calm, and even as he went on, "Suk Jong, that kid isn't who you think he is. He passed the trials of the Flame Rain Sword Clan and the White Demon Temple." But even hearing that did absolutely nothing to ease Suk Jong's attitude. Her hand tightened around the teacup until it started trembling, and tea splashed out across the table. Then she threw her head back and drained the whole cup in one swallow. Suk Jong slammed the empty cup onto the table, shot to her feet, and shouted, "Are all of you blind? I seriously can't understand why everyone keeps defending that brat." A cold smile crept across her face, and her eyes gleamed with killing intent. "Fine, I'll take him. But I'll test him myself and see if he's really fit to be a disciple of Nangia Pavilion." Far away from all this, Bu Yunseal had no idea how much of his fate had already landed in the hands of a very dangerous woman. Wind Thunder Valley, where violent winds and lightning ruled the land, and the vanguard squad, where only the ones who survived earned recognition. What people called a trial was really just another life-and-death struggle waiting for him up ahead. Cut to Wind Thunder Valley, a place known as a sect that had risen out of a heterodox cult. There, they trained martial arts through brutal physical methods, even going so far as to alter the human body itself. To keep pursuing that goal, they resorted to kidnapping and forced human trafficking, which was exactly why both the righteous faction and the evil faction treated them like outcasts. Even so, they had survived for one simple reason. Their base was a natural fortress, easy to defend and incredibly hard to assault. Because of that, even Nangia Pavilion's vanguard squad had never rushed in carelessly. Now, with a cliff towering so high it seemed to touch the clouds, the vanguard squad had assembled before it. Their broad-shouldered second-in-command stood with his arms folded and spoke first. "This place is farther than I expected. Way farther, honestly." Someone standing beside him clicked his tongue and said, "That's not even the real problem. The wind is. These gusts are so strong that crossing over won't be easy at all. And there are lookout posts too. If they spot us, the sentries inside will cut the bridge immediately. One careless move here, and we walk straight into a death trap." Hearing that, Suk Jong frowned, clearly annoyed, and threw a glance toward Bu Yunseal. "Humph, this mission's already troublesome enough, and now we've got to drag around some milk-faced brat on top of it." Standing among the others, Bu Yunseal was already dressed in the vanguard squad uniform. He stayed quiet in formation, his face cold and unreadable. He looked calm enough standing still, but the moment he started moving, plenty of people were bound to be surprised. Suk Jong turned her head, looked toward someone behind her, and asked, "Jae-woon, can you do it?" That was Jae-woon, the vice-captain of the vanguard squad. He slipped out two hidden blades between his fingers and gave a faint smile. "Well, you never really know until you try, right?" The two small knives spun lightly between Jae-woon's fingers, like he was just idly playing with them. His target was the guard post hidden across the cliff. But the unsettling part was this: how had he already figured out there were exactly two guards inside just from pulling out two throwing blades? That alone was enough to make anyone uneasy. Whoosh! Without a second of hesitation, Jae-woon hurled the hidden blades toward the lookout across the cliff. Under the sunlight, the blades flashed sharply, almost as if they were showing off their edge. They tore through the air like bullets, slicing straight through the wind as they flew for the lookout on the far side. Whiz, whiz. Jae-woon's skill was terrifying. Even from that distance, both blades passed cleanly through the narrow slit of the lookout. But no scream came out and no alarm followed. So the vanguard squad remained where they were, silently watching the lookout for any kind of response. As for Buyunseol, he stared in surprise and thought that looked effortless, but what he just did was clearly close to the mind sword unification technique I saw from the Flame Rain Sword clan masters. A truly dangerous master. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, would I even stand a chance against him? So John quickly turned and snapped. Done yet? Why are you just standing there? Jae-woon looked back at her and replied, Stop barking like a dog. The guard post's been handled, but we still need to watch a little longer. There could be hidden mechanisms on the bridge. If we rush in and get careless, we're dead. So John didn't say anything back, but inwardly, one thought had already settled in her mind. I can't allow any risk to my people. Once she made that decision, so John suddenly turned to Buyunseol and gave the order. You go first. Unlike most people, the protagonist showed no surprise, no fear, and no hesitation. He answered in a cold voice. Yes, ma'am. The order had barely left her mouth before Yoonseol started toward the rope bridge, with the entire vanguard squad watching him closely. Standing at the cliff's edge, he looked down into an abyss so deep that layers of drifting cloud and white mist hid the bottom completely. Above that endless drop, the rope bridge twisted and thrashed under the violent wind, shaking so hard it looked like a living serpent in pain. Facing the bridge, Buyunseol silently assessed the situation. With wind like that, there was no way he could keep his balance normally. There was only one method left. He would use absorption self-decision to anchor his feet directly to the bridge. The instant he settled on it, Buyunseol boldly stepped onto the first plank. And the moment his foot landed, it was as if some invisible force pulled the wood tight toward him. Even while the rope bridge kept swaying violently, Yoonseol moved forward with steady precision, counting each step in his head. 1, 2, 3, then 8, 9. As he made his way across that fragile hanging bridge. Watching from behind, Jae-woon narrowed his eyes and muttered in surprise. I didn't expect him to use absorption self-decision at that level. His internal energy is more solid than I thought. But unlike Jae-woon, So John just stood there with her arms crossed, grinding her teeth as she spoke in a voice full of irritation and contempt. Humph, that's nothing special. Jae-woon smiled at her and asked, Aren't your standards a little too high? But then all of a sudden, Jae-woon's face changed, and he blurted out, That sound. Then Jae-woon shouted at the top of his lungs to warn Buyunseol, Watch out! On the far side of the cliff, part of the rock wall suddenly shifted and opened like a panel, revealing 24 small holes hidden inside. And in the very next instant, something fired out from all 24 holes at once, fast as lightning. To Buyunseol, it looked like a storm of hidden projectiles was suddenly raining straight down on him. Yoonseol looked up, his face going pale as the thought hit him. What the hell? Why are there this many hidden weapons all at once? If those hit me, I'll be turned into a beehive. Without wasting even a moment, Buyunseol rose onto the tips of his feet, leaving only the front halves of his soles touching the rope bridge. Then he bent his body sharply backward and narrowly slipped past the incoming projectiles by the smallest possible margin. But then, unexpectedly, another mechanism hidden in the cliff behind Buyunseol activated too. It was identical to the first one, and right away, it unleashed another volley of hidden weapons straight at his back. Yoonseol's eyes snapped back at once. Damn it, now what? At the same time, he lightly kicked off with his right foot against the top of his left, forcing out one more burst of momentum. Just like he expected, it was another vicious trap. Even so, Buyunseol managed to launch himself upward and barely avoid the blades that shot right under his feet. Jae-woon was genuinely stunned when he saw that move. Internally, he couldn't help but admire it. Using one foot against the other to force out another leap in midair had completely countered the trap designed to kill anyone who tried dodging upward. But even that wasn't the end. There was still more waiting for him ahead. As Buyunseol started dropping back down while the rope bridge still thrashed violently beneath him, his brows tightened, and his teeth clenched hard. Then his eyes suddenly widened when he saw what was waiting in front of him. Wish, wish, wish. Hidden blades burst out from mechanisms on both sides of the cliff and shot toward him like lightning, piercing straight through his body. If that had really been his real body, it would have ended right there. Back on the other side, the Vanguard squad members frowned and broke into cold sweat as they muttered, At this level, there's no way to avoid it. Just when it looked like the protagonist was done for, the holes torn through Yoonseol's body began to spread, and then his entire figure blurred and faded away. Only then did they realize what had happened. Buyunseol had used an unbelievably fast movement technique to surge forward. What those blades hit wasn't him at all, just the afterimage he left behind. In the blink of an eye, Bu Yunsil shot forward and reached the edge of the opposite cliff. The Vanguard squad members who saw him pull that off could only stare with their mouths open, too stunned to say anything. The second he landed, Yunsil broke into a full sprint and rushed straight toward the defensive lookout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He circled around the lookout at high speed, searching for any possible way inside. When he forced the door open, he found 2 corpses inside, both pinned by Jae-woon's thrown blades. They were the sentries who had been taken out earlier. As he scanned the inside of the lookout, Yunsil thought to himself, there has to be some kind of control device in here for the trap mechanism. Before long, he spotted a wooden lever that seemed connected to the machinery, and he immediately guessed that had to be it. Without wasting a moment, he rushed over and grabbed the lever with both hands. Then, gritting his teeth, Yunsil pulled it toward himself with all the strength he had. At once, the gears hidden inside the mechanism, which had been turning steadily, suddenly reversed and began spinning the opposite way. At the same time, the trap mechanisms embedded in the cliff face started shutting one by one. Finally, they slammed fully closed and disappeared back into their original hidden positions. Bu Yunsil ran back outside, waved toward the Vanguard squad, and shouted across the gap, "I stopped the trap! You can cross now!" In that moment, every bit of doubt and contempt they had been holding toward Bu Yunsil vanished. What replaced it were the stunned expressions on Suk Jong and Jae-woon's faces. Suk Jong ground her teeth and frowned to herself. A top-level movement technique that could shatter your bones if you made even one mistake. And he can use it that freely in a situation like that? Just what kind of background does this brat have? After that, the group kept moving until they arrived at a cave where stalactites were still slowly forming. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the silent cavern. At the front, Suk Jong led the entire squad deeper inside. Jae-woon walked over, casually placed a hand on Bu Yunsil's shoulder, and started talking. "Hey, that movement back there was seriously impressive. Be honest. Have you mastered your master's extreme speed invisible step?" "Yes," came the reply. "That's right." Suk Jong immediately cut in and snapped, "Jae-woon, stop wasting time with pointless chatter." Jae-woon answered calmly, "Don't take it personally. The captain's always stingy with praise." Just hearing it annoyed her. She told him to stop babbling, but deep down, she still wasn't convinced. Even if what happened earlier had surprised her, she still didn't believe one display of skill meant he had truly passed her test. Just wait. Soon enough, you'll have to use your own life to prove how much you're still lacking. Eventually, Suk Jong stopped in front of a pool inside the cave. This was the place. She turned around, gave a wave of her hand, and called out, "Everyone move!" One by one, the squad members jumped in, sending loud splashes echoing through the cave. Bu Yunsil watched with curiosity and asked, "What is everyone doing?" Jae-woon explained, then suddenly remembered, "Right, you joined at the last minute, so nobody's told you about this pool yet. This pool connects directly to Wind Thunder Valley. If you dive down and follow the underwater passage, it'll take you to the destination. But the water is filled with Yahello Jumgang crystals, and even a piece the size of a fist can freeze an entire well solid. The moment you go under, you have to circulate your internal energy immediately to protect your body from the freezing chi. If you fail, you'll freeze into a block of ice on the spot and sink straight to the bottom. So stay here. At your age, dealing with this is almost impossible. If you try it anyway, that's no different from throwing your life away." But Bu Yunsil answered in an oddly calm voice, "It's fine." When he saw Bu Yunsil take a deep breath, Jae-woon panicked. "Wait, what are you doing?" But in Yunsil's mind, the answer was already clear. If I came all the way here only to stop because I was afraid of dying, then what was the point of coming in the first place? And with that, Bu Yunsil jumped in without even the slightest hesitation. His body plunged into the pool, and the moment he went under, he opened his eyes and started taking in everything around him. All around him, Bu Yunsil saw enormous ice crystals. So these are the Yahello Jumgang crystals? But even then, he immediately sensed that something here was strangely off. Watching the others struggle like that, it was clear the Jumgang crystals were messing with their bodies. But for some reason, even without moving a single bit of internal energy, he felt none of that cold chi at all. Bu Yunsil slowly lifted a hand and stared down at his palm, where a faint trace of energy still remained. Was it because he had just reached that state where water and fire no longer conflicted, making the cold chi unable to enter his body? He had never given it much thought before, but now it was unexpectedly helping him in exactly this situation. Then his eyes suddenly locked onto something off to the side. Without wasting a second, Bu Yunsil started swimming toward it. A moment later, he came up out of the water, and the instant he surfaced, he spotted the others sitting farther ahead. Bu Yunsil figured they were all too focused on circulating chi and catching their breath to pay attention to anything else. So he just walked straight past where they were resting. A few of them could only stare, stunned that someone had swum through a pool of Jumgang crystals and still looked perfectly fine. Every face turned toward Bu Yunsil in disbelief. It just did not seem possible. The same thought hit all of them at once. How in the world had he done that? Off to the side, Suk Jong stood with her arms crossed, quietly watching the whole thing. She thought, is his internal energy really so stable that he does not even need to circulate chi? That makes no sense. Still, maybe the deputy leader's arrangement was not pointless after all. But none of that was the real battle yet. So Jong raised her voice and shouted, "All right, you should all be recovered by now. Get ready to move. Pungnagok is right ahead of us. Show them what the Salvation Squad can do." The moment she said that, everyone let out a roar and surged forward. Outside, huge enemies with heavily built bodies were already waiting for them, bringing their blades down without mercy. So Jong's squad rushed in head-on without the slightest hesitation and started cutting them down. Bu Yunsil tightened his grip on his sword and stepped up to face one of them. The man caught his blade with a bare hand and squeezed down hard. Bu Yunsil clenched the hilt even tighter, refusing to let the sword be taken from him. At last, his blade tore free from the man's grip and slashed downward. Even then, the bastard still was not dead, and that dangerous aura pouring off him had not faded at all. The man immediately swung his arm and countered. Do you know what Jumgang Force is? It is created through medicine and physical enhancement. These monsters really do move like they cannot even feel pain. No matter how badly they get hurt, they just keep coming. How are we supposed to fight enemies like that? Right then, someone suddenly called out to him, "You brat." In the same instant, a single figure flashed in and killed the Jumgang warrior with one clean stab. She clicked her tongue and snapped, "Stop getting in the way and fall back." Bu Yunsil immediately stepped away, having no desire to interfere with Suk Jong. On her own, she ripped through the enemies one after another. It was unbelievable. She was cutting down those Jumgang warriors with absurd ease. At that moment, Bu Yunsil suddenly remembered why he had come here in the first place. Right. I joined the Salvation Squad so I could watch true masters fight and grow stronger from seeing it for myself. From here on, in the middle of this chaos, I will study their swordsmanship as closely as I can. His eyes quickly moved from one squad member to the next. Without saying a word, Bu Yunsil carved their movements into his memory and started turning those techniques into his own. Under the Salvation Squad's relentless assault, the Jumgang warriors were being pushed back more and more. Then suddenly, a man appeared right behind him. Bu Yunsil dropped low in one sharp motion and barely avoided the blow. He realized more enemy fighters were pouring in. But if all I have to do is dodge and counterattack, then Beast Path and Extreme Speed Invisible should be enough. The Salvation Squad was already overwhelming the Demon Palace's forces. So even if I do not interfere, the result of this battle will stay the same. Instead, I should use this opportunity to watch how the Salvation Squad members fight, and learn every bit of it that I can. So Jong drove her sword straight into her opponent's stomach with a single thrust. At the same time, 3 more enemies rushed her together. She swung her blade in one smooth arc, and their bodies were instantly torn apart into mangled pieces. Deep down, Bu Yunsil could not help but be impressed. In that one move alone, her sword had struck them several times in a single instant. How did she do that? That didn't look like any normal saber technique. It felt more like swordsmanship, built around piercing strikes and constant shifts in direction. So he pulled out his own sword and tried to trace the same movement for himself. But Bu Yunsil immediately understood it wasn't something he could copy that easily. I need to keep watching her a little more and figure it out first. He locked his eyes onto Suk Jong's stance and carefully examined every part of it. Then Bu Yunsil recreated that posture exactly the way he had seen it. A moment later, one sharp slash swept across the GM gang warrior and cut clean through his body. That was when he finally understood. So that's it. This isn't some fixed saber form. It changes in response to whatever attack the enemy throws at you. Once swordsmanship reaches a high enough level, it stops being bound by forms or name techniques. At that point, even the simple act of holding a blade can become a perfect move. The squad leader hadn't been using any formal saber style at all. She was just reading the GM gang warrior's openings and adjusting her attacks around them. Inside a single swing, as many as 9 different paths of the sword were hidden. If I try using what I just figured out, after finishing her clash, Suk Jong turned and looked back toward Bu Yunsil. That was when she noticed he had been studying her for quite a while. What is that brat up to? Right then, a GM gang warrior suddenly rushed straight at him. Bu Yunseal responded without hesitation and swung his sword. For a split second, everything seemed to go still. Then 2 cuts opened across the GM gang warrior's body, and blood sprayed out at once. Bu Yunseal realized that 2 slashes were the limit of what he could manage for now. So John stared at him in clear shock. That kid. Did he really grasp one sword 2-strike after seeing it only once? That's the core of my Qianba Absolute Saber. Took me 2 whole years to learn that. Bu Yunseal knew he still couldn't push it any further, but at least he had caught the principle behind it. Then you're next. This time, I'll watch the deputy leader. Jae-woon had already noticed him too. First he copied the squad leader, and now he's aiming at me? The squad leader's Qianba Absolute Saber comes from the beast path. Copying part of that is one thing, but my martial art mixes throwing blades with the long cow sword. There's no way he can reproduce that just by watching from the side. A second later, he slipped 3 throwing blades between his fingers while coordinating them with the hand gripping his sword. Jae-woon swung his sword with one hand, while the other hand released a throwing blade with perfect precision. He smirked to himself. See that, Bu Yunseal? You're not copying something like this. But this time Jae-woon had it completely wrong. He went stiff with shock when he saw Bu Yunseal holding a long wooden staff in his other hand while keeping his sword ready. By then, several GM gang warriors had already closed in around Bu Yunseal from every direction. And then Bu Yunseal repeated the exact same motion Jae-woon had just used. As he watched the enemies fall one after another, terror slowly spread across his face. It was the 2-handed heart technique, the skill of using different martial arts in both hands at the same time. Most people would have fixated on the throwing blades. But he didn't stop at the weapon itself. He looked straight at the core of my martial art. Bu Yunseal glanced at the bodies on the ground and understood that he really had copied the deputy leader's movements. Even so, the force behind it still fell short. This isn't something I can fully grasp that quickly. If I hadn't read those manuals in the archive, I probably wouldn't have been able to imitate even this much. Bu Yunseal swept his gaze across the battlefield again. Who's next? Before long, he found someone else who seemed worth observing. To Bu Yunseal, that man's swordsmanship didn't look flashy at all. But every swing carried unbelievable weight, and inside it was a massive shock force waiting to erupt. That power surged forward and ripped through the enemy like a crashing wave. Bu Yunseal couldn't hide his admiration. Who would have guessed such a simple movement could hold that much power? Just watching it probably isn't enough for me to truly understand it. He stood there for a moment, almost absent-mindedly, staring at the fight in front of him. Then Bu Yunseal even crouched beside a corpse to take a closer look. He even reached out and touched the wound with his hand, leaving the other man staring at him in total confusion. That guy. What is he even doing out here in the middle of a battlefield? For just a moment, a trace of tension passed over Bu Yunseal's face. But oddly enough, there was satisfaction there too. And right at that moment, a man came charging in, aiming to cut him down. Bu Yunseal didn't hesitate for even a second. He drove his sword straight into the man. The GM gang warrior spat out blood, and the pain hit so hard that his whole body went rigid, stiff as wood. Then a strike loaded with brutal shock force slammed right into his abdomen. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened, and in that instant, it all made sense. So that's how it works. The moment the blade connected, he sent foot chi into the sword and pushed the force of the impact to its very limit. After he had finished watching everyone he wanted to learn from, a furious shout suddenly tore across the battlefield. Nangia Pavilion, you filthy animals! How dare you do this to us? I'll carve every last one of you to pieces. Jae-woon lifted his head and looked straight toward the source of the voice. The man who had shown up was none other than the master of Pongnagak. Power gathered in the Blade Lord's palm, compressing into a thick mass of internal energy. Then he roared in rage. That internal force exploded outward like fireworks going off. They were caught off guard and had no choice but to throw up both hands and block it head-on. That only made them more cautious of the poison palm technique. So John stepped in at once, sliding to the side in one smooth motion. Then the two of them charged directly at each other, both ready for a life-or-death clash. A palm strike shot from the Blade Lord's hand. So John stayed completely calm and answered with a swing of her blade. The poison palm was sliced apart the instant it met her attack. And those cutting waves of force didn't stop there. They kept going and ripped right through the Blade Lord's body too. Even then, so John still had part of her attention on him. Bu Yunseal, you've been watching us this whole battle. And in that short time, you understood the core of our martial arts and recreated them almost perfectly. I didn't want to accept it, I kept refusing to believe in the talent of someone who knew nothing about martial arts until recently. But now I can't deny it anymore. Whether I like it or not, I have to acknowledge you. Hearing that, the Blade Lord clenched his teeth in fury. It was a deep humiliation for him. How dare this bastard lose focus while fighting me? Poisoned palm energy gathered in his hand once again. Don't get carried away. Suk Jong pressed her lips together, let out a quiet breath, and warned him. You still don't understand the gap between us, do you? He grabbed Suk Jong's blade with his bare hand, trying to force it to a stop. Only then did the GM gang warrior truly understand just how terrifying his opponent's strength was. Suk Jong pushed forward again and launched another slash without giving him a moment to breathe. A massive shock force came crashing down like a waterfall, and it slammed him flat into the ground. Suk Jong landed lightly a moment later. Then she said, the leader of Pongnagok died by my hand. After they cleaned up the rest of the minor enemies, the group headed back to Nangia Pavilion. Even several days later, Buyunseal still couldn't stop thinking about that battle. A whole week had passed since the merchant guard team finished its mission. As soon as he got back, he threw himself right back into martial training. Walking along the mountain path, Buyunseal quietly sorted through everything that had happened lately. After seeing real masters fight with his own eyes and learning from them at close range, he started wondering where he himself actually stood. Lately, he had been so focused on absorbing techniques as quickly as possible that he realized he barely understood the ranking system of martial artists at all. His internal arts had only advanced recently, so he needed to clearly organize the later realms in his mind. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. Long time no see. He greeted the GM gang senior, and the man walked over with a bright, easy smile. I heard about what you pulled off lately. Buyunseal still felt grateful to him. It's all because of your guidance, senior. The man laughed as he looked at the disciple he had taught for the past 6 months. The GM gang senior seemed to understand right away. Just from looking at you, I can tell you came here because you have questions about internal arts. Didn't you? Buyunseal looked genuinely surprised. How did you know? Wasn't your natural talent almost non-existent? The man said. So it's only natural you've finally hit a wall. Back when I was teaching you, I thought it would take you at least 3 years just to reach the 3rd stage. The GM gang senior broke into a broad grin. I really didn't expect that guess of mine to be proven that wrong. Buyunseal listened quietly, taking in every word the GM gang senior said. Let me check your pulse first and take a look at your internal energy, he said. Your internal power has already passed 1 Hwa gap. The pure chi created through earth absorption circulation is now being converted into extreme foot chi as your dantian fully awakens. So I was right back then, Buyunseal thought. The GM gang senior didn't waste time. You came here because you want to understand the martial realms, didn't you? The pinnacle is the realm beyond 1st rank, where both the body and internal power are pushed all the way to their limits. And when someone breaks past that limit and reaches the extreme edge of martial arts, that is called the super ultimate realm. Beyond even that is the supreme heavenly realm. At the supreme heavenly realm, a person can control both body and spirit at will, surpassing the bounds of internal energy and even the body's own natural limits. Buyunseal looked genuinely startled. There are still realms above that? Please, senior, tell me more. To reach the true essence of martial arts and step into a state of absolute perfection is called the Vuguk realm. As things stand now, it said only the Murim Alliance leader and the Demon Palace Master, the pair known as the Orthodox and Unorthodox Heavenly Emperors, have touched that threshold. He couldn't hide his disbelief. The Orthodox and Unorthodox Heavenly Emperor duo, the greatest masters of justice and evil, those two really made it that far? The GM gang senior went on to explain. Beneath them are the 3 devils and 3 venerables, and under them the 4 deities and 7 kings, all said to be masters of the Vuguk realm. Hearing that, Buyunseal finally began to understand just how wide and deep the truth really was. A quiet realization settled inside him, along with the overwhelming sense that there was still so much he did not know. The GM gang senior continued. And above all of that, the highest realm of all is called the Heavenly Will realm. He explained further. The Heavenly Will realm is the state where one perceives the will of heaven itself and becomes one with primordial chi. In the entire history of martial arts, no one has ever truly reached that realm. For someone at your level right now, that's still a story from a world far beyond your reach. As for you, your current state is early pinnacle realm because you've already reached the 3rd stage of the Danchong heart method. Once you break into the 4th stage, protective body chi will start to form around you. Only then can you truly be considered part of the super ultimate realm. By the 5th stage, you'll be able to condense internal power and true chi into visible form, which means you'll have moved beyond the super ultimate realm. The GM gang senior paused for a moment, then continued. At the 6th stage, your internal power will circulate endlessly and spread through every part of your body. At the 7th stage, you'll cast off the restraints of the flesh itself. And at the final 8th stage, you'll borrow the power of great nature itself and gain the ability to interfere with the birth and death of all things. Hwa Wimyung asked with honest curiosity, interfere with the birth and death of all things? He truly couldn't picture what that was even supposed to mean. The GM Gang Senior gave a small, apologetic smile. I'm afraid I can't explain that part very well either. I only reached the final threshold of the 5th stage myself. Then he smiled again and asked, still, the fact that you're asking about those realms. Does that mean you've decided to step into the Jianghu? Hwa Wimyung looked caught off guard. How did you know? The man answered right away. Because if not, you wouldn't have come all this way just to ask me all these questions. Hwa Wimyung admitted it was true. After what I went through with the merchant guard team, I realized real combat is the fastest way to grow. That's why I want to leave the mountain and enter the Jianghu. Deep down, he also knew that if he wanted to find clues about the assassin connected to his grandfather's death, the Jianghu would be far more useful than staying inside the demon palace. The GM Gang Senior smiled when he heard that answer. Then he reminded him that anyone who wanted to roam the Jianghu first had to understand what kind of place it was. Go find Master Cheol. He'll teach you what you need to know. Hwa Wimyung cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance. The man gave him a warning in return. The Jianghu is a dangerous place, and the storms there can't be predicted. Be careful. Then he called out to him softly. Senior, please stay safe until the day we meet again. Hwa Wimyung returned to Wang Gul, already hearing the sharp ring of the hammer before he even arrived. He watched him work with a calm expression that gave nothing away. The hammer kept slamming down against the stone table over and over again. Only after a short while did Wang Gul finally stop and respond. He turned around and asked, What did you come to me for? Wang Gul set a notebook down on the table in front of him. Hwa Wimyung picked it up, clearly puzzled. What is this? Wang Gul answered, It contains what you came here to learn. He carefully flipped through the pages one by one and began reading what was written inside. Hwa Wimyung's eyes widened. This was practically a complete record of the Jianghu, including the characteristics and information of its sex, biographies of famous masters, and even detailed records on the number 18 demonic warriors. The contents went way too deep for an ordinary Wang Gul to know. How could he possibly know all of this? Wang Gul reminded him, read every last bit of it. At the very least, ignorance won't be what brings you trouble. And when you're done, burn it. Hwa Wimyung thought to himself that even though he still had no idea who this man really was, with an intelligence network like that, it somehow started to make sense. With a network gathering information on that level, it really didn't seem all that strange anymore. Hwa Wimyung spoke in a low voice. Wang Gul, can I ask you one more thing? Wang Gul said nothing. He just waited for him to continue. Sitting at the table, Wang Gul explained it in detail. The man could control his bones and muscles freely enough to unleash rising thrust-style sword attacks, and he had the precision to slice off a moving target's arms without missing. And on top of that, there was the butcher's poison, the kind that rots flesh and disrupts the blood itself. You mean he also used hidden weapons and silent arts? Hwa Wimyung asked to make sure. Yes, that's right. It struck him as odd that someone with swordsmanship that terrifying would still depend on hidden weapons and poison like that. A slight frown settled on his face, like he was beginning to suspect something. Wang Gul continued, most likely, he was a spy who never intended to reveal his true identity to the martial world. Hwa Wimyung asked, then does that mean he might not actually be a demonic master? Wang Gul replied, exactly. It's not that he used those methods because he belonged to the demonic path. More likely, he used every method he could to cover up who he really was. Hwa Wimyung fell deep into thought. So the culprit might not be some infamous demonic master at all, but a hidden infiltrator whose true identity nobody knows. Then from now on, should I be investigating righteous figures too, instead of only looking into the demonic path? But according to Wang Gul, if every trace that man left behind was just a lie, then how could anyone ever hope to find him? Wang Gul noticed his expression darken and called out to him. Hwa Wimyung, I have a proposal for you. Be back before dusk. You need to come back. Hwa Wimyung answered, I want to roam the Jianghu. Danshin looked at him curiously. You suddenly show up here out of nowhere, so what is it this time? Wasn't what happened with the merchant guard team enough for you already? Hwa Wimyung replied, the merchant guard team was valuable experience, but if I want to finish my practical martial training quickly, I think I still need more real combat. Danshin awkwardly rested his chin on one hand and said, I get what you're saying, but even as deputy chief, I can't just let you leave whenever you feel like it. If you belong to a division or a team in the sect, Then you need permission from the division head or team leader before you can leave for the Jianghu. Bu Yunsil continued, I know that. What I want is to join the QSAT team. That answer genuinely shocked Danshin. His expression turned hard, and he sprang to his feet as he demanded, Where did you hear about that? Bu Yunsil answered honestly, I heard it from Wang Gul. He suggested earlier that I should join the QSAT team. The QSAT team was the unit that handled assassinations, kidnappings, sabotage, and the theft of important resources. It took on the kind of missions the Demon Palace would never publicly acknowledge. He said this would be a good opportunity for me to get what I want. With the way things are now, tracking down the murderer won't be easy. But if I join the QSAT team which operates in those same shadows, I might run into a clue. He also said the missions there are dangerous enough to put your life on the line every time, which means I could grow stronger through real combat too. Danshin rejected it immediately. Absolutely not. But Bu Yunsil cut in, I already know what kind of place the QSAT team is. The moment you enter it, your existence is erased, and from then on, you carry out missions where your life is always at risk. Danshin replied, that's right. The QSAT team does the dirtiest work in the Demon Palace. Once you enter, you erase your name and affiliation and operate without support from anyone. It's a place for criminals trying to work off their sins, or for people desperate enough to risk everything for money. You're one of our number 18. Are you really saying you want to become part of the QSAT team? Bu Yunsil had his own reasons. He wanted power and he wanted it fast. If the road to that strength ran through the QSAT team, then he was ready to throw himself into it. After all, the number 18 are nothing more than tools meant to cut down righteous masters. If all that matters is whether I can swing my blade without hesitation, then the stronger I become, the better. Isn't that true? Danshin had no answer for that. Just as Bu Yunsil said, most of the 10 great demonic gates saw the number 18 as nothing more than disposable tools. But Danshin made one thing clear. Our pavilion is different. From the very beginning, I intended to raise you as my true successor. Those words left Bu Yunsil completely stunned. Then he gave a faint smile and replied, I understand exactly what the Deputy Pavilion Master means. But that's exactly why I want to join the QSAT team even more. You still don't understand why? He explained, because from everything I've seen so far, the true nature of Nangia Pavilion was never about getting stronger while being safely protected. At that, Danshin fell silent. Then he let out a long sigh. Arguing with you really is impossible. In the end, he had no choice but to give in. Fine. But only for 1 year. Bu Yunsil was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Danshin didn't forget to warn him. If you ever feel you've reached the level you wanted, leave the QSAT team immediately and come back. Bu Yunsil promised he would remember. I will. Then Danshin added that since you're already set on leaving the mountain, I'll give you something that should help. Right now, your face is too handsome. It attracts far too much attention. And as the most talked about rookie among the number 18, being able to hide your identity during missions will give you a major advantage in all kinds of situations. Bu Yunsil left Nangia Pavilion behind and slipped into the busy streets, disappearing naturally into the crowd. Before long, he arrived at Dongting Lake. As he made his way down the road, Bu Yunsil suddenly stopped in place. His face no longer looked quite the same as before. He remembered how, on the way here, people had kept glancing at him and whispering among themselves before he changed his appearance. Fortunately, right before he left, the deputy had taught him the face-switching bone-change art. He lifted his gaze toward the building in front of him. This was the Guzzle branch of the QSAT team. Bu Yunsil raised a hand and gave the wooden door bar a light knock. The door opened, and he quietly looked over the inside, from the hanging lanterns to the neatly arranged blocks of wood. Then Bu Yunsil stepped in and moved down a corridor with bookshelves lining both sides. He thought to himself, it really does just look like some old, quiet bookstore. Is this really a QSAT team branch? Then a voice called out and politely invited him farther inside. A man rose to his feet and asked, What are you looking for? Sir? Bu Yunsil pulled a book from inside his chest and said, I came to sell a book. The man held out his hand and replied, Let me see it. Bu Yunsil handed it over respectfully with both hands. The shopkeeper lowered his eyes and checked the title written on the cover. He paused for a moment as if measuring its value, then said, It's a pretty old book. I'm afraid it won't sell for much, Bu Yunsil suggested. Then how about trading it for another book instead? What do you think? The shopkeeper turned his head and called for someone named Mon. A young man quickly came running out. Apprentice, the shopkeeper said, Take our guest inside so he can browse the ancient books. Mon cheerfully led the way. Please, come with me. This way. He led Bu Yunsil into a room, carefully shut the door behind them, then slowly turned around to face him. Only then did he finally introduce himself. "I'm Man, the one responsible for communications here." Buyunseol immediately felt that the atmosphere had completely changed. Man continued, "For convenience, QSAT team members usually call each other by code names. Your code name will be number 18. Choose a mission from the book, and I'll explain the details." Buyunseol flipped through the notebook. This one, Zhang Mission 3rd posting. Reward, 500 Niang of silver. Steal the Bosan incense and Gaijian Jiren Goji oxen. Buyunseol asked out of curiosity, "What does posting mean?" Man explained that it meant the number of times a mission had been put out. Either someone had already failed it 3 times or nobody had taken it for a long time, so it had been issued again for the 3rd time. Buyunseol quickly understood. Most of the missions were things like intercepting escorts, stealing treasures, or spreading false information. None of that really mattered to him. "What I need are real fights, the kind that can harden me and make me stronger. There's got to be something like that in here." Then his eyes stopped on a single page. 9th posting. You'll grade, 9th posting. Reward, 3,000 Niang of silver. Secretly eliminate Suk Jong, Deputy Hallmaster of the Blood In Cult's Soul-Seizing Hall. Man quickly warned him not to even think about that one. Buyunseol looked surprised. "Why?" Man explained that QSAT team missions were split into 4 ranks. Bing and Ding, with the upper ranks being much harder. Starting from rank it, those missions were usually for veteran members who had served more than 3 years. Those top-rank jobs were reserved for the strongest experts and were assigned directly instead of being chosen freely. So among the missions members could pick for themselves, rank it was the hardest level. Suk Jong had already been known throughout the Jianghu as a master for over 10 years. He had survived many assassination attempts, so there was no way a simple sneak attack would be enough to kill him. That was exactly why the reward had been set as high as 3,000 Niang. Buyunseol immediately realized this was exactly the kind of mission he had been looking for. A slow grin spread across his face. Man frowned in confusion and gave Buyunseol another look. Buyunseol closed the notebook and said, "Then I'll take this one." "Didn't he hear anything I just said? There's no way someone with half-baked assassination skills can kill that man." Buyunseol tucked the notebook back into his chest and thought, "It's fine. Wang Gul's book has information on Suk Jong too. This mission isn't impossible at all." Man glanced at him again and thought to himself, "This guy. I warned him because I thought he might actually be someone capable, but he's just a dramatic brat." In the end, Man only sighed and decided not to get involved any further. Then he reached for the lantern cord and said, "The robes and tools you'll need for the mission are over here." He pulled the cord down, and in the next instant, a hidden door slid open from the wall. The man brought Buyunseol inside. Along the walls, all kinds of weapons had been neatly arranged. After looking around for a bit, he finally picked out a set of gear and handed it over. A pile of clothes and a sword were tossed onto the floor like they meant nothing. Buyunseol clicked his tongue to himself. Every piece of it was old junk. But to people who already assumed he was as good as dead, there was no reason to waste decent equipment on him. Still, he figured the outcome would make everything clear soon enough. He gathered the items in silence, then quietly offered his farewell. "See you later." As soon as the man left, Buyunseol was by himself in the room. A vague feeling of discomfort crept over him, and he let out another long, quiet sigh. Not long after that, the shopkeeper returned and asked how things had gone. The man just waved it off like it was nothing. For his very first mission, he picked the hardest one possible. At this point, we'll probably never see him again. When the shopkeeper asked what assignment Buyunseol had chosen, the man said he had gone after Suk Jong, the master of the Blood In Cult. The shopkeeper was stunned. "What? Suk Jong, the Blood In Cult's master? Isn't that the same mission even the well-known members of the Salvation Squad couldn't finish?" The man scoffed coldly. "Arrogant and reckless. What a waste. That's why I only gave him some useless leftover gear." The shopkeeper sank into thought, wondering which disciple from the Demon Palace had sent that kid to the Salvation Squad in the first place. Either way, he would most likely end up as just another body for the Blood In Cult to throw away. By then, Buyunseol was already heading toward Blood In Island. The Blood In Cult had risen rapidly from the Blood Sect and had become the strongest demonic power based on that remote island. When the boat finally arrived, he noted to himself that even a place like this still needed a constant flow of supply ships coming and going. The dock was packed with people moving cargo back and forth. Shouts echoed all over the place. "Over here, set it down here. What the hell are you doing?" Blending right into the crowd, Buyunseol lowered his head and answered naturally, "Sorry, it's my first time doing work like this. I'll take care of it right away." By hiding himself aboard a merchant ship loaded with supplies, Yunseal managed to slip into Blood-Een Island without trouble. All around him, men were busy hauling cargo on and off the vessel. Commands came flying in from every direction. Bring that here. Move that out. Someone get over here and help. A young man named Jae-woon answered immediately. Understood. I'm going. But from farther away, someone had been watching him the whole time. Then that person suddenly called out to him. Hey you. He turned right away and answered, yes sir. The instant he moved, the eyes of the man watching him narrowed in sharp surprise. Before he even had time to respond, a sword was already pressed to his throat. A thin cut opened across his skin, and fresh blood slowly trickled down. The man carefully watched his reaction. That's how someone with no martial training would respond. Could he really be an infiltrator? Could he really be an infiltrator? A moment later, the sword was withdrawn, and the order came down. Call the doctor and get him treated. One of the men immediately ran off to bring a physician. Several others came over and inspected him closely. After that, they took him to the doctor to have the wound treated. As the doctor stitched up his neck with a needle, he cried out from the pain. It hurts. Stay still for a second. Once the bandage was secured around his neck, the doctor finished the treatment. There, that should do it. You lost quite a bit of blood, but the cut wasn't deep. I stitched it up well, so you should be fully recovered in about 7 days. The patient looked visibly relieved as he thanked him. Thank you, doctor. Your hands are excellent. That could have ended very badly. Lucky for him. After the patient left, the doctor went back into his room and shut the door. Only then was it revealed that the doctor was actually Yunseal in disguise. He quietly let out a breath. He had come dangerously close to being exposed, but the calm hands of a skilled physician didn't attract much suspicion. And among sailors, a doctor was exactly the kind of person who could move around almost anywhere without drawing attention. With the face-changing and bone-shifting art he had learned from the deputy pavilion master, combined with the method taught by Woo Chong, his disguise was perfect. He already knew the ship would leave the dock at dawn, which meant no matter what happened, he had to deal with Suk Jong tonight. The sun slowly disappeared, casting a dim red glow across the island. Before long, the island was completely swallowed by night. In the distance, the lights from the ship crews flickered softly in the darkness. Yunseal picked up his pace. Not wanting to waste even a single moment, he kept moving until a building finally appeared ahead of him. He came to a stop at the edge of a cliff and silently looked down below. So that's the Blood-Een cult. Yunseal carefully scanned the defensive formation spread out beneath him. Several guards were stationed around the area, keeping watch with strict discipline. He dug his foot into the ground, took a short running start, and launched himself up in one clean motion. Not long after, Yunseal dropped down and landed on the rooftop below. Keeping himself low, he hid there and carefully watched the men moving beneath him. Yunseal's eyes narrowed as his focus locked onto one place. He recognized the man barking orders below. It was Suk Jong. Good. Stay right there. Even Yunseal was quietly taken aback. To feel that level of inner power from this far away, it made perfect sense why Suk Jong was feared as a true monster. But the more he looked at it, the more something felt wrong. A man who had already survived 9 assassination attempts should never have been exposing his energy that openly. It was too obvious. It could easily be bait for anyone coming after him, so Yunseal knew he had to be even more careful from here on out. He lowered himself down with deliberate care, his gaze sweeping every corner around him. Yunseal followed the path Suk Jong had taken. The air was thick with the smell of medicine, and it seemed to be leading toward the Blood-Een cult's hidden medicine vault. He had already heard that the vault was concealed in an underground chamber, a place where sound couldn't escape, exactly the kind of spot made for an ambush. Then Suk Jong suddenly came to a stop, and Yunseal's heart instantly tightened. Suk Jong stood there with a blank face, giving nothing away. Yunseal pressed himself behind a pillar and didn't dare let even his breathing grow louder. Only after Suk Jong started moving again did Yunseal finally let out the breath he had been holding. All he could do was hope he hadn't been detected. Then, without making a sound, he moved toward the stairs and started down. A room came into view ahead, and the door was already standing open. He eased it a little wider and carefully looked inside. Inside the room, Suk Jong was opening a chest. Yunseal slowly pulled out his sword. Suk Jong's back was completely exposed. This was the perfect chance to finish everything in one strike. Then his foot touched one of the floor tiles. The tile gave way immediately, and Yunseal realized at once that he was in trouble. In the very next moment, countless hidden darts came pouring down from above. He kicked off the ground and jumped back, barely avoiding them. The trap had already gone off. Suk Jong didn't even bother turning around. Honestly, all of you assassins are pathetic. It's ridiculous, really. Every one of you picks this exact same spot to attack me, like you all got together and agreed on it first. You really showed up at just the right time, didn't you? Then the chest opened wider, revealing a severed head inside. At the same time, Suk Jong moved like he was about to draw his sword. I even saved one last empty space in there. Just enough for your head too. Suk Jong sounded almost entertained, clearly enjoying the shock on his target's face. You people always do the same thing. You sneak in on a supply ship, wait for an opening, and then try to kill me here. That's exactly why I had all these mechanisms built into this room. Idiots. They just keep charging into the same trap again and again. Woo Yoonseal bitterly realized this was one of the Salvation Squad's biggest weaknesses. Their agents carried out missions without even knowing who the others were. Maybe that was meant to protect secrecy, but in the end, refusing to share information only meant everyone died to the same trap one after another. Suk Jong tossed his sword aside with open contempt. So this time they sent me a little brat. Someone like you isn't even worth using my pet fighters on. Then he casually seized the sword behind him and charged forward. Once I cut off your arms and legs, I'll take my time listening to you scream in despair. Woo Yoonseal stayed completely composed. A failed assassination attempt wasn't enough to shake him. Because from the very beginning, what he truly wanted was a life-and-death fight. In the next instant, their blades slammed into each other. Steel flashed, and sparks burst through the air. At that moment, Suk Jong could no longer treat his opponent the same way. With a sharp twist of his blade, he knocked Woo Yoonseal back. Suk Jong judged him immediately. This brat has deep inner power. And that sword style, it's nothing like some common assassin's technique. Now this is getting interesting. So you came here using the Black Tsu blade technique. Woo Yoonseal steadied his stance, fully ready for whatever attack came next. His slash tore straight through the force released from the incoming attack. Woo Yoonseal's thoughts moved quickly. The form itself was simple. If he stayed calm, he should have been able to redirect it. But he relaxed too soon because the very next strike still managed to cut into him. Woo Yoonseal was caught off guard. What? I'm sure I blocked that. Suk Jong only became more aggressive as he pressed in. What's wrong? Can't you even defend yourself? He kept driving forward, throwing one attack after another without giving Woo Yoonseal any room to breathe. For the moment, all Woo Yoonseal could do was grit his teeth and defend with his sword. Even so, Woo Yoonseal couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He had clearly seen an opening, and yet Suk Jong's attacks weren't aimed at those weak points at all. If Suk Jong wasn't planning to kill him right away, then Woo Yoonseal still had room to act. His feet shifted and he drove straight in. At first glance, it looked reckless. But Woo Yoonseal wasn't charging blindly. He was closing the distance to figure out the secret behind those strange sword strikes. Inside that sealed chamber, the sound of steel crashing against steel rang out sharply and echoed through the room. Suk Jong gave him a mocking bit of praise. Not bad. You've got nerve. Then his voice turned cold. Try blocking this one. Left upper severing stroke. Woo Yoonseal kept his focus tight, locking onto the next attack the man was about to release. In the blink of an eye, Suk Jong had already closed the distance again. Woo Yoonseal pulled back immediately. The line of that strike changed so fast it was nearly impossible to track. And then it hit him. So that's how it works. Was it some kind of deceptive sword art, built around tiny movements that tricked the eye? The moment he understood that much, Woo Yoonseal already knew how he could beat it. So instead of panicking, he slowly shut his eyes and calmed his breathing. Suk Jong had no idea what he was doing and laughed at him with open arrogance. So you figured out my technique uses feints. Lucky you. But closing your eyes won't save you from it. Woo Yoonseal was sure of it. No, it absolutely would. Even with his eyes closed, he could still sense every movement Suk Jong made, because he possessed the wild beast way. To him, Suk Jong's slow, deliberate advance was as clear as if he were watching it with open eyes. From that point on, every attack Suk Jong threw at him was dismantled one after another by Woo Yoonseal. Suk Jong's expression shifted in shock. This bastard. How is he breaking my feint technique while leaving himself that open? And in that very moment, Woo Yoonseal took the initiative and struck back. His eyes were still closed, but he could read every opening in Suk Jong's defense. Suk Jong was forced back. For a brief moment, the two men held their distance, both measuring the other carefully. Then Woo Yoonseal was the one who rushed in. Even the hidden darts falling toward him were split apart by the blade as he advanced. Seeing Woo Yoonseal charge straight at him, Suk Jong tensed in alarm. Suk Jong didn't realize it, but he had already made 2 fatal mistakes, and neither of them could be undone. The first was giving Bu Yunseal enough time to figure out how to break his technique. Bu Yunseal raised the sword in his hand. Then, with one clean downward strike, he brought it down. And the second mistake was Suk Jong's own arrogance, which had made him abandon both his footwork and his guard. Suk Jong was horrified. In a situation like this, the force blasted him backward. Bu Yunseal didn't let that chance slip away and immediately lunged after him. Suk Jong hurriedly pulled out a whistle. Things were turning bad fast. He needed to call the men outside. But just as he was about to bring it to his lips, there was no chance Bu Yunseal was going to allow that. A single thrust shot forward and pierced straight through Suk Jong's chest. Blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed. So, I'm really going to lose to some nameless assassin? Bu Yunseal pulled his sword free, and fresh blood sprayed wildly in all directions. The whistle slipped from Suk Jong's hand, and before long, the floor beneath him was soaked red. Bu Yunseal stayed careful right to the very end. No matter how powerful a martial master might be, once carelessness sets in, it becomes a fatal trap. After that, Bu Yunseal withdrew without wasting a moment. Back at the quiet old bookshop, the shopkeeper was calmly sipping tea when someone suddenly came rushing in, breathless, with news to report. He looked up and answered, "Ma Woon, what's got you in such a rush?" The messenger immediately replied, "Haven't you heard? Suk Jong is dead." The shopkeeper was visibly shaken the moment he heard that. The news spread in every direction and quickly became the talk of the town. Suk Jong, the Black Snake Sword, had died inside the Blood In cult. Not from a clean assassination, but after being defeated in a sudden fight during a moment of combat. Some even claimed his treasured sword had been found shattered by a heavy blade. A swordsman who had roamed the world for 10 long years. Just who could have brought down a man like that? And the very person everyone was whispering about, Bu Yunseal, had already made it back. The shopkeeper hurried outside to greet him. "Please come in, sir. You returned much sooner than expected." Bu Yunseal answered calmly, "It's because I like reading." He stepped forward politely and led the way. "Please come this way." Once they were inside and the door was closed, the shopkeeper immediately asked, "Did you really kill Suk Jong? Are the rumors actually true?" He had gone over it again and again in his head, but it still didn't add up to him. How could something like that even happen? Then he caught himself and corrected his own mistake. "No, that's not something I should be asking. Panda only handles mission arrangements. I assumed you already understood that better than anyone." The man awkwardly lowered his gaze. "Yes, you're right. I understand. I won't ask anything else. Your reward is 3,000 niang. I'll give it to you in banknotes, and your next assignment will come in 3 days. That's all you need to know." He handed Bu Yunseal a thick stack of banknotes, while keeping one note in his own hand. The other man quickly said, "There's still one left." Bu Yunseal answered, "Keep it. Buy yourself a drink. Farewell." The 2 men could only stand there in stunned silence as Bu Yunseal walked away and disappeared from sight. Ma Woon was furious. "That bastard. I've been stuck disguising myself as some lowly clerk, and he really looked down on me like I was one." Beside him, the shopkeeper burst out laughing. Just where did a monster like that even come from? Then Ma Woon frowned, still confused. "Big brother." The shopkeeper then gave him an order. "From now on, make sure number 18 only gets missions worth 5 loads or more. If Panda's name reaches the higher ranks, our brothers might finally be able to leave this cursed place." 6 months went by, and on the crowded, noisy streets, Ma Woon greeted him warmly the moment he arrived. Well, look who's here." The 2 of them hurried outside to welcome him. "The pillar of our Akyang branch, number 18, has arrived. This time you've got an important mission waiting for you. Thanks to you, even the bookshop has been doing better than ever." Bu Yunseal immediately understood why he had been called. He was here for another assignment. Still, it was obvious the man had more to say. So Bu Yunseal stayed silent and simply waited for the shopkeeper to continue. The shopkeeper got right to it. "Number 18, lately the people above us have taken a great interest in your skills. Because of that, a direct assignment has been sent down for you." Bu Yunseal gave him a look that clearly asked for the details. The answer came at once. "Escort a VIP around Akyang." Bu Yunseal immediately turned as if he meant to walk out right there. "I refuse." Ma Woon quickly stepped in, telling him to wait, and grabbed his sleeve as he tried to talk him down. "The payment for this mission is at the level of an armor contract. 10,000 niang a day in money alone." Bu Yunseal reminded him, "You know I don't need money." The shopkeeper kept pressing him. "Of course I know that. You only accept missions that involve killing. But think this through. Like I told you, this order came directly from above. If you refuse, it won't stop at a little embarrassment. This whole Akyang branch could be wiped out. Inside, he cursed the stubborn man. For a moment, he genuinely wanted to draw his sword and take the man's head right there. Then the shopkeeper offered a condition. If you take this mission, the branch will supply your equipment, and every piece of intelligence we collect will be shared with you. Will that satisfy you? Bu Yunseal asked. How long will that intelligence support continue? The man looked puzzled. What do you mean, how long? We're on the same side. You know that. Bu Yunseal replied. Fine. I understand. But remember this. Only this once. The door slammed shut behind him, and Bu Yunseal left. Ma Woon exploded in frustration. Is Big Brother out of his mind? He's really handing over all our intelligence like that? We're not his personal spy network. The shopkeeper answered. Quiet down and keep watching. Once this is over, we may finally be able to return to the Demon Palace. Ma Woon could barely believe what he was hearing. Is that actually true? The other man gave no further details. The specifics are confidential, but the person he's escorting this time is no ordinary guest. Elsewhere, the room was full of guests. They raised their cups and poured wine for each other. Bu Yunseal had come there to carry out his new mission. As he approached the table, he announced, I am number 18, a 9th-rank slaughter member of the Akyang branch. I've come to receive the escort assignment. The young woman looked him over and asked, So you're the warrior assigned to escort us? The man sitting across from her clicked his teeth in annoyance and snapped. I already said I don't need guards. The young woman introduced herself. I'm Danso, okay, and this is... Before she could finish, the man cut in and introduced himself. I am Wu Moonhwang. Bu Yunseal quietly took in the scene before him. Inwardly, he noted every detail. A young lady sitting in a luxury tavern with a table full of the most expensive dishes, accompanied by a master of unclear background who called himself Wu Moonhwang. Just from that alone, it was obvious they were people with both wealth and status. Wu Moonhwang warned him coldly. As long as I'm here, you won't need to do anything. Stay out of sight. And don't you dare get in the way of Sooke's outing. Feeling that heavy pressure, even Bu Yunseal had to acknowledge it. He really does have a frightening presence. Can someone really produce that much pressure with nothing but chi alone? Dan Sooke immediately stood up to defend him. Uncle, why are you trying to intimidate the man who came here to help us? Then she turned and asked, Are you all right? Bu Yunseal replied, It seems he's a true master, the kind who believes he no longer needs bodyguards. With a calm smile, she explained, Please forgive him. My uncle is a man of great standing, and he left the Jianghu a long time ago. That was exactly why the people around her worried so much. But he simply thumped his chest and reassured her. What's there to worry about? So okay, just trust your uncle. Bu Yunseal understood right away. So he really was a master from the older generation. And after staying away from the Jianghu for so long, his sense for danger had probably grown dull. In an unfamiliar place that only made him more vulnerable. The Honam region was a place where countless factions were tangled together. Bu Yunseal's role here was simple. Make sure nothing happened to them. Dan Sooke looked at him with curiosity. But number 18, that's a pretty unusual name. He answered in the same calm tone. Members of the 9th Slaughter do not use personal names. Number 18 is only the designation I was given inside the squad. Then she politely asked, In that case, may I call you Mr. Ho? Call me whatever you like. Miss. Dan Sooke smiled softly and answered, Then Mr. Ho it is. As she said that, she slowly raised her hand. So that's why you're wearing a fake face, right? Her fingers touched Bu Yunseal's face, and for once, he was genuinely caught off guard. No one had ever noticed that before. Dan Sooke smiled brightly. I just noticed things a little better than most people. The movement of your facial muscles is slightly unnatural. Bu Yunseal turned his face away. If she could spot something that subtle, then she definitely wasn't an ordinary woman. She might be far more important than he had first believed. But what surprised Bu Yunseal even more was what she said next. With an upbeat smile, Dan Sooke said, All right then, Mr. Ho. After we finish eating, I want to go for a boat ride. Bu Yunseal immediately cut her off. Wait. His gaze sharpened toward one side of the room. Something about this place felt seriously wrong. The people in the tavern were repeating the exact same stories they had been telling from the moment he walked in. That meant there was a strong chance everyone in the tavern had already been replaced by assassins sent specifically for this job. As night settled in, the atmosphere inside the inn suddenly grew heavy. The red lanterns hanging overhead almost looked like a warning that blood was about to spill. Bu Yunseal narrowed his eyes and said nothing. On the surface, the tavern still looked normal, but thick killing intent was spreading through every corner of it. It turned out everyone in the place, from the servers to the loud, laughing customers, was an assassin in disguise. The only normal table in the entire inn was theirs. Sharp, very sharp. Luckily, Buyunseal had chosen a seat in the shadows, which protected the group from sneak attacks coming from behind. Calmly, he watched and waited for those hidden killers to reveal themselves. While Buyunseal was calculating how to deal with the concealed weapons, Wu Moonhuang strode right past him. The old man was far too proud to care about tricks like those. Wu Moonhuang sneered in pure contempt, as if to say he alone was enough to crush this entire nest of insects. Seeing that arrogance, Buyunseal sighed to himself. The man was being far too careless. At that moment, one of the assassins lost patience and made the first move. Buyunseal began to draw his sword, but Wu Moonhuang moved even faster than he expected. The old man roared in anger, calling the assassins nothing but worthless shrimps. The force inside that shout shook the entire inn and froze them where they stood. The assassins hesitated for a few seconds, stunned that their presence had been exposed so quickly. Their carefully prepared ambush collapsed in an instant. Realizing there was no point in hiding anymore, their leader gave the signal to attack all at once. Like a dark wave, men rushed in from every direction toward old man Wu Moonhuang. Wu Moonhuang merely snorted as powerful qi gathered into his hands. His eyes were filled with contempt for anyone foolish enough to challenge him. Then he unleashed a terrifying palm strike straight into the lead assassin's chest. The man didn't even have time to react before he was blown away in agony. The impact exploded through the center of the inn with a thunderous crash. His strength was the real thing. No wonder Wu Moonhuang had been so arrogant. While Wu Moonhuang tore through the attackers, Buyunseal remained calm and stayed by Dan Sookei's side. His attention never left the hidden weapons flying at them. From above, the inn must have looked like a battlefield in ruins. Even Buyunseal quietly found himself reassessing Wu Moonhuang's strength. There was no question about it. The old man was an extremely dangerous master. One of the assassins cried out in despair that only 3 of them were still standing. In an instant, the pride of the hunters had turned into raw fear. Even so, they were still bound by their mission. Gritting their teeth, they rushed forward again, their shouting sounding less like courage and more like desperate attempts to force themselves onward. Wu Moonhuang stood right in the middle of the encirclement without moving, barehanded in front of all those flashing blades. He laughed loudly, mocking how weak they were, then decided to finish the fight for good. Martial energy surged into both his palms, swelling more and more like it could erupt at any moment. Then a truly overwhelming blast tore through the inn, sweeping away everything in its path. Cracks spread across the wooden floor while dust and smoke billowed through the air. A strike like that should have been enough to wipe out every unlucky assassin in sight. Wu Moonhuang smashed the assassins up into the ceiling and ended the ambush in the blink of an eye. But Buyunseal didn't believe it was over. The killing intent around the inn was still far too dense. Dan Sookei trembled as she hid behind Buyunseal, visibly terrified. But he didn't have time to reassure her, because he had already sensed something much more dangerous lurking nearby. Buyunseal focused with everything he had, avoiding the strange attacks coming out of the darkness. Flashes of light still burst through the inn, proving the battle wasn't over yet, and with a faint frown he said the real show hadn't ended. In one swift motion, he swept away the barrage of hidden weapons raining down toward Dan Sookei. In a firm voice, he warned Dan Sookei not to move more than 3 steps away from him. In chaos like this, one careless second was enough to get someone killed. Dan Sookei could only quietly say she understood, her face still pale with shock. And honestly, it was no surprise. Assassins had appeared from every direction. Buyunseal kept moving, darting left and right as his sharp eyes tracked even the slightest motion from the enemy. Even while defending against the attackers, Buyunseal kept checking on Dan Sookei. He knew protecting her was his most important duty right now. Then a fierce punch burst forward, sending a shockwave ripping violently through the air around them. Wu Moonhuang stood right in the center of the battlefield, looking down at the assassins scattered across the ground with icy eyes. In his mind, they were just pests, too insignificant to be worth any real concern. Once the fighting died down, the old man immediately hurried over to check on Dan Sookei. Because Buyunseal had stayed alert the whole time, she got through it safely without even the slightest injury. Dan Sookei gave a thankful nod and made sure to mention Buyunseal's quick response. If he had not stepped in when he did, things likely would have turned out much worse. Hearing that praise, Wu Moonhuang let out a cold snort and shot Buyunseal a look full of jealousy and disdain. To him, there was absolutely no reason to thank that brat, and the whole thing felt absurd. A moment later, the old man started questioning Buyunseal's true motives. He clearly suspected that Bu Yunseal had interfered more to flaunt his martial arts than to genuinely protect her. Annoyance and suspicion settled over Wu Munwang's face. He was the type of stubborn old man who believed in no one but himself, so earning his approval was never going to be simple. The tension between them turned sharp in an instant as they stood face to face. Even though the old man was obviously trying to get a rise out of him, Bu Yunseal remained composed and refused to take the bait. It looked like fire was burning in Wu Munwang's eyes, like he might blow up at any second. At the worst possible moment, his overbearing pride was becoming a real danger to the group. As they looked over the aftermath, they found one assassin dead from poison needles. The moment Bu Yunseal saw that, he understood. These were not ordinary thugs. They were professionals sent to kill at any cost. The three of them stood there in silence inside the ruined room, while the thick smell of blood hung heavily in the air. After seeing that fight with his own eyes, Bu Yunseal quietly reassessed Wu Munwang. The old man had not been all talk. His martial arts truly were on the highest level. Wu Munwang casually suggested they head back to their lodging and rest, as if the battle they had just survived had been nothing more than a light warm-up. His superior attitude never changed, and he did not look worried in the slightest. Bu Yunseal, on the other hand, was sinking deeper into grim thoughts. The more he considered it, the more certain he became that something even worse was coming. The instincts he had sharpened through experience would not let him relax so easily. He quickly warned them that returning to the Dan family residence right now would be dangerous. Their whereabouts had already been exposed, and there was a strong chance the enemy was waiting there to finish what they started. Wu Munwang mocked the very idea of lying low, treating Bu Yunseal's warning like an act of cowardice. In his eyes, sneaking around was for weaklings, and far beneath someone like him. He boldly declared that even if a whole swarm of mosquitoes came after him, they still would not be able to touch him. Watching the two of them butt heads, Dan So-okay could only stand there in a daze. More than anyone, she understood that if they kept moving around so openly, it was only a matter of time before the enemy found them again. Bu Yunseal suggested disguising themselves at least for safety, hoping it might reduce the danger a little. But Wu Munwang rejected the idea on the spot, saying tricks like that were for rats, not for him. Bu Yunseal let out a quiet sigh, realizing there was no changing the old man's mind with words. Since that was how it was, he decided he would stay close and protect the young lady himself. As they moved, his eyes kept sweeping over the surroundings, and that uneasy feeling never left him. While they walked, Bu Yunseal quietly told Dan So-okay to stay behind him no matter what. He was convinced the assassin's true target was the frail young woman, not anyone else. Inwardly, he even thought that if the enemy really chose to attack them at the residence, that would work in his favor. It would give him the perfect chance to wipe them out all at once. His strength was no longer what it used to be, and that change suited him well. Hearing Bu Yunseal's calm instructions, Dan So-okay gave a faint smile behind her veil, small but filled with trust. With someone that dependable guarding her, she felt a little more at ease. At last, the group arrived at the great Dan family mansion beneath the night sky. Under the pale moonlight, the massive estate stood in silence, giving off a strange and unsettling presence. They made their way across the courtyard at an unhurried pace, but Bu Yunseal never dropped his guard for a second. The silence around them felt wrong, and every step seemed like it was leading him deeper into a trap. Just as he had expected, assassins slipped out from the darkness like ghosts. The first one dropped from the rooftop, and that was when the real ambush began. Wu Munwang ground his teeth, his face twisting with the savage thrill of prey delivering itself right to him. Even now, he still had not fully realized how serious the situation had become. He lunged forward like a raging tiger and struck at the enemies with brutal force, not hesitating for even a moment. He sprang high into the air, leaving Bu Yunseal below to guard Dan So-okay. At that same instant, one assassin cried out a warning that an even greater ambush was already underway. The fight erupted so fast that normal eyes had no chance of following the flashes of steel. Then a terrifying shockwave exploded outward, tearing through everything in its path in a single instant. After Wu Munwang unleashed that massive blow, dust and smoke swallowed the entire courtyard and threw everything into chaos. Wu Munwang dropped into the middle of the wreckage and smugly declared that everything was still under control. Even then, he remained blinded by pride, with no idea that the true disaster had only just started. But Bu Yunseal immediately shattered that confidence with a sharp warning. He could already sense far deadlier presences closing in on them from every direction. The instant Wu Munwang saw it, he went completely still. His eyes widened in shock as something unbelievable unfolded before him, wiping away the arrogance he had clung to until that moment. Hundreds, maybe even thousands, of assassins dressed in black began pouring down from above and rising up from below. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded by a true army. Sweat ran down Wu Munwang's face as he stammered in disbelief. Faced with that overwhelming tide of enemies, every trace of his earlier arrogance disappeared. Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on his sword and stepped in front of the trembling Dan Sooke. Right away, he understood that this assassination attempt had grown far beyond anything they had first expected. Dan Sooke stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with despair. Just how important was her identity for the enemy to send an entire force like this just to kill her? Up in the treetops, violent gusts tore through the branches, making the leaves shudder and whip through the air. Then Wu Munwang's large, rough hand grabbed one assassin by the head and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crack the roof tiles underneath. After fighting so fiercely for so long, there was no way to count how many assassin corpses had already piled up around them. Wu Munwang was furious now, his eyes nearly turning white as he threw back his head and roared at the sky. No matter how many he killed, more kept coming, and that endless slaughter made him grit his teeth in rage. Wu Munwang glanced to the side and frowned hard. There were simply too many of them, easily 3 or 4 times more than the group they had faced at the restaurant. And what made it worse was that these were not ordinary assassins. Every one of them was a trained martial artist moving with polished swordsmanship. Why would enemies of that level be sent after them? When 3 sword-wielding assassins rushed straight at him, Wu Munwang thrust both palms forward and released a powerful palm strike. The force blasted ahead and caught 2 of them in midair, but only 2 were hit. The 3rd assassin slipped around behind him and closed the gap in an instant. At first, it looked like he was going straight for Wu Munwang, but instead, he planted a hand on Wu Munwang's shoulder, used it as a point of support, and kicked off to launch himself backward. Hit by that sudden shove on the shoulder, Wu Munwang pitched slightly forward, his face turning pale as he cried out in alarm. "Ah, damn it, Dan Sooke." And just like he feared, the assassin was already rushing straight for Dan Sooke, sword clenched tight as he went in to finish her. Dan Sooke froze on the spot, both hands pressed to her chest, too terrified to even think of what to do. Then in the very next instant, several pale arcs of sword energy ripped through the air out of nowhere, and blood burst out in sharp sprays. A man appeared directly beneath the assassin and stepped in front of Dan Sooke. With one clean slash, he cut away the assassin's limbs so fast the man could not even process what had happened. Through the dark red spray, Bu Yunseal's cold face and piercing eyes came into view, and even that sight alone was enough to send a chill through anyone watching. Bu Yunseal gave his sword a light flick to shake off the blood, then briefly closed his eyes before stepping in front of Dan Sooke like a wall. After staring at him in shock for a moment, Dan Sooke slowly placed a hand over her chest, moved in behind him, and quietly murmured, "Thank you, sir." Bu Yunseal did not respond right away. He only opened his eyes slightly and looked ahead at the chaos, where Wu Munwang was desperately holding back a flood of assassins swarming in like ants. Bu Yunseal could already tell Wu Munwang was wearing down. No matter how strong a person was, fighting properly while protecting someone else at the same time made it hard to control internal energy. Against this many enemies, even he would eventually be exhausted and overwhelmed. Up ahead, Wu Munwang suddenly drove his left foot hard into the ground, forcing himself to hold his stance. He rooted himself in place and fired off 2 heavy punches one after the other, smashing into 2 assassins' chests and sending both of them flying back. But after throwing those 2 powerful blows, it was obvious Wu Munwang had reached his limit. He bent forward and panted, his breathing rough from the mounting exhaustion. Before he could even catch his breath, something ahead made Wu Munwang's eyes suddenly widen. From the distance, assassins kept pouring in like an endless tide of ants, so many it was impossible to count them all. But then, all at once, some of those assassins abruptly stopped where they stood, as if they had been turned to stone, their eyes going wide in shock. Wu Munwang frowned, both irritated and confused. Were they seriously still sending more after all this? It's not that I can't handle them, but fighting while keeping Dan Sooke safe is no easy task. Behind him, Bu Yunseal's blade flashed again, and another assassin's blood sprayed into the air. Wu Munwang glanced back and shouted, "Hey, kid! Take Dan Sooke and get out of here first. I'll cover the rear on my own. Go now." Bu Yunseal turned toward him and answered, "They've most likely already completed the encirclement. Splitting up now would be riskier. It's safer if we stay together here. In about an hour, the masters of the manor should be here to support us. We just have to hold out until then." But Wu Munwang would not accept that. Straightening himself, he spoke to Bu Yunseal in a tone far more humble than before and said, "I'm asking you sincerely, Please do as I say. Hearing that, Bu Yunsil fell silent. He did not answer immediately, standing still as he quickly weighed the situation in his mind. A few seconds later he suddenly sheathed his sword. The moment Dan Sooke saw that, she called out in worry, "Wait, you can't leave the old man here alone." Bu Yunsil said nothing to her. He turned, raised his sheathed sword in his left hand toward her, and said, "Forgive my rudeness for a moment." Not understanding what he meant, Dan Sooke instinctively reached out with both hands to steady the sword and let out a startled, "Huh?" In the very next moment, Bu Yunsil slipped his arms under Dan Sooke and lifted her up. Startled, she clutched the sword tightly, her eyes widening even more as a small gasp escaped her lips. Up ahead, once he saw the plan was set, Wu Moonhuang turned back toward the enemy. Qi gathered in his right hand like blazing fire, and with his brows drawn tight, he stared down the assassins and declared, "I'll cut open a bloody path." With that, he swept out a palm strike with his left arm. Several assassins were hurled aside, others were blasted into the air, and their formation broke apart in an instant. The opening was there. Bu Yunsil immediately shot a glance toward Wu Moonhuang. Wu Moonhuang looked back at him too and shouted urgently, "Go! Quickly!" Carrying Dan Sooke in his arms, Bu Yunsil rushed forward from behind and shot past Wu Moonhuang. As he passed by, the hat Dan Sooke had been wearing all this time slipped free and dropped to the ground in front of Wu Moonhuang. Dan Sooke said nothing after that. All she could do was hold the sword tightly and quietly place herself in Bu Yunsil's care. The assassins saw Bu Yunsil carrying Dan Sooke away and immediately shouted, "One of them is escaping. Don't let them get away." With Dan Sooke in his arms, he cut through the assassins as he ran, muttering to himself that there was no need for mystical footwork now. At this point, only one thing mattered. He just had to move faster than everyone else. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Bu Yunsil's body flashed like light, and in the blink of an eye he shot high into the air. The sight almost looked like something out of a martial arts romance. Bu Yunsil held Dan Sooke close against his chest as they rose into the night, with the stars and crescent moon shining far above them. It was a breathtaking sight. The moment he dropped back down and barely touched the ground, Bu Yunsil kicked off again and launched himself upward, pushing even farther ahead. One group of assassins stayed behind to deal with Wu Moonhuang, while another group waiting outside immediately began chasing after Bu Yunsil and Dan Sooke, shouting for the others to stop them and capture them at once. Bu Yunsil glanced back once and thought, so they even had men waiting outside the manor. They really committed a huge force to this. But right after that, Bu Yunsil's figure shifted. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was, and the scene cut to the patrol unit's branch office. Inside, everything was quiet and still, just like any ordinary evening. Then all of a sudden, a dark figure burst in and kicked the outer door wide open before charging straight inside. As usual, Sang Riang started to greet the visitor. But the moment he turned and saw Bu Yunsil carrying a girl, he let out a startled snort, broke into a sweat, and immediately realized something serious must have happened. Even so, Sang Riang quickly asked in disbelief, "Hey, what in the world happened?" Bu Yunsil set Dan Sooke down and turned to the bookshop owner, saying, "Lend me the secret room for a moment." Sang Riang and Jean Seol still had no idea what was going on. Seeing Dan Sooke with Bu Yunsil, both of them blurted out at the same time, "Huh? What?" The two of them stared with wide eyes as Bu Yunsil led Dan Sooke farther inside, and some dark misunderstanding probably flashed through their minds. But Bu Yunsil had no time to explain. As he guided her in, he said, "I mean the secret chamber in the private room. There's no time." After that, Bu Yunsil led Dan Sooke deeper into the patrol unit. Holding her left hand with his own left hand, he shoved the door open with his right. Dan Sooke followed close behind, nervous and timid, but still doing her best not to fall behind him. When he reached the lantern, Bu Yunsil stretched out his hand, grabbed the hidden mechanism beneath it, and yanked it down hard. At once, a concealed door in the inner wall slowly opened, leaving Dan Sooke staring at it in amazement. Leading Dan Sooke inside, Bu Yunsil placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Miss, please remain in here." Flustered and worried, Dan Sooke turned to him and softly called out, "Mr. Oh." At that moment, Sang Riang and Jean Seol rushed in from outside, stunned as they asked, "Hey, what's going on now?" Bu Yunsil turned slightly, looked at them and said, "From this moment on, the two of you will patrol around this old bookshop. If any assassins appear, kill every last one of them." The assassins were already closing in like creeping fog, slowly spreading out and tightening their hold until the whole area was nearly sealed shut. "Your lives are on the line now," he said. His eyes flashed red as he looked at Sang Riang and Jin Seol. Then he coldly added, "Be ready to die." The moment those words landed, all the color drained from Sang Riang's face. Jin Seol looked just as shaken, his mouth hanging open even though nothing came out. Hwa Wimyung had just warned Jin Seol and the bookshop owner that the fight ahead would be decided in an instant between life and death. The pressure in the room turned heavy, and the two of them could only stand there frozen, staring back at him in silence. It took them a moment to pull themselves together. Then Sang Riang let out a light breath, gave a faint smile, and asked almost casually, "So this is going to be a death match?" The next second, their fighting spirit flared up. Sang Riang pulled out two small, sharp weapons shaped like pens, while Jin Seol gripped a pair of chain sickles. Sang Riang laughed out loud and said, "Ha! Come on, brother. We've got our own necks to protect too." Jin Seol answered with a cool grin and the same rising excitement. "Fine by me. It's been a while since I've stained my hands with blood like this." But right after putting on those excited, murderous looks, the two suddenly turned shyly toward Dan So-ok and lowered their heads a little. "Ah, miss, forgive us for greeting you so late." Standing beside Sang Riang, Jin Seol added, "We are Sang Riang and Jin Seol, in charge of the Akyang branch. You may not know us, miss, but we have known of you for a long time." Hearing that, Dan So-ok smiled warmly, her eyes narrowing with familiarity. "I remember. Aren't you two the famous Gong clan twin demons?" Standing nearby, Hwa Wimyung glanced at her for a moment too, quietly wondering just who she was for them to show her that much respect. Dan So-ok placed a hand over her heart and looked at Sang Riang and Jin Seol with bright eyes as she continued. "I heard the two of you were transferred out of the Demon Palace. If you return safely this time, I will personally report your merit to my father." That one sentence from Dan So-ok lit up both their faces like they had just found treasure. Their eyes widened with joy. "Truly, miss?" Watching how excited they got, Hwa Wimyung was caught off guard and thought to himself, "So they really are the Gong clan twin demons, Sang Riang and Jin Seol." They had once been high-ranking masters who served as guardians, but rumors said they were demoted after accidentally killing a Demon Palace spy who had infiltrated their sect. After that, they were sent here to make up for it. At once, Sang Riang jumped up like a child about to be handed candy and shouted, "Come on, brother, let's go crush those filthy dogs waiting outside." Jin Seol spun one end of his chain sickles through the air as he followed after Sang Riang, then turned back with an excited look and called out, "Big brother, before we go, let me say this, miss, please stay hidden here for now." Hwa Wimyung watched them with a faintly awkward expression, not sure if the two were simply childish or just worked up for the fight ahead. Behind him, Dan So-ok smiled with narrowed eyes and gave them a small wave. After the two of them left, Hwa Wimyung tilted his head slightly, glanced back at Dan So-ok behind him and said, "Then I'll step outside until I open this door again. Until that happens, do not come out no matter what." Just then, Hwa Wimyung paused in surprise when Dan So-ok suddenly called out, "18th, sir." There was a faint trace of regret in her shining eyes, but she still wore a soft smile. It was almost as if she had already accepted death. Resting a hand over her chest, Dan So-ok gently said, "It feels like this place may soon become my grave." Hwa Wimyung turned slightly toward the door and answered in a cold, steady voice, "You will not die." Those few words left Dan So-ok standing silently behind him, unable to say anything back. Then he continued, "No matter what happens, I won't leave you alone to face the unknown." The words were short, but the weight behind them was clear. Hearing that, Dan So-ok's eyes widened, and something deep inside her began to stir. A moment later, her gaze softened and turned glassy with emotion. She looked at his back with a faint smile, and her heart seemed to shift in a way it never had before. Suddenly, Dan So-ok hurried forward and called out, "18th, sir. There's something I need to tell you." She reached out and gently caught the left sleeve of his clothes. Then, lowering her voice shyly, she said, "If something goes wrong, please remember this." She leaned in and brought her mouth lightly near his ear, making Hwa Wimyung pause for a brief moment. He quietly glanced back over his shoulder, and a faint flush rose to his face. Dan So-ok whispered softly into his ear, "Actually, my surname isn't so. It's Dan. My real name is Dan So-ok." The moment Dan So-ok revealed her true identity, Hwa Wimyung was clearly taken aback, and his thoughts immediately deepened. If she is from the Dan family, then that means she is the treasured daughter of the chief of the Jipma department, the man who commands the military force of the Demon Palace. And beyond even that, because of her exceptional intelligence, the Elder Council had already marked her as the next chief strategist of the Demon Palace. If that was the case, then this attack made perfect sense. She had most likely been dragged into the brutal power struggle inside the demon palace. Thinking that, Bu Yunsil turned to Dan Sooke and said, "So you're from the Jipma department." Dan Sooke gently squeezed his hand, then looked up at him with hopeful eyes and asked, "18th, sir. What is your name? Will you tell me?" Faced with Dan Sooke's beauty, sincerity, and earnest gaze, Bu Yunsil felt strangely awkward. He looked at her in silence for a moment, lost in thought, but in the end he still chose not to tell her. He turned his back and answered in a cold voice. Later. Startled, then disappointed, Dan Sooke asked, "Even now, at a time like this, you still can't tell me?" At that, Bu Yunsil's tone softened a little as he replied, "When all of this is over, then I'll tell you." With those words, Bu Yunsil strode forward, leaving Dan Sooke standing there as she watched his back disappear. Dan Sooke's expression brightened right away, her face filling with hopeful joy as she quietly said, "You promised me." The moment he stepped out of the secret room, the wall slid shut behind him with a solid thud, leaving no sign at all that a hidden chamber had ever been there. Bu Yunsil shifted his right foot slightly to the side and slowly stepped forward. He walked over to the lantern whose cord controlled the hidden door. Bu Yunsil coldly drew his sword and slashed across in one horizontal cut, still wondering why someone of such high status would care about the name of a lowly patrol unit man like him. As that thought crossed his mind, the lantern hanging on the wall was sliced neatly in half, and the lower piece dropped to the floor. Looking at the split lantern on the wall, Bu Yunsil muttered that the mechanism to the hidden door and secret chamber had now been destroyed. But with his sharp senses, along with the instincts he had honed through the wild beast techniques of Nangia Pavilion, he could already feel the disturbances outside, and quietly said they were arriving faster than he expected. Turning his gaze toward the wooden door ahead, Bu Yunsil let out a low sigh and murmured that the two of them alone probably would not be enough to hold the enemy back. At that moment, a voice drifted in from outside. "If you run now, you may still survive. You're still young. There's no need to throw your life away in a place like this." Faced with that threat, Bu Yunsil did not panic or hesitate at all. Instead, a faint cold smile appeared on his face as he replied, "Assassins only bother talking under one condition, and that's when they aren't sure they can win." After hearing Bu Yunsil's response, an odd silence settled outside the room. A few seconds later, the person outside finally shouted in anger, "Arrogant brat." Right after that, countless thin, straight sword marks, as fine as threads, spread across the wooden door. The door exploded apart, and a group of black-clad masked men rushed in, each one gripping a weapon and overflowing with killing intent. Their leader roared, "We will erase you from this world." Bu Yunsil stayed right where he was, body lowered slightly, one hand gripping the sword hilt while the other held the scabbard high, his cold eyes fixed on the assassins in front of him. Bu Yunsil's first slash sent blood spraying through the air, and one assassin's arm was severed and dropped uselessly to the floor. Then came the second slash. The same assassin who had just lost an arm was cleanly cut through the waist by that strike. Without giving them even a second to recover, Bu Yunsil surged forward again, closing the gap before the assassins could pull themselves back together. The fight had reached its most brutal point. All alone, Bu Yunsil stood against wave after wave of assassins pouring in like ants, and every clash sent blood and severed limbs flying, turning the entire room into a slaughterhouse. In the middle of that carnage, time itself almost seemed to blur. Then at last, a cold blade came into view, with blood sliding down its edge, gathering at the tip and slowly beginning to fall. One drop hung there for a moment as if time had slowed, the lamplight catching on it and making it gleam with an eerie shine. Then that single drop finally fell and landed on the forehead of a motionless assassin lying on the ground. His eyes rolled back white. Loose sheets of paper drifted down through the air. Bu Yunsil had taken a few cuts, but none of them were deep. He stood there breathing hard, one hand resting on the sword hilt and the other on the scabbard. His cold eyes lowered toward the dead assassin at his feet. The floor was buried under assassin corpses, most of them torn apart. Bu Yunsil had really faced an entire swarm by himself and lived through it. After it all, silence settled over the room. In that space thick with the metallic stench of blood, Bu Yunsil remained still, drawing slow, heavy breaths. Enemy blood was smeared across his face, and sweat ran down his cheeks. Letting out a tired breath, he muttered, "Damn. They just keep coming." Staring toward the dark doorway ahead, Bu Yunsil spoke in a low voice, "Did you really think we'd dealt with all of them?" The moment he said it, another figure stepped out from the darkness. The newcomer spoke calmly, "You noticed my presence. I'll give you that much." The figure walked forward, stepping down onto a yellow-covered book, and asked, "Where exactly did someone like you come from?" If I had known a person like you was here, I would have changed my plan long ago. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal's eyes narrowed as he thought it over. He had only joined the patrol unit 6 months ago. Had the plan to assassinate Dan Soke really been prepared that far in advance? The stranger lifted a hand slightly and added, "There is still time for you to step aside. Just take one step to the side, and no harm will come to you." The newcomer wore a mask and, at first glance, almost looked like a woman. One curled hand carried an icy air around it as the figure continued, "And I'm not saying this because I doubt I can win." Even after hearing that, Bu Yunseal kept his sword raised high, his brows tight and his eyes fixed coldly on the assassin. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. If things had already reached this stage, then Sang Riang and Jin Seol were probably fighting outside by now. The assassin stepped right up in front of Bu Yunseal and said, "Hey, I don't have much time. Move aside now, and I'll leave you a way to live." A few streaks of enemy blood still marked Bu Yunseal's face. He stared back at the assassin without the slightest fear. He stayed silent for a moment, then tightened his grip on the sword hilt and growled in a rough voice, "Don't even think about it. Take even half another step." As he said that, a fierce killing aura burst out from Bu Yunseal, making it clear he was not someone to be taken lightly. That pressure stirred the assassin's hair. The masked figure let out a soft chuckle, seeming impressed by the depth of Bu Yunseal's internal power. Tightening the grip on the sword hilt, the assassin continued in a low voice, "What a pity. I was willing to show you one last bit of mercy." Then the assassin raised the sword in front of the body, supporting both ends of the blade with both hands as a chilling sword aura spread from it. Looking at the weapon, the figure said, "I'll let you make the first move." Watching that stance, that sword, and the pressure rolling off it, Bu Yunseal thought to himself, this sword style is unusual. And more than that, it clearly divides offense and defense by initiative. This person is no ordinary assassin. This is someone far beyond the level of common killers. Why would someone like this take part in a battle like this? Even with that thought in his mind, Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on both sword and scabbard, then launched himself at the assassin with everything he had. He was completely serious now. As he lunged in, Bu Yunseal's body blurred like a shadow. His eyes flashed pale, and behind him there almost seemed to rise a white phantom like a war god. At first glance, the path of his sword looked simple, but it had been refined to an astonishing degree. But suddenly, Bu Yunseal's eyes widened. His body faltered for just an instant, and a strange light crossed his face. In his vision, it was as if a massive wave had appeared. And that was exactly how it felt. In front of Bu Yunseal, a giant sea surge seemed to be crashing toward his much smaller frame, overwhelming and impossible to stop. Then, in the next instant, the assassin was standing directly in front of Bu Yunseal. That enormous wave-like force had all gathered into the assassin's sword. Bu Yunseal lifted his eyes, and the shadow of the descending blade fell across his face. Startled, he thought, a heavy sword. Truly terrifying. If I try to block this head-on, my sword will shatter instantly. Unless I were using a heavy sword too, there's no way I can risk taking this directly. The moment he realized that, Bu Yunseal gritted his teeth and drove his right arm forward, swinging his sword out at once. Bu Yunseal's slender blade swept lightly through the air and only grazed the very tip of the assassin's heavy sword. Two bright sparks burst out, and yet against all expectation, that tiny touch knocked the heavy blade off its original course. As a result, Bu Yunseal's body tilted slightly to the right, while the assassin's heavy sword twisted offline and slammed into the ground beside Bu Yunseal's left foot. Seeing that, the assassin was genuinely shocked. Eyes wide, the figure stared at Bu Yunseal and exclaimed, "You broke my sword move, so you really do have skill." But the assassin did not stop for even a moment. Pressing in again, the figure swung the sword and unleashed a streak of blade chi toward Bu Yunseal, shouting, "That only proves you still can't stop me." The first streak of sword chi came flying in, and Bu Yunseal leaned left to avoid it. But the second slash came too fast for him to dodge. With no other choice, Bu Yunseal raised his sword in front of himself and blocked it head-on, straining against the impact. His brows drew tightly together. Keeping his eyes on the assassin, Bu Yunseal thought, "This opponent has no idea I can use a heavy sword too. Right now, he only sees me as someone with decent internal power. The moment he gets careless and throws out his strongest move, that'll be my opening." Once that thought settled in his mind, Bu Yunseal suddenly stepped back and opened some distance between them. The instant his feet touched down and he steadied himself, Bu Yunseal glanced at the sword lodged in the assassin's back. The body near his feet sagged down. Seeing Bu Yunseal retreat like that, the assassin sneered and said, "All you do is dodge and redirect without striking back. So you're just buying time. Pathetic." With those words, The assassin's figure flickered and left behind only a dark afterimage as the body shot away in an instant. It almost looked like the assassin had turned into a beam of light, launching off the ground, kicking off the wall, and then soaring straight up into the air. Suspended overhead, the assassin gripped the heavy sword's hilt with both hands. Sword aura spread outward like a vast ocean crashing down, and the figure roared, "If you're really that capable, then try to neutralize this." From below, Bu Yunseal felt as if the entire sea were pressing down on him. He could not move, and all he could do was watch the enemy come crashing in. But even if it did not look like it, Bu Yunseal had been waiting for that exact instant to make his real move. His eyes widened as he locked onto the assassin and thought, "Now." His left hand released the scabbard and shot down toward the sword stuck in the assassin's back on the floor. In that moment, a technique used by the deputy squad leader flashed through his mind, and under his breath he murmured the principle of splitting and drawing attention with one arm. Then, while still gripping his own sword in his right hand, he pulled that arm straight back to gather power. The image of the squad leader using a heavy sword in the earlier battle crossed his mind, and he muttered that his other hand would use the Heavenly Tyrant Blade's ultimate method. Without the slightest hesitation, Bu Yunseal threw himself straight into the torrent of sword aura rushing at him like a crashing sea. This time there was no more room to dodge. With two swords acting as one heavy blade, Bu Yunseal chose to meet force with force. The instant the weapons collided, even the space around them seemed to compress, as if anyone nearby would have been blown away by the impact. The assassin's gaze hardened. A strike launched with nearly all his strength had actually been met head-on by the man standing in front of him. Their jaws tightened, just as expected. Taking that blow directly pushed Bu Yunseal to his limit. Then a violent blast erupted between them, and both of them were thrown backward like shadows snapping apart. The sword in Bu Yunseal's hand shattered into pieces. He was blasted back, hit the ground hard, and skidded across the floor. The assassin was forced back too, though he came out in better shape. His feet stayed planted, and only the shock from the collision drove him backward. The assassin frowned, stared at Bu Yunseal and said in disbelief, "You bastard. You can use a heavy sword too?" Then the exchange from a moment ago replayed in his head, and he realized Bu Yunseal had deliberately drawn out that opening. If Bu Yunseal had not answered with a heavy sword move right then, the one who might have lost would have been me. With that realization, the assassin leveled his sword at Bu Yunseal and coldly said, "I can't let you live." Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal had nearly burned through everything in that all-out clash, and to make things worse, both swords had broken, leaving him holding nothing but hilts. A sharp and deeply chilling sword aura spilled out. The assassin glared at Bu Yunseal and shouted, "Die!" But suddenly, the assassin's eyes widened in horror. A terrifying pressure came rushing in from nowhere, and a cold chill ran straight down his spine. Sweat broke out all over him, and the veins on his face stood out. Frowning, he glanced over his shoulder, but there was nothing there. Even so, the pressure did not fade, and he muttered in shock, "This aura." Looking more carefully into the distance, he found the presence strangely familiar. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, has Wu Moonhuang come back?" Then his eyes snapped back to Bu Yunseal, and he continued thinking, "Not now, brat. This is someone I can't be sure I can beat. In my current state, that fight is too much." At that moment, Bu Yunseal staggered and forced himself back up, gripping the broken sword hilt in his right hand, still prepared to fight to the death if he had to. Seeing his prey right in front of him, nearly finished, yet still being unable to strike made the assassin grind his teeth in bitter frustration. After weighing it over again and deciding he could not take the risk, he sheathed his sword and turned away, saying, "You're lucky to still be alive. I'll come collect that life another time." Bu Yunseal got back to his feet, watched the assassins retreating back, and said, "That's what I was going to say to you." Hearing that, the assassin burned with resentment. A bitter snort rose in his throat, but in the end, he still chose to leave. As he was leaving, his face briefly appeared again at the doorway. He looked back at Bu Yunseal and shot back, "Then I'll wait and see." With that, he turned once more and disappeared. His hair flicked past the doorway, and then he was gone from the bookstore entirely. Standing alone in the room, Bu Yunseal stayed tense and perfectly still, wary that the assassin might suddenly return. Even that short exchange had left behind a pressure terrifying enough to stick in his mind. But after forcing himself to hold on for only a few more seconds, his body finally gave out. Bu Yunseal staggered and collapsed from exhaustion. He dropped limp onto the floor, and the broken sword slipped from his hand. Even then, his thoughts kept moving. Had that man been hiding his true strength all along? His eyes slowly lost focus, and a faint smile touched his lips. This had been the fiercest battle yet. Silence settled over the room once again. There was no sound at all, only Bu Yunseal lying there among the scattered assassin corpses. Then all at once, the room shook violently as the stone door to the hidden chamber began to open. Dan Sooke rushed out from inside with panic written across her face, shouting, "Mr. Ho, are you all right? This is all my fault. You ended up like this because of me." She ran over, dropped to her knees beside Bu Yunseal and cried out, "You can't die." In a hoarse voice, he answered, "Didn't I tell you to come out only when I called for you?" With tears streaming down her face, Dan Sooke sobbed and choked out, "But I was too worried about you, Mr. Ho." Seeing Dan Sooke like that stirred something inside Bu Yunseal. Her tears fell freely, and some of them landed on his face. Then Bu Yunseal pressed his lips together and hesitated, as if he was unsure whether he should say what was on his mind. Suddenly, he stopped Dan Sooke sobbing with a quiet, steady voice. "Bu Yunseal, isn't that what you wanted to know? My name. Bu Yunseal, that's my name." In that room thick with the smell of blood, he finally told Dan Sooke his real name, Bu Yunseal. His disguise had come undone in the aftermath of the battle, but his eyes were still just as sharp as ever. Dan Sooke stared at the man who had just saved her life, as if she still could not fully process the name and face now in front of her. Then a bright smile spread across her face, and she promised herself she would carve that name deep into her heart. Dan Sooke looked straight at Bu Yunseal's true face, her eyes filled with admiration. Bu Yunseal thought to himself that maybe sheer exhaustion had broken his disguise technique and exposed this secret without him meaning to. He asked her to help him sit up, because by now almost all of his strength was gone. At that very moment, Wu Moonhwang burst through the door, shouting Dan Sooke's name in alarm. But the instant he saw the scene inside, he froze where he stood. Dozens of elite assassins were lying scattered across the floor as corpses, and for a moment he could not believe what he was looking at. The men who had come with him were just as stunned. The whole place looked less like a shop and more like a graveyard. They immediately fanned out, sweeping through every corner and patch of darkness to make sure no enemy was still lurking nearby. As Bu Yunseal carefully treated his injuries, Wu Moonhwang kept his eyes fixed on him the whole time. Dan Sooke raised her hand and gave a small wave, letting everyone know she was safe. She said without hesitation that the only reason she made it out alive was because of the man they called number 18. The reinforcements who had just arrived came charging in with loud shouts, but one look around made it obvious they were already too late. Sang Riang explained that they had blocked the road as planned, but a handful of enemies had still managed to break through. But once he finally saw how many assassin corpses were scattered across the area, his words suddenly died in his throat. Soon, whispers started spreading through the group as people tried to figure out who could have been reckless enough to launch an attack like this. With a grave look on his face, Wu Moonhwang slowly walked over to Bu Yunseal. He gave a quiet nod, recognizing that the man in front of him had survived a fight far more savage than most could imagine. Bu Yunseal only answered briefly, saying he had done nothing more than fulfill his duty. Then, in a moment that stunned everyone present, Wu Moonhwang suddenly dropped to both knees. Bowing his head deeply, he sincerely apologized for looking down on a true master and treating him with disrespect all this time. He admitted his pride had blinded him, and said he could not even begin to think of how to repay the man who had saved the young lady. Bu Yunseal said nothing as he accepted the apology, his face calm and impossible to read. Even Dan Sooke was taken aback seeing her proud uncle lower himself that far. Despite the pain running through his body, Bu Yunseal forced himself to stand straight. He had no intention of leaving an elder kneeling before him. He quietly reached out his hand, clearly offering to help Wu Moonhwang stand up. Wu Moonhwang stared at that hand, and in that moment, his respect for Bu Yunseal deepened even more. To himself, he realized Bu Yunseal was not just a man with overwhelming martial skill, but someone of genuine character too. At the same time, the subordinates reported that the assassins had wiped away every clue, leaving behind nothing that could reveal what sect they belonged to. Wu Moonhwang ground his teeth and swore that once he returned to headquarters, he would find their hideouts and destroy them all. Not far away, Bu Yunseal stood staring into the distance, the blood on his face still not fully dry. He could sense another wave of killing intent stirring underneath it all, like a new storm was already beginning to gather over the martial world. As the sky slowly sank into a bleak evening, the group began getting ready to move out. People rushed to load their things onto the carriages, eager to leave that blood-soaked ground behind as fast as possible. Dan Sooke climbed into the carriage, bringing an end to a terrifying day that had taken far more unexpected turns than anyone could have imagined. Through the small carriage window, she gave Bu Yunseal one last look, as if trying to hold onto that image of him forever. She waved goodbye and reminded him that the two of them would meet again someday. Yoonseul remained silent, watching as her carriage rolled away, his solitary figure framed by the glow of the lanterns. And as the sound of the horses slowly disappeared into the distance, Yoonseul was left standing there with a firmer resolve and new plans for the hard path ahead. The story then moved to the Blood In cult, an assassin organization wrapped in a dark, suffocating air. A fist slammed down on the table, and an angry voice exploded through the room. You dare fail the assassination of the sect master's daughter? The leader of the Blood In cult was furious over the failed mission, especially after sending out his best squad. He clicked his tongue in irritation, clearly never expecting that even the plan to lure Wu Moonhwang away would end in failure. Just then, some kind of commotion outside made one of the henchmen flinch and turn toward the noise. A man who looked like the sect's steward quickly rushed out to check what was going on. But in the very next moment, a shadow flashed by, and a severed head hit the ground. The leader roared in shock and anger. You bastard! So this is how you're severing ties? Blood sprayed everywhere. It was obvious now that whoever had been controlling things from behind the scenes had started quietly cleaning up every loose end. Meanwhile, the hurried footsteps of guards from the Demon Palace echoed sharply through the corridors. Following their master's orders, the troops moved at once to uncover the Blood In cult's true origins. They stopped in front of the main hall, where an overwhelming pressure was pouring out from within. One of the soldiers immediately dropped to his knees and, trembling from head to toe, began reporting what had happened. Seated on the throne was Dan Wulhan, master of the House of Demon Gathering. His voice sharpened as he asked, "You're saying not a single one was captured alive?" The soldier shakily confirmed that by the time they arrived, every assassin at the scene had already been killed. Under their master's gaze, the massive hall fell into a terrifying silence where no one even dared breathe. Dan Wulhan silently stroked his beard. The moment he learned his daughter had been attacked, he had already set his entire intelligence network into motion. In his eyes, a minor group like the Blood In cult would never dare provoke the House of Demon Gathering unless someone powerful was backing them. His grip tightened around the armrest. Someone was clearly orchestrating everything from the shadows while mercilessly silencing every subordinate connected to it. His eyes burned with rage as he ordered his men to find the one hiding behind the entire scheme. His tone softened a little, and he asked how Dan Sooke was doing. The subordinate answered that the young lady was unharmed, but said she kept mentioning the warrior who had saved her. Back in her room, Dan Sooke was animatedly recounting everything to her maid, and it was easy to see just how strongly Bu Yoonseul had stayed on her mind. Dan Wulhan muttered to himself, "Number 18 of the 9 killings team? No, you're saying his name is Bu Yoonseul?" Standing alone before the balcony as the wind swept past, the master of the House of Demon Gathering quietly made up his mind to remember the name Bu Yoonseul.